me know if the music is too loud. The music is probably too loud. I'm going to lower it down. Hello everyone, welcome to the Friday live stream where we begin the weekend by listening to a complete and total stranger talking for the next 5 hours. At least the next 5 hours. Let's enjoy the show. Let's kick back, get yourself some tea from the kettle, or some coffee if you're an American. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the stream, because this is going to be a long one as usual, and this is how we enjoy starting out the weekend, because this is what normal people do. Yeah, I made a mistake with the date. Should have checked out the date. I said the 27th when did I say the 26th? I don't even know what the date is. What is it? What's the date today? Date today is the 27th. Yeah, I think I said the 26th or something. I don't know, but I got the date wrong. But I got it fixed on the YouTube channel interface. Hello, Prince Zachariah. Yup, 730 days. See you guys in 2 years. Looking at the thumbnail picture, you should tease out your hair and see how big you can get it. It can get pretty massive. One time I grew it so much that it actually would start to bounce. And that's how I knew that it was time to cut it. Because my hair would literally bounce. No joke. It grew so much that it just started to go down. It was insane. And then when I showered, I could comb it down. Pretty crazy. That thumbnail just beat the living soul out of it. Hello, Eli, Asbestos. Hello, Rusty. Hello, Matt Mick. Hello, Robert Tenuta. Cheers, Ortho Christos. Hello, Goose Hunter. Hello, hello. Andres Lopez. Buenos tardes. Recently watched your video on an occupied Germany. I hope you liked it. That's right. It's time for some theology. Theofro. That's correct. 2026. Here we come. It's coming, guys. 2026. Sweet Body Fit. Happy birthday. Or 2025. Sorry. 2025 is coming. Theo with that Jackson Bros vibe. What's a Jackson Bro? Oh, the singer, the musician, Jackson Bro. Let me know if the music is too loud, and I'll lower it down. Because last time someone told me that it was too loud, and I didn't listen, and it was actually too loud. Did I say 2026? What? No way. Is it just me? Music is glorious. Awesome. Is it just me, or does the year 2021 feel so ominous? Is it just me, or is it anyone else that when you see just the numbers 2021, when you see that date, you just get a feeling of cringe. You just cringe back. You kind of shudder in a feeling of almost being disturbed. I don't know, is that just me, or does anyone else feel that way? When you see the number 2021, does it sort of trigger a trauma reaction in you? Because when I think of 2021, I can't think of anything good. That year sucked. I think 2021 was worse than 2020. That's what I think. I think 2021 was worse than 2020. Seriously. 2020, it was the government saying, all right, everyone, stay home. You got this plague, and you got to stay home. And then you went to the grocery store, and they said, everyone is only allowed one of each product. You can't get more than one. You can't get more of one of each product. And they said, but bag of flour, you can only get one bag of flour. A jug of milk, you can only get one jug of milk. And it felt dystopian, but at the same time, it was kind of novel, and it kind of felt like you were in a movie. So the craziness made it interesting. And then when you got into 2021, once you transitioned back into 2021, or once you transitioned into 2021, it was just, it felt like you were in limbo. Are we in lockdown? Are we not? We're still stuck. And then there was this, I remember 2021, there was this big-ass argument over which states had the most deaths. Was it blue states or was it red states? And it became this... It turned into this football game over how many... It turned into this football game over who had the least amount of deaths. Oh, well, blue states, they're dying the least. Red states are getting the majority of the deaths. And then all of a sudden it changed. It became, well, actually, no, red states are now, or blue states are now getting most of the deaths. And California just has, right now has a death count that's just skyrocketing up into the sky, everyone. What's going on? And it was just, it became this competition over which states had either the most amount of deaths or the least amount of deaths. And then it went from that to who's dying more, vaccinated or non-vaccinated. And that became a huge competition. It was, well, actually, the non-vaccinated people are getting more and more infections and they're dying more. And then it transitioned from that to... Actually, no, it's the vaccinated who are now dying more. What's going on? They told us that the vaccine would protect people, but apparently it's not protecting people. What's going on? And then, bam, bang it a bam. You know, it was just a weird-ass year. And then 2022, things felt more normal, even after Russia invaded Ukraine. You said before you dread the year 2027. Yes. That is true, yes, but 2027 hasn't happened yet. When it does happen, then I'm gonna get a little bit nervous. I'll be honest with you. But as far as past dates go, when I see 2022, I'm like, oh, okay. When I see 2023, I'm like, all right, wasn't so bad. When I see 2024, When I see that 2021, man, it's just, it was that feeling of just being in limbo. Are we stuck? Should we go out? Should we still wear a mask? Do we wear a mask? People are still dying. And then there was that new hybrid form of COVID that popped up. I remember, I forgot the name of it, but there was this new hybrid form of COVID, and people were getting that. And I mean, there were people who were within the vicinity of my social circle who were dying. I know a guy whose wife died from COVID because she wanted to go and get her hair done. In 2020, she went out to get her hair done. I don't give a damn about She said, I don't give a damn about no virus. I don't care. COVID, what? I don't give a shit. So she went to some hair salon. She came back, and then I guess some days later, she got sick. She was sick all of a sudden. And then she died. I mean, it was pretty rough. You know, and I know her son and her husband, and it was it was tough. It's very sad. And I know another guy who's a veterinarian, and he got COVID. And he said, COVID's Omicron. That's the one. Yeah. I'm glad you reminded me, because I know a guy who's a vet, and he got Omicron. And it was so bad that, I mean, he had to shut down his clinic for some weeks. For a number of weeks, his clinic was shut down because he couldn't come to work. He's the only doctor in that clinic. It's a small little clinic. And he's the only doctor in that clinic, and he got Omicron. And I remember he told me, he said Omicron, after he went through it all and then he recovered. After he recovered, he told me, he said Omicron is horrendous. He said it's the worst experience he ever had. And he said, I was so convinced that I was going to die that I shaved my face, believing that in my funeral I was going to be in an open coffin, so I wanted to make sure that my body at least looked groomed for the coffin, for the funeral. And he said I was planning on getting my will together for my family and everything, and he said it was just horrendous. It was that bad. And he said Omicron was the worst, and it was pretty terrifying. 2021 sucked. Yeah, I agree. 2020 to 2021 was like a real-life zombie apocalypse movie, which was mild compared to what happened in the movie. It felt like you were in a movie, especially in 2020. What we saw society push to the breaking point in 2020. Yeah, there was the riots, and then there was also a lot of wokeism, I remember, popping up in 2021, 2020. And there was a lot of the anti-woke stuff really blew up in those years. And then also RFK got famous. People didn't know who RFK was until 2020. They didn't know, especially 2021. He got really famous because he was talking against the vaccines. People didn't know about RFK before that point. And then RFK wrote a book about the vaccine, and then the book became a bestseller, and he was all over the media. He was getting all these interviews, and now he's in the government, or he's about to be in the government. And RFK, man, he just, yeah. A lot of weird things happen. Are you going to watch 28 Years Later? Yeah, I'll watch that movie. Speaking of films, I actually saw Gladiator. Finally saw Gladiator, guys. And I want to say that the film sucked. It was not a good movie. I was not going in to watch the film with high expectations, but my low expectations were definitely met because the film was trash. It was not good at all. The acting was extremely rushed. The scenes felt very rushed. There was no emotion in the movie. Everything felt rushed. You never really had time to familiarize yourself with the characters. And it was just a shitty movie. But anyway, I'm going to give you guys a review for Gladiator II later on in the stream. I don't want to start out the stream talking about a movie. But later on in the stream, I'll give you guys my review for Gladiator 2, just like I gave you guys my review for Longlegs. And just like I gave you guys a review for the film Immaculate, which was a pretty decent horror movie. It was a pretty solid horror film, Immaculate. I liked Immaculate.
Are you frustrated by...
But I did not like Gladiator 2. Now Gladiator, the movie, I'm not going to say the first Gladiator because I refuse to even associate Gladiator 2 with Gladiator. Gladiator 2 cannot sit in the same room with Gladiator. Gladiator 2 cannot be in the light of Gladiator. It's just, they're two different movies. They're just two different films. And Gladiator 2 is simply leeching or trying to leech off the first one and trying to steal the light of the first film. When the reality is that Gladiator 2 is nothing like Gladiator. And again, I refuse to say the first Gladiator because there's only one Gladiator. That's it. Gladiator is a type of film that was made and that was it. It's the first and the last Gladiator. There is no Gladiator 2. Now, I call it Gladiator 2 because that's the official title of the movie, but Gladiator 2 has nothing to do with Gladiator. It's just garbage. And they try to do this haphazard attempt of connecting it with the OG Gladiator, with Gladiator, and they try to force a story to make it connected with Gladiator, such as saying that Maximus inseminated Lucia. I mean, when the hell did that happen? That wasn't even implied in Gladiator. But they just had to force a story to make it try, and they tried to MacGyver it. They tried to really force the second one, or they really tried to force Gladiator 2 to connect with Gladiator. And they did this half-ass, half-baked, haphazard, makeshift-ass story in the attempt of trying to weave it in with Gladiator, and it just doesn't. It's just garbage. Did you watch Alien Romulus? No, but I want to. Was that good? I started watching this British neo-folk horror movie. It's not very good. Not very good at all. Yeah, so they said, so they make this Gladiator 2 movie, and they say, oh, well, you know, yeah, Maximus, yeah, he like banged Commodus' sister. Really? Yeah. Oh, and that little kid in Gladiator, Lucius, or whatever his name is, Lucius, I think his name was. Yeah, that's actually Gladiator's kid. That's Maximus' son. Really? Yeah. But in Gladiator, they said that Lucius's father was a good man, and he died, and so Lucia was a single mom. And by the way, Lucius's father, the one that was mentioned in Gladiator, yeah, he was actually gay. Yeah, he's just some gay dude who liked to drink and party all the time, and he was a sodomite. And Maximus crept in there and inseminated his seed into Lucia, and out came Lucius. Really? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the movie was fucking trash. It's an average movie? Alright, yeah. I was hoping that it would be good. Way to ruin a great storyline. You see, that's why I refuse to call it I refuse to say, oh, well, the first Gladiator. I'm just going to say Gladiator, because there's Gladiator. And then there's Gladiator II. And Gladiator II is garbage. Gladiator is a masterpiece, one of the greatest films ever made. I mean, arguably the greatest film ever made, but I have a soft spot for Braveheart, so I categorize it as, I list the films as, or rank the movies as, Braveheart is the greatest film ever made, and then Gladiator is the second greatest film ever made. Alien Romulus is like a slasher film within a haunted house in space. Interesting. Okay. I heard it was good. Sweet Body Fit, I'm just resting after eating too much during Christmas time. Oh, goodness. I'm sure you ate a lot of pierogi. Lots of pierogi. Somebody wrote something up here that I didn't read. I was married in 2021 and my twin daughters was born and I was diagnosed with cancer. Oh, God. Did you recover from that, Christopher Rothstein? Russell Crowe's Gladiator. I'll talk more about this later, but what makes a great film is spirit. If a film doesn't have spirit, you can't make it. It's not a great film. It's not even a watchable movie. If a film does not have spirit, and by spirit, I mean the creative spirit of the people behind it. If it doesn't have that creative energy behind the making of the film becomes unwatchable. And by unwatchable, I mean it feels aimless, and you're gonna get lost in the film. You're gonna forget who is who and where is where and which is which, and you're just going to be continuously reminded that you're watching a movie. That's just the bottom line. You're going to be continuously reminded, oh, I'm watching a movie. A great film immerses you into a story. It takes you into a different world. A lousy movie reminds you that you're watching a movie. Gladiator perfectly immerses you into antiquity, into Roman antiquity. Gladiator II, on the other hand, reminds you that you're watching a movie. That's the difference. When a sequel is better than the OG, someone is about to die. I mean, I can't really think of a film. The only cinematic universe where I really prefer the sequel to the original is Jurassic Park. I think Jurassic Park 2 is better than Jurassic Park 1. That's my opinion. I think Jurassic Park 2 is a really good movie. Jurassic Park 3 is my least favorite out of the Jurassic Park trilogy. Jurassic Park 1 is really good. Very good movie, don't get me wrong. But Jurassic Park 2 is just... it's a lot more exciting. And there's a lot more people in the film. A lot more intensity in Jurassic Park 2. I gotta sneeze, hold on. You're alive? Well, that is a miracle, absolutely. Mother is very good to us, yeah. And she intercedes for us. Lord of the Rings is the best of all time. I disagree. I don't think Lord of the Rings is the best of all time. I don't. Is that why don't I think that Lord of the Rings is the best of all time? Well, because Lord of the Rings, while a very well done cinematic universe, it doesn't have the intensity and the depth of Braveheart. It just doesn't. Even if you look at the battle scenes of Lord of the Rings, the battle scenes of Lord of the Rings are, in my opinion, too fast. They're too short. They feel kind of sort of rushed sometimes. Not really rushed, but they just feel too short. I wish they were longer. They're way too reliant on CGI. When you watch Braveheart and you watch the Battle of Milvian, not the Battle of Milvian, I wish, the Battle of Stirling Bridge, that scene is about 9 minutes. It's a 9-minute long battle scene. And it is grisly, and it's grimy, and it's just mean. It's in your face. It's nitty, and it's gritty. And it goes on for 9 straight minutes. And the camera angles and the cuts that go on, it really, really amplifies the intensity of the scene. So there's really not, as far as ancient battle scenes go, I don't think any film can really beat the Battle of Stirling Bridge and Braveheart. How don't you know that Prager's organization is losing money? Would be interesting to know. Well, the guy who tried to expose Prager, he made a video and he put out a video showing Prager refusing to call animated child pornography evil, and then the CEO contacted him. The CEO for Prager University contacted him and said, "We're losing money because of your video." Let's see, financial highlights. Yeah, that's what that guy was saying, that they're losing money because of that. They are a non-profit, so you'll be able to see exactly how much money they made. 2024. Thanks for the info. Yeah, no problem. Andres Lopez, etc. Recently found Ted, his takes I don't always agree are refreshing and interesting. He's very much looks to consider both sides and picks up on trends bubbling under the surface. Is he still Catholic? By Catholic, do you mean Roman Catholic? If you mean by Roman Catholic, then I'll say no, I'm not. I'm not connected. I don't connect myself with the Vatican anymore. Let's see here. Biannual report. We can see message from Dennis, donor club, donor events. Yeah, I just want to know how much money you guys made. Oof. Yeah. Yeah. This one's not showing anything about money. Annual reports 2022. Eh. Donations. You can look up 2023. Let's look at 2023. Can they just show me how much money they made? Anyway, I'll find out later. I'm not going to sit here and bore you guys. Have you considered orthodoxy? Yes. Why or why not? Sorry if you've been through all this before. I've been through this about 1 million times. I have considered orthodoxy, yeah, because it seems like the Orthodox are better than the Roman Catholics in some ways. I don't really see all of the sodomite predator stories, at least not at the same rate that you do with the Vatican. Mel Gibson, greatest director ever. Apocalypto, way up there. Oh, absolutely. Apocalypto is a masterpiece. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Yes, Mel Gibson, greatest director ever. He did Passion of the Christ, Gladiator, not Gladiator, that's Ridley Scott, Braveheart, Apocalypto. Ridley Scott did Gladiator. And he did Black Hawk Down, which were really good movies. All right, guys, I'm going to get right into the news stories that I want to get into. I'm not going to waste time here because I'm talking way too much, and I'm just rambling on. I do not want to ramble on at all. I just want to get right into the articles. We have a number of articles to look at, and I'm going to be commentating on them. And we also are going to be doing some other things. I'm going to give a review for Gladiator II. I hate to call it Gladiator II, but I guess I could just call it Retail Gladiator. I'm going to be giving a review for Retail Gladiator, and we'll just jabber on, and you guys will put comments, and I'm going to commentate on the comments. And that's going to keep my mind going. Apocalypto, absolutely. I like a new version of Dune and Dune 2. I never saw any of the Dune movies. None of them. Are they worth seeing? They look kind of like Star Wars, and I'm not a big Star Wars guy, I'll be honest with you guys. I really like The Matrix. I think Matrix 1 and Matrix 2 and Matrix 3 are all great movies, except for the orgy scene in Matrix Reloaded. I think that was just complete trash. But other than that, I mean, the Matrix films are really well done, and the writing is excellent, the music is excellent, and the story is really fascinating and interesting. I especially like the first movie when Morpheus takes Mr. Anderson to the desert of the real, and he basically showed Mr. Anderson Silicon Valley, where human beings are not born, they are grown. The Dune books put the movies to shame. I mean, the book, are they really good? I don't know. It sounds kind of... What makes the book so interesting? Seriously, what makes those books so interesting? I don't know. I never really got into fiction, because why would I want to read about fiction when truth is stranger than fiction, and I can just read nonfiction, which is stranger than fiction? You know what I'm saying? Because I would much rather read about reality, and then I can learn about reality as opposed to science fiction stuff. I could just read about Silicon Valley, and that's much scarier than any Dune book because Silicon Valley is real. Now that I am caught up, one of my favorite sequels is Aliens Extended Edition. I have not seen it. Matrix Resurrection was rehash and dull. Well, Matrix Resurrection was garbage. Yes, completely agree. Was that the third one? Or hold on, let me see here. Matrix... Yeah, that was the fourth. Yeah, I refuse to even include that into the Matrix cinematic universe. I will say that Matrix 1, 2, and 3, and that's it. That's the trilogy of the Matrix world. Other than, I mean, Matrix Resurrections was complete garbage. Supposedly they're making a fourth one, and I think it's going to have a different director. So we'll see how that one goes. Yeah, we'll see how that one goes. All right, everyone, so let's get right into the stream and just start talking about the news, because that's what we're going to get into. We're going to talk about Russia. We're going to talk about Turkey and Syria. We're also going to get a little bit into Elon Musk, because apparently there is... Oh boy, apparently there is infighting going on between Elon Musk and all the right-wingers on Twitter/X. I've only seen one of the Alien films. It was Alien Revolution or something like that. It was a really freaky movie. Thea, are you going to watch finally The Last Mohican? No, I don't think I'm going to watch that. It looks boring. That movie looks hella boring. It looks like Dances with Wolves, and Dances with Wolves is a boring movie. When it comes to Native American stuff, if I don't see scenes of mass human sacrifice, I just won't watch it. Or if I don't see scenes that are just absolutely epic, like The Relevant or The Revenant, which was a masterpiece, I'm just not interested. The Revenant was a beautiful work of art, and it had Native Americans in it, and Native Americans were fighting with the whites, and the whites were fighting with the Native Americans, and the first battle scene in The Revenant is unlike anything I've ever seen. I mean, it was a true masterpiece. The Dune movies are like a Star Wars for a nurture audience. It's worth watching. They are not bad. Okay. You keep cutting out? Oh, snap. I hope you're wrong. Do I keep cutting out? Let me see. My internet's working just fine. First battle scene in The Revenant Unlike anything I've... I'm watching myself, and I look completely fine. Snap, I thought. So it looks like your internet is just acting restarted at the moment, my friend. It's not me, it's you. Is the mic cutting out for anyone else? Let me see, hold on. Do I keep cutting out? Let me see. My internet's working just fine. I'm watching myself, and I look completely fine. Nope. Nope. You're wrong. My mic is totally fine. I just re-listened to myself on my own live stream, and the mic sounds totally fine. So, again, this is a you problem, not a me problem. But thanks for letting me know, because it could have been me. The scenes with 10 bears and Josie Wales was good. Yeah, those movies sound... Anytime I see those movies like Josie Wales, Dances with Wolves, I think, oh my god, this is a sleep fest. I'm going to fall asleep. The Revenant was a masterpiece. It was one of the greatest films ever made. You were cutting out for like a minute, but now it's good. I don't see any issues at all. So I think it's a you problem. I think there's something wrong with your speaker system, or maybe you're listening to me on your cell phone, or you have bad signal. No idea what the issue is. But Eli Asbestos says I'm clear, so I'm clear. You were cutting out. Okay, no, yep, all right. Yeah, The Revenant was a masterpiece, one of the greatest films ever made. The mic is on point. Like the column. Like the comb. What's the comb? I don't even know what that is. The comb. Irish all of a sudden. The comb. You gotta go to the comb. All right, guys, let's get right into the news. I keep telling myself that we're going to talk about the news, and I don't. And I keep messing up here. So let's get right to it. Window capture, monitor advice. Nope, we're going to get right into that. Yep, right there. All right, so it looks like Ukraine has been slowing down their missile firing activity, according to this article published by the New York Times. And so let's get right into this. Ukraine slows firing of missiles into Russia as Trump prepares to take office. Ooh, I wonder if that's coincidental. Trump is about to take office, and all of a sudden Ukraine says, okay, guys, okay, that's time to slow it down a little bit, guys. The long-range missile provided by the United States, the ATACMS, and Britain, which is what, the Stormer or something, were used to strike inside Russian territory despite concerns that their use would escalate the conflict. Kiev's stockpiles are running out. Ooh, how come America's not providing more? How come Biden is not providing more? Now, isn't this surreal, guys? Doesn't it feel like Biden is not even president? Do you feel like Kamala Harris is around? It's like she vanished. It's as if she's not here. She's gone. She is gone. Have you ever felt like the presidency is more vacant than now? Doesn't it just feel like that? The feeling that the presidential office is vacant. I've never really felt that until now. That it's just that there's no one there. It's just like an empty noggin. There's nothing there. It's almost like Trump is basically the president now. That's what I feel like. I feel like Trump is the president. Like the comb. Okay. Yeah, I feel like Trump is the president now. I've never felt a more vacant presidential office than now, like the papacy. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, there's nothing there. I mean, supposedly Kamala Harris is still the vice president. Do you get that sense, guys? I don't get that sense. I don't get that sense at all. I feel like there's nothing there. It's just, I don't know, CIA seems like to be, it seems like the CIA is running everything. Zelensky's not even president? Yeah. It's the lame duck period for a lame duck presidency. Yeah, what are they doing? I think Biden is probably just taking a nap or something. Anyway. With much fanfare, Ukraine was granted permission to fire Western long-range missiles at Russian military targets. Remember this, guys? Remember this bullshit last month? They were firing these ATACMS into Russian territory and pissing the Russians off. But after initially firing a flurry of them, Ukraine has already slowed down their use. Ooh, I wonder why that is. I wonder why. Maybe it's because they know that Trump's about to enter office and they know that the show is going to be over. Perhaps that's what it is. Maybe the Americans are telling the Ukrainians, you guys got to slow it down. I know you guys want to go crazy. You guys are quite trigger happy, but you guys got to slow it down because if you guys keep launching ATACMS, I mean, we can't have you guys launching ATACMS anytime you guys want right into Russian territory. You're going to escalate the whole situation. So far, the missiles have been effective in limited ways, but they have not changed the war's trajectory. Senior NATO officials said, so they haven't done a damn thing. Those missiles didn't make a damn bit of difference because they were pointless. Ukraine was just hitting pointless-ass targets. 2 U.S. officials said they believed Russia was trying to avoid escalating military operations in Ukraine. Wait, Russia is trying? It looks like the Americans are also trying not to escalate things because they don't want the Ukrainians to be just firing shit all the time. Just fire the attack. Oh, yes! Absolutely, Mr. Zelensky. You want ATACMS? Here you go. You want some Storm, whatever, long-range missiles from the UK? From the Absolutely. Absolutely, darling. Just fire them. Just fire them anytime you want. Just hit them. You know how the Brits can't pronounce the T? Just hit him already, darling. Is that a Russian over there? Is that a Russian over there? Just hit him already. Hit him. Yo, he's right over there. The missiles are so powerful, mate. They're gonna roast up the Russians like butter. They're gonna. They go. I love the British accent. It's so retarded. They don't even know how to pronounce the T's. They don't even know how to pronounce T's in their language. He's gonna. The missiles are gonna hit him, darling. They're gonna. The missile. No, you just aim a little bit, darling. You get there. No, you're gonna hit him. You're gonna hit him like a football. It goes to the goalie, mate. Into the right past the goalie. It's like a soccer game. No, soccer. No, sorry, you guys don't call it soccer. Football. It's like a football game, mate. You gotta hit him. Russians are gonna melt like butter. Make those Russians melt up like butter. Man, that Tuesday, yeah. It's gonna make him melt like butter on a Tuesday morning. Dude, the more I listen to British people, the more I realize that their dialects are so restarted. You know what I'm saying? It sounds so restarted. Before, people used to think, and people still think, that the American dialect is bland and not interesting. I got news for you. The American dialect is more interesting, more rich, and it has way more depth and sophistication than any British accent. Seriously, it does. They can't even pronounce the T's. They don't even pronounce the R's properly. They can't pronounce the R's. They're like, ah, over there, ah, ah. Where's your mutter? The American accent is proper. We pronounce the R's, we got the T's, the T's. We pronounce each letter properly. Bruh, missile. It's strong, it's muscular, it's masculine, it's in your face, the American dialect. So much better than that flimsy-ass British dialect. China testing a new 6th-generation multitask fighter, J-36. Ooh, wow, the Chinese, man. Better watch out. Better watch out, man. Those Chinese, they're... Don't let those people fool you, you know? People think they're all weaklings over there. They're just eating rice and drinking... What do they drink over there? Rice wine sake? They're drinking that tea that they drink over there. Don't let them fool you, man. Those Chinese people, they can be tenacious. It's what blood pudding does to the brain. Yeah, man. Drains out their brain. We pronounce T like D sometimes. No, we don't. No, we don't, dude. What are you talking about? Americans speak better English than anybody in the world. The only people who can speak English, the only people who can be second place to the Americans when it comes to English pronunciation is the Irish. I think the Irish pronounce English really good. The Canadians are a little bit annoying. Oh man, the Canadians get annoying when they talk. Like, Theo, what do you think about that? I mean, the way they talk, they have that Kermit the Frog thing going on. It's pretty annoying. Theo, try listen to Paddy Pimblett. Oh, trust me, I have, unfortunately. Yeah, that guy's accent is annoying. Do you say butter or butter? We say butter, my friend. Butter. Give me the butter. But it's still... even if we pronounce it butter, isn't that better than butter? Zelensky, just aim it a little bit to the left. Just aim it a little bit to the left, buddy. Those Russians are going to melt up like butter. About instead of about. Yeah, the Canadians are so annoying sometimes. Like, Theo, what do you think about this, huh? The hell? It sounds so cringe. The Irish have a mystique to them. They have a depth to their dialect, and it's closer to the American dialect, I think. And that's because of all of the Irish people who came to America, and they really enriched North America with their accent. Americans and Canadians pronounce T's and D's like it's an R. What? What? No, we don't. Give me an example of that. Ted vibing more on every time that plastic hits the wood. I don't know what plastic you're talking about, buddy. But let's, you know, the live stream is supposed to be a vibe at the end of the day. So let's, streaming is vibing. I mean, there's no difference. If you're not vibing while you're streaming, then you're not really streaming. Same thing with recording videos, same thing with writing articles. You gotta have a vibe. If there's no vibe, then you can't jive. So far, so let's go back to the article here. How about the Scottish are okay. They roll their R's a little bit too much, and they kind of don't pronounce the R's like we do. So it's like, oh. Southern Ebonics came from a specific part of the UK. Yeah, I've heard about that. So far, the missiles have been effective and limited. Okay, we already this. So the missiles haven't done shit. All of it is bullshit. I wish more and more people could talk like that from now on, instead of just saying, well, actually, the missiles have shown some effectiveness in limited ways, although they have not really been a serious and a substantial game changer in the long run. I wish people could just say, listen, guys, they didn't do shit. Made some big explosives. They launched the missiles. Missiles go boom. Missiles go boom. They go boom. Loud noises. Scary. And that's it. I wish people could just talk like that. Just be simple. Yeah, guys, they didn't do shit. Sorry. Nah, Russia's still winning. Sorry to say that. 2 U.S. officials said they believed Russia was trying to avoid escalating military operations in Ukraine, especially with the election of Mr. Trump, a longtime skeptic of the war, and given Russia's recent battlefield successes. Oof. Oof. Remember all the naysayers back in 2022 were saying Russia's getting its ass whooped? Remember that? Remember that? They were saying things such as, oh, the Russians aren't winning. They're getting their ass whooped. Oh, the Ukrainians are just taking them out. Did you see that? They're just kicking ass. And now, what's the New York Times saying? Oh, man, Russia's recent battlefield successes. Ooh, Russia's battlefield successes have pushed the Americans to basically say, slow it down to Ukraine. Now, you're going to say the New York Times doesn't say that. They're implying it, though. The fact that the Ukrainians are not really going trigger happy, the fact that the Americans are saying, we're not going to give you any more of these attackums, slow it down, Ukraine. And they're trying to put the blame on Russia. They're saying, well, Russia's so successful that the Russians are actually avoiding they're avoiding an escalation, but they're winning. In some ways, what has happened with the attackums, pronounced attackums, is the story of what has happened with other Western weaponry in the war. Ukraine pressed for months and even years to get Western weapons. HIMARS rockets, HIMARS rocket launchers, Abrams tanks, and F-16 fighter jets. But by the time the West granted access to these weapons, Ukraine had lost more ground. They were getting their asses whooped, and they're still getting their asses whooped. And no weapon has been a silver bullet because they're getting their asses whooped. Western officials also say Ukraine has relied too much on help from the West. Oh, you think? Of course, because they don't have a serious military force. Of course they're relying too much on us. They should just fight without our help and just lose. Well, I thought, wait, whatever happened to helping Ukraine gain a victory over the tyrannical, expansionistic, czarist, imperialist Ruskies? And now they're saying, well, you guys are just, you're relying too much on us. You're kind of a drain on us, Mr. Ukraine. Western officials also say Ukraine has relied too much. What do you want them to do? You guys wanted oh my God. You see, this is why you don't rely on the West. This is the shitty part about being a third world country, is you got to rely on other countries for everything, or for a lot of things at least. And then when you want to make peace with Russia, freaking Boris Johnson, that merchant, that Janissarian, goes over to Zelensky and says, you better not do that. Oh no, you better not do that, Zelensky. So now they want Ukraine. They wanted Ukraine to be in this war. And then Ukraine is saying, okay, you guys are pushing me into this war. We need to do the fighting. And they're telling the Ukrainians, you guys are relying too much on us. You're kind of draining us. This is what America is. America is a guy in a bar, and he sees two men having tension, right? He notices that there's tension between two men, and maybe they're fighting over a woman, I don't know. And America goes over there, the guy in the bar, the asshole in the bar, he goes over there and he says, hey, that guy, he was talking about banging your wife. What? Yeah. I'm going to kill him. Yeah, well, if you want to kill him, here is a knife. And America gives the guy the knife, and the guy goes over there and stabs the dude to death. And then the police arrive, and some eyewitness says that guy gave the stabber the knife. And the police say, is that true? I don't want to get involved. This is getting too much for me. That's America. America gives the weapons. America encourages the violence. And then when things get really bad, America says, all right, let's de-escalate, guys. It's absolute, it's insanity. I'm reading chapter 13 of your book, Christianity at War, small update. Wow, okay, awesome. I hope you like it, Mr. Iron Warrior fan. I remember mainstream media outlets literally reporting Russians were using remember that bullshit? They were like, oh yeah, they're using broomsticks and shit to beat people up. Oh yeah, they're a joke. The Russians are a joke. Now what are they saying? Ukraine, you're kind of sucking us dry here. You're sucking us dry, and you're a third world country, and you're scamming the world, Ukraine, by getting all this money from us, and you just gotta go piss off, Ukraine. Can you just go piss off for a second? Attackums sounds like a sour can. Yeah, it does. The can, mate. The can. Okay. There's no can here. I can assure you that there's a glass. There's a glass here. It's not about competency. It's about production and stockpiles. Well, sure, fine. But again, Ukraine doesn't have the capacity to have major military stockpiles. It doesn't have this major military... it doesn't have this capacity for major military production. This begging for everything is just funny. AF, yeah, it's not really. I mean, it's kind of sad. I'll be honest. I feel bad for Ukraine sometimes. I really do, because it's just they're just being dropped. I mean, Ukrainians are just being killed all the time, and the West wants Ukraine to keep fighting, and now everyone's saying that Ukraine is a drain on them. Well, you guys wanted this war. You guys provoked Russia. You guys did everything that Russia told you not to do. What else do we got? The United States has long resisted sending Ukraine long-range ATACMS with a range of 190 miles, fearing that their use deep inside nuclear-armed Russia would escalate the war. Then why the hell did they do that? In the spring, President Biden relented. The administration shipped Ukraine as many as 500 missiles from Pentagon stockpiles, the U.S. officials said. While Ukraine couldn't use them in Russia, they fired them at targets in eastern Ukrainian territories controlled by Russia and in Crimea, seized by Russia in 2014, literally 10 years ago, soon to be 11 years ago, aiming at hardened command and control posts, weapons, storage, and areas, and some other bunkers. U.S. and NATO officials said those strikes had been effective, but also said that they felt Ukraine could have been more judicious in the number of missiles used and more selective with targeting. So they gave the Russians 500 of these ATACMS, and they gave the Ukrainians 500 of these ATACMS, and the Ukrainians were just going trigger happy with them. Just blasting away. And America said, hey, don't you want to be a little bit more selective with how you use those ATACMS? No, we blast. Missile go boom, big sound, explosion, lots of damage and destruction. Yeah, don't you guys want to stop using so many of those missiles? They're pretty expensive, and they don't grow on trees, you know. Oh, missile go boom, 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 boom. Fire the boom, boom at the Ruski. Boom, boom. Then they had like 12 left, and they said, what do we do? Fire at Russia. Yeah, fire them at Russia. And they fired them at Russia, and guess what happened? Russia said, okay, you want to play that game? Here's a freaking chestnut. Here's the Oroshkin. And they blasted Ukraine with the Oroshkin. And the whole world saw that, and they were scared shitless. And then Russia said, if you mess around long enough, you're going to understand the power of the chestnut. And no, it's not going to be the damn song that you morons play every year, chestnuts roasting on an open fire. It's going to be Oroshkins up your ass. It's not going to be fun. Merry Christmas. Chestnuts roasting all over an open fire. Merry Christmas, American. Oroshnik. Oroshnik, yeah. I said, okay, I got the pronunciation wrong. What else do we got? U.S. and NATO officials said those strikes had been effective. Okay, so the Ukrainians were just wasting the missiles. The U.S. officials said Mr. Biden had justified granting permission on November 17th to use the missiles in Russia. I doubt Biden granted anything. It was all CIA. I don't think Biden is in control. Is that blasphemy to say? Is that like saying the Pope is no longer really legitimate? Is that like saying St. Peter's seat is empty? Is that blasphemy in the YouTube TOS? Because one time I had a video removed for simply saying that half of America believes that the election was stolen. I literally just made an observation. I said half of America thinks that the election was stolen in 2020, and that's true. Half of Americans still believe that 2020 was stolen from Trump. 2020 election was stolen from Trump. And YouTube took the whole video down, and they said, yeah, you can't question the election. And I said, I didn't question the election. I simply made an observation that half of Americans believe the election was stolen from Donald Trump. And they said, we don't give a shit. The video's gonna stay gone. All right, the video is still gonna be gone. It's taken down. That's it. It's terminated. The video is deleted from the internet spaces. Shut your mouth. Do not question the election. And I didn't question the election, and there was just nothing I could do about it. I could have sent them an email. I probably would have gotten the decision reversed, but I didn't really understand. I think at that time it was more difficult to send an email to YouTube. Nowadays, you can actually just send it. Believe it or not, nowadays, so let's say YouTube takes a video down from your channel and they say that you broke TOS, that you broke terms of service. You can repeal it. You can do the repeal process, and you only get one chance in the repeal process. So you can not a repeal, sorry, you can appeal it. So you only get one chance in the appealing process. And if that doesn't work, if you appeal it and then YouTube writes back to you and says, nah, the video is still going to be gone, what you can do now is send them an email. And I've done this numerous times, and it has worked every time. It's amazing. Just send them an email. There is actually a contact service that YouTube has. You talk to their AI chat communicator, their AI operator. You can have a typing conversation with an AI operator, and you tell the AI operator, I want to speak to a human representative. And the AI operator is going to say, okay, what seems to be the problem? And then you just explain, well, a video got taken down, and YouTube says that the video broke TOS, and I appealed it, but they still say that it broke TOS, and the video will be gone. The video will remain disappeared. And the AI operator is going to first say, yeah, you appealed it, but we have determined that the video broke TOS, so the video is going to stay down. The video is going to stay non-existent. And then you say, well, I demand to speak to a human operator, and it's going to say, sorry, we've made our decision. The decision will remain. The decision still stands. And then you say, no, I demand to talk to a human operator. And you have to be continuously persistent with YouTube, and then eventually the AI operator will say, okay, fine, a human is going to email you. So you're going to get an email, and then you're going to communicate with supposedly a human being. If it is a human being, you're most likely talking to some guy in Mumbai, and you're going to go back and forth with this supposedly human operator, and he's going to take a look at the video, or he's going to have someone review the video, and then eventually they're going to get back to you. And it can take a week, but they will get back to you. And I've had to do this twice. And it worked each time. And what you need, because the problem is YouTube is relying too much on AI, and so somebody reports your video, and then some program or some asshole over there on YouTube says, yeah, it's broke TOS, but it really didn't break TOS. That happens all the time. History Legends does it all the time. Yeah, you got to really work with YouTube if you want your stuff. If a video has been taken down and you know very well that you never broke TOS. Now, if you know that you broke TOS, there's nothing you can do about it. But if you know very well that you never broke any of the rules and the video was taken down unjustly without cause, and you appeal it and they still insist that the video will be gone, you can work with YouTube now, and it's much easier to communicate with YouTube. It's like Amazon. It used to be impossible to call up Amazon. Now you can call up Amazon. Where are you reading that article from? I'm reading it from the New York Times. This is the New York Times. So here we go. There were caveats. So I went off on that whole tangent about freaking YouTube, but here we go. There were caveats, though. So there were caveats to Ukraine being allowed to actually strike Russia. There were caveats. U.S. officials said the weapons would initially be used mainly against Russian and North Korean troops in the Kursk region of western Russia, where Ukraine was trying to hold on to territory after a surprise Ukrainian offensive in August. At that point, Ukraine had only tens of missiles left, maybe about 50, the two U.S. officials said. It had no likelihood of getting more, they said. The limited American supplies had already been assigned for deployment in the Middle East and Asia. Officials in Britain, which allowed Ukraine to use its long-range Storm Shadow missiles inside Russia after Mr. Biden's decision, also said recently that it did not have many more to provide. Sorry, mate. We gave you 50 of them, mate. We're not going to give you any more, mate. No, because if the Russians get pissed off at us, it's our ass, mate. It's our ass. And for those of you who don't understand English, I was saying it's our ass. It is unlikely that Mr. Trump will step in to fill the gap. He recently told Time magazine that he disagreed very vehemently with Ukraine's use of ATACMS, in Russian territory and called Mr. Biden's decision to provide them foolish. The next day, the Kremlin said Mr. Trump's position fully aligned with Moscow. Very interesting. The Kremlin would say that. Mr. Trump's position fully fits with what we say in Moscow. Not playing around. I know that firearm prices in the Balkans are at great value lately. Ukraine spills? Of course not. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. So it says here that the Kremlin said that Trump's position is fully aligned with the position of Russia because Trump is saying, listen, I want to end the war. But I've said this many times already, that Trump's whole goal is to make peace for the cause of gaining time. And more than likely, the Americans are going to work with the Ukrainians to build up their military capacity. Since the United States and Britain granted permission, Ukraine has launched at least a half a dozen missile strikes, using at least 31 ATACMS and 14 Storm Shadows, according to the Russian Defense Ministry and Russian military bloggers. The Ukrainian military does not comment on the use of the missiles, but neither the United States nor Ukraine has challenged those reports. The most damaging attack appears to have been from Storm Shadows fired on November 20th at a Russian command bunker near Marinko-Kursk, officials and analysts said. On November 21st, Russia launched its new hypersonic ballistic missile. That's the Oroshnik, the hazelnut tree. Oh, I said chestnut. Oh, damn, I got that wrong. It was hazelnut. Sorry, it's hazelnuts roasting on an open fire. Yep. At a military facility in the Ukrainian city of Dnipro, that was seen as a warning that Russia could hit any part of Europe with the new missile, a message to Europe and America not to fuck with the Russians. Now, the article doesn't say that, but that's how it should say it. I think we should start writing in a more simple fashion. We should just say, yeah, don't mess with them. So it says here, 6 days later, the Russian general who was the architect of the Ukraine invasion called Mr. Biden's top military advisor to discuss concerns about escalation, insisting that its missile test had been long planned. Now, this is very interesting. It says here that a Russian general who was the mastermind of the Ukraine invasion called up Biden's top military advisor. Now, how does that work? How does that work? Do they have each other on speed dial, or does Biden's top military advisor have this Russian dude on his cell phone book, on his little iPhone phone book, and the phone rings, he looks at the screen and it says, yeah, it's Russian General, Mr. Ruski, it's Mr. Blinsky calling up. How does that work? How does it work? Like, oh shit, this dude's calling me up. It's the general, guys. He's on my phone. I got him on speed dial. I mean, how does it work? I always found that interesting. They just call each other up. They're at war. They hate each other. They hate each other's guts. They're doing freaking sanctions on each other. America's doing sanctions on Russia, and then the Americans are telling the Ukrainians that it's A-okay. You have the green light to launch missiles directly into Russia, and you have all this stuff, and then all of a sudden it's like they're calling each other. They're talking on the phone like nothing's happening, like, as if they're buddies. Yeah, Mr. Biden, military advisor, I just want to tell you things are getting a little bit too much out of hand. They're escalating a little bit too quickly for us. Might want to calm things down, if you know what I mean. Missile tests for Oroshnik or chestnut, hazelnut. We planned that a long time ago. Has nothing to do with you using the ATACMS through Ukraine on us. There's still a 24/7 line in Syria. I mean, yeah, it's like during World War II, you had representatives from all the different enemy countries in the Swiss bank. You can look into it. In the Swiss bank, they had an American dude, they had a German dude, they had French. I mean, they had everyone. Everyone was working together in the Swiss bank because, as the saying goes, money talks and bullshit walks. When it came to money, man, that's how sick and twisted humans are. During World War II, it was like, hey, we got a bunch of 18-year-olds who've never seen combat. What are we going to do with them? Oh, I don't know. Put them on a boat and just have them rush the beach of Normandy. But, sir, thousands will die. Yeah, it don't matter, dude. How old are they? 18? Their parents can have another kid. They spent how many years taking care of that kid? 18, 19 years old, 19 years, 20-something years? Those parents spent taking care of that kid. Man, who gives a shit, dude? Just have them go right into the Normandy beach. And there's going to be mine bombs there, and there's going to be lots of bullets and bombs, and it doesn't matter. Just have them go right in the beach. Thousands of people die. Yeah, who gives a shit? Who cares? World War I, the same thing. Yeah, Churchill, you sure you want to have all these British sailors go through the Dardanelles? Yeah, have them go through the Dardanelles. Yeah, but there's that whole area is riddled with underwater mine bombs. They're going to hit the mine bombs. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Who cares? If a lot of them die, then, the British people are so stupid, they're going to look up to us as their heroes, and they're going to be looking at us as heroes, and they're going to hate the Germans and the Ottomans even more, so who gives a shit? And then the British boats get sunk. The French boats get sunk. Now they have no naval support. They eventually just got a bunch of young dudes and forced them into the Dardanelles. And they had the Battle of, what was it called? Battle of Chanakale or something like that. These poor these poor Kiwi soldiers were stuck for, what was it, like 3 or 4 months in a battlefield with no naval support. They were getting hit by snipers and hit by bombs, and it was like killing fish in a barrel. And how many of them died? Thousands of people died. Thousands of mainly Kiwi soldiers, New Zealander soldiers were killed because nobody gave a shit. No one gives a shit about human life. But Switzerland, where the money is, oh ho, we'll have a representative from Germany. He's a Nazi. He's the enemy, but who cares, because this is money, and we got an American dude there. We got all the different representatives from around the world. They're all in the Swiss bank to protect money, not human life. Human life goes right out the window. They don't give a shit about human life. Guys, have we not figured out that war is a scam? It's a giant scam. War is a big-ass scam. Do you think our government military actually still has the most superior aircraft? Supposedly they do. I don't know. Probably not. We have yet to find out. But guys, have we not seen that war is a scam? Have we not seen that war is a scam? It's a scam, guys. It's a bunch of people making money, and the young die. The young die. And the old people make money off the young people. That's all it is. They send you right into the battlefield, and they don't even try to protect you. They just put you right on the beach. They put you right on the beach. You're getting mowed down with heavy machine gun fire, mine bombs. You're getting burned alive, drowning. They don't give a shit. But when it comes to the Swiss bank, oh, they're protecting that. Switzerland is neutral, everyone. Neutral, yeah. That's where all the Nazi money was hiding, by the way. And then after World War II, Germany just got all that money back, and they were able to reindustrialize their country. People say, how come Germany was able to recover so quickly? Because they had all their money in the Swiss bank. That's why. The Swiss banks had all the Nazi money. All these big German industries were hiding all their money in these Swiss banks, and Switzerland was neutral, so nobody could touch Switzerland because that's where they were protecting their money. But your sons, 18 years old, how much of your life have you invested into that young man? How much of your life? 18 years? 19 years? 20 years? 23 years of your life you've invested into that young man? Well, that young man, my friend, is now going to go into war. He's going to go fight for his country. He going to fight for his country. And they're going to put that boy on a boat he's never seen combat. And with little to no training, they put them on these little boats, and they just sail them off. They just motorboat them right into Normandy Beach. They send them right into Okinawa. They send them right into Vietnam. They send them right into France. Battle of the whatever. Operation Market Garden. They don't care. I mean, look at what happened in Israel. You think Israel gives a shit about its own soldiers? I was looking at this story. And I'll show you guys this story here. I thought this was very interesting, and it truly shows how governments don't give a shit about their people, even when the people are the ones dying in war. Look at what happened in Lebanon. Let's look at this story, shall we? I was planning on talking about this story. I will minimize the size of this article just a little bit here. And we're going to get right into this article. This is a really telling article. So I'll give you guys a little summation as to what happened here. So during the most recent war in Lebanon, there was an amateur archaeologist. This guy was not supposed to be in Lebanon. He wasn't supposed to be on the battlefield. This guy is not a soldier. He was a soldier, but he's no longer a soldier. He's an old amateur archaeologist, Israeli archaeologist, and he is a part of the settler movement. And his whole spiel is to go into the West Bank and dig up Jewish archaeology to prove that Jews were there for thousands of years as a way to create propaganda from the archaeology to justify settler expansionism. That's what this guy's whole spiel is, or was, because he's dead now. But his whole thing was, I go to the West Bank, I dig up artifacts to prove that Jews have always been here, therefore that justifies, demolishing your home and taking over your land. So this guy goes to Lebanon because the settler movement in Israel wants to expand into Lebanon. And during the war in Lebanon, this guy snuck in. He snuck into Lebanon because they told them, well, the soldiers, there are these soldiers who are going to be stationed near this ancient place. This place that has some archaeological remains. And it's an ancient fortress, I think. And the soldiers are going to be there, so you can go there and you can look at archaeology. And this guy is a part of the settler movement, which means he wanted settler expansionism. And the settler movement does want to expand into Lebanon because they believe that Israel has some sort of a historical right to a part of Lebanon. So this guy goes over there to find Jewish archaeology. That's why he was there. And he wanted to find Jewish archaeology so that he can make an argument that Jews have a right to that area. So he goes over there, and there are a bunch of soldiers around him. And what these soldiers didn't know, what these Israeli soldiers did not know, was that Hezbollah was watching them. And they didn't give a shit if this guy was not a soldier and that he was an archaeologist. They didn't give a damn. For one thing, the archaeologist was dressed up as a soldier. And he had a gun. So to Hezbollah, he was just another soldier. Hezbollah did an ambush on them. Hezbollah kills the archaeologist. And Hezbollah injures the soldier who invited the archaeologist over. And Hezbollah kills the soldier who was there, just a 20-year-old soldier, just a 20-year-old guy. Hezbollah kills this 20-year-old soldier, and this is the soldier who was there to guard the archaeologist. So the soldier was there to guard someone who wasn't supposed to be there. He had no authorization to be there. And this soldier was guarding him. And the archaeologist was there not for the Israeli government, but for the settler movement. And so the soldier died because of something that the settler movement wanted to do. They wanted to bring this archaeologist over, and they said, hey, could you guard this archaeologist? Oh, okay. He's just a 20-year-old guy. What does he know? Dies. So the settler movement does an event. And the event was a memorial event. And it wasn't a memorial to remember the soldier who was killed defending this archaeologist. It was a memorial event to remember the archaeologist. And the parents of the soldier who was killed went to the event, and they didn't even see a photograph of their son in the memorial event. And so what did they do? The father, of course, understandably, justifiably, blows up emotionally and lashes out at everybody in the room. And he says, you guys didn't even put a photo of my son who died for your guy who was there for the sake of your movement, your settler movement. And not only did they not give a shit about the guy, the son who was killed, but they really made it clear that they were very indifferent. They made that very clear. Because when they were trying to tell the parents about what happened, different soldiers spoke with the parents, and the soldiers gave conflicting narratives, and they were lying to the parents. So what's the point of this, right? You're sending young men in there to die, and you don't even give a shit about the young men dying. You just care about some ideological advancement, territorial advancement. So anyway, it says here, grief and gaslighting. How the raw pain of a fallen soldier's family shocked Israel and exposed IDF arrogance. So here's the father screaming at these assholes. Screaming at them. And it says here, I highlighted certain parts. It says here, it all happened at a conference in memory of Ze'ev Erlich, a 70-year-old settler activist and amateur archaeologist. And this guy died in Lebanon last month in one of the most controversial incidents of the Israel-Hezbollah war, an incident that now haunts the military's senior command and has become the center of a polarizing national scandal. And this is, of course, a scandal in Israel. Erlich, I think it's Erlich, a retired IDF reserve officer, long ago finished his days of service, yet had developed a years-long hobby of joining military missions in different parts of the West Bank as an archaeological expert. So it says here that when the force reached the ancient fortress, so they said, oh yeah, there's this ancient fortress in Lebanon, you should come. And then, now why was he there? He was there to do archaeological discovery, archaeological exploration. That's why he was there, because he wants to show, well, the Jews were here thousands of years ago, so therefore, blah, settlements can be built. So it says here that when the force reached the ancient fortress, a Hezbollah ambush awaited. Erlich died from gunfire, and the officer who had invited him was injured. But what made the entire ordeal exponentially worse was the death of Gur Kehati, a 20-year-old soldier. Erlich's very presence on foreign soil, in uniform, yet without an official role, was enough to raise disturbing questions. The next morning, a fringe far-right movement calling for the construction of settlements in southern Lebanon put out a statement regarding Erlich's death, describing him as an active supporter of its mission. So that right there explains why this asshole was in Lebanon. He was there for his own weird fantasy of settlements, and I mean, it may not be a fantasy because they actually may pull it off, but this guy was here because he was there in Lebanon because he wants to show that Jews have historical roots in Lebanon, so therefore settlements should be built. Kehati's father is himself so Kehati is the guy who was killed, the 20-year-old soldier. Kehati's father is himself a combat officer who had spent decades in the reserve and, in a chilling coincidence, is also a senior official in Israel's Antiquities Authority. So the father is also someone who was involved in the archaeological arena in Israel. And his son was killed protecting this guy who is an amateur archaeologist, but he's doing archaeology for ideological purposes. But what happened instead was a deceptive effort by the military to avoid a real investigation. Haaretz reporter Bar Peleg revealed disturbing details about the IDF's evasiveness. Key witnesses, including soldiers who were at the fortress during the battle, had not been questioned. Officers who met with the family offered conflicting versions of the events that led up to the controversial mission. So they were basically lying to the parents, giving them conflicting accounts. Then, earlier this year, Kehati's parents learned that the Shomron Regional Council was planning to hold an archaeology-themed conference in commemoration of Erlich, with senior IDF officers among the list of speakers. So they did this event, and the event was about the archaeologist, not about the soldier who was killed. They don't give a damn. Our son died and no one even bothered to put a picture of him over here, shouted Ron Kaheti, Gur's father. Why did you rush to hold this conference when our son's blood hasn't even dried yet? They don't give a damn about you guys. They don't care. It's all about power, territory. I mean, I hate to sound like one of these bleeding heart hippies, but it's the truth. He threw an object toward a nearby screen and pleaded with the colonel on stage to stop his speech. Gur's mother, Ma'ayan, was quieter and more reserved, but her sadness was even more difficult to watch. I have another son in the army, she said. How am I supposed to send him there? With what kind of message? That he's being used as a tool? Yes. That's the message. That's the message. The message is you guys are tools. An archaeologist who wasn't even supposed to be in Lebanon gets killed. The guy guarding him gets killed. And we care about the archaeologist because the archaeologist was there to advance our own ideological interest. The guy who was killed, who cares? That is the sad reality. Yes, he is seen as a tool. It's like the young ladies who were put on the border between Israel and Gaza. These young Israeli ladies were put on the border between Israel and Gaza to watch what Hamas was up to surveil Hamas's activities. And so they noticed that Hamas was training for something big. And these young ladies, they're in intelligence. They're observers. That was their jobs. And so they were observing Hamas, and it came to the point where they were watching Hamas's activities so much that they were able to even remember the names of the Hamas people involved. They were able to remember their names, who these people were. And so they were sending out reports to the higher-ups, to the people who were above them in the military, and they were saying, listen, Hamas is planning something big. You guys need to do something. And you know what one Israeli officer told one of these observers? He said, I'm going to put you in jail if you tell me about this. If you keep telling me about Hamas planning something big, I am going to put you in jail. These ladies were threatened with jail time for simply warning Israel, for warning the people in charge of security over there about the October the 7th attack. They don't give a shit. I'm going to go on a limb here, and I'm going to say that Israel wanted October the 7th to happen because it fit an ideological ends. It fit a certain purpose, and the purpose was to justify a massive, massive bombardment on Gaza so that Israel can expand into Gaza. I think that was the goal, and they did not want October the 7th to be prevented. They knew it was going to happen. There were people warning Israel that it was going to happen, and they didn't give a damn. And in fact, not only did they not give a damn, they were in fact threatening people who were warning them about October the 7th with jail time. That's how sick it is. The soldier was likely to be a conscript. Yep, he was most likely just a poor soul conscript who was there because he had to be there. It's sick, this waste of human life. But money is God. Money is God for these people. That's their God. That's their religion. Swiss banks, protect them. Human lives, fuck them. I'll see you on the beach. Put them on the beaches of Normandy. This is the guy that died. I feel bad. It's sad, man. It's sad. One factor is fear of confronting. So why the military is doing this remains a mystery. So why was the military so dishonest, and why was the military gaslighting this poor family about what happened to their son? So it says here, why the military is doing this remains a mystery, but there are several clues visible to anyone who follows the news. It says here, one factor is fear of confronting religious right-wing politicians and journalists who rush to portray Ehrlich as a fallen hero before the investigation even began, and would for sure attack the military if its findings showed otherwise. So they wanted to portray this Ehrlich guy as this amazing hero, and they knew that if they started to critique Ehrlich's actions in Lebanon, or if they questioned why Erlich was in Lebanon in the first place, that they would be attacked by the far right. Another reason is simple: arrogance, which has shown itself in other recent encounters between the military high command and families demanding answers for failures that led to the deaths of their loved ones. A prime example is the military's year-long refusal to provide information to the families of the female intelligence soldiers who were murdered in the Nahal Oz base on October the 7th. Sadly, the list of such examples keeps growing. So these women were killed. These are the observers. That's who I was talking about before. These were the ladies who were watching Hamas, and they were murdered by Hamas. And it says here that a prime example of the IDF's arrogance is the military's year-long refusal to provide information to the families of the female intelligence officers who were murdered. Again, they don't give a shit about you. The same thing can be said about the U.S. military. They don't give a damn about you. It's a scam, guys. They use attacks. They want terrorism because terrorism gives them the argument that they can justify a policy, and they want terrorism to happen. It doesn't matter what human life is lost. They don't care. War is a continuation of politics by other means. Absolutely. That is absolutely true. Mr. Iron Warrior. That cocktail sounds like a Conan. Okay, I don't know what you guys are talking about. So we have that sad reality. It's a very sad reality, the reality of war. And sometimes war is necessary, but that's very rare. I think war is rarely ever necessary. And when they do wars that are not really necessary, the people who suffer the most are the people who have almost nothing to do with what the war is about. Or really nothing to do with what the war is about, and that could be seen easily in the Iraq War. I mean, that had nothing to do with anything. That had nothing to do with America. Nothing. Crap. Garbage. All right, guys. I have more stuff to read, actually. More stuff to give commentary on. We are enjoying this stream. This has been a good stream. We have 33 people listening. That's not bad. That's a pretty good stream. And we're having a lot of fun. You guys are arguing in the chat like always. And that's what we're here for. We are here to be a social place. This is a place of to be social. For me to be social with you guys, and for you guys to be social with me, and for you guys to be social with each other. You guys are arguing about planes, but that's how it is. I'm not going to force people to talk about what I want to talk about, unless, of course, someone is spamming the chat and being an asshole. Then we get rid of them. Let's get back on point. Yeah, I wish. There is a fresh Elon Musk meltdown. We are going to get into that. The New York Times put out an article on that today, and we are definitely going to get into that. In fact, let's just get into that right now. There is a... Where is it? Oh my god. Did I lose it? Don't tell me that I lost the article. Hold on. I had the article here. Where'd it go? Let me look for it real quick. Hold on. I have it here. Oh, thank God. Okay, I found it. So there is currently a battle between Elon Musk and right-wingers. And the battle is over H-1B visas. Am I saying that correctly? H-1B? Yeah, H-1B. So the battle is over H-1B visas. Musk believes... Now, this is... Okay. Let's rewind a little bit here, because this is a very interesting phenomenon to see what's happening. For years, Elon Musk has been praised by the right wing. He was praised by the right wing because he was positive towards some right-wing beliefs. But not only that, when Elon Musk bought Twitter, he became one of the messiahs, or the messiah of the right wing, because he purchased Twitter back in, I want to say 2022, and he said, I'm going to bring back free speech. He said, I'm going to bring back free speech, and I am going to take Twitter, and I'm going to purchase Twitter for billions of dollars, and I will give it back to the people. That's correct. It's like that scene from Gladiator when Maximus says, not Gladiator II, not that bullshit, but the real Gladiator, when Maximus talks about how he's going to overthrow the government or something, and the guy says, so you're just going to take Rome and give it back to the people. Elon Musk presented himself like a Maximus, but the reality is that Elon Musk is more like a Commodus. It's the truth. It really is. Elon Musk, I'm going to say it. Elon Musk is a psychopath. Elon Musk is evil. He's a eugenist. He's wicked. He is a sinister genius. He's an evil genius mastermind. That's what Elon Musk is. And a lot of you guys, I hate to say it, but a lot of you guys fell for the cult. You did. You fell for the cult. Because Elon Musk came along and he said, I'm going to buy Twitter and I'm going to give it back to the people. I will reinstate free speech. And to further reference Gladiator, not that bullshit Gladiator II, I mean the real Gladiator. To further reference the movie Gladiator, it's like when Maximus said, Marcus Aurelius had a dream that was once Rome. This is not it. This is not it. And then Proximo says, we are but shadows and dust, Maximus. Shadows and dust. And so Elon Musk tried to portray himself in this light. Tried to portray himself in such a manner, but the reality is that Elon Musk, while portraying himself as a Maximus Aurelius, he was really just a Commodus. A sicko and a sinister individual with a lot of power. Like Commodus. And it's like that scene, really, from Gladiator. Not that bullshit Gladiator II. I'm talking about the real Gladiator. It's like that scene from Gladiator when Commodus is on a chariot and he's riding the chariot towards these senators and Lucius is there waiting for him. And the old Roman senator says, the man comes in here like a conquering hero. But what has he conquered? That's Elon Musk. He comes in acting like a conquering hero, but what has he truly conquered? Well, in his case, he conquered Twitter, and he bought it. And in fact, I think he was kind of forced to buy it because at some point he didn't want to buy it, but then Twitter said, nah, you're going to buy this shit. You're going to give us our money. And he bought it, and then he changed it into X. And when the purchase was finalized, I didn't notice an immediate difference at all. It felt like it was the same old Twitter. And when Twitter was Twitter, before it became Muskistan, Twitter obviously was very controlled. It was very controlled. I'm hearing some weird ass noises in the back. Are they friggin' explosions or some shit? What the fuck? Some loud ass noises. It sounds like somebody's moving boxes around or something. I don't know. Anyway. When Twitter was just Twitter, Twitter felt very controlled and it felt very contained. Now, was there censorship in Twitter? Yes, absolutely. There was a lot of censorship in Twitter. You couldn't say the N-word. Oh, what a tragedy, right? You can't say the N-word. Oh, so tragic. So where's the free speech? I can't say the N-word. You couldn't say certain things. You couldn't. Now, you couldn't question certain narratives, like you couldn't question the vaccine. And you couldn't do that. You couldn't question the election of 2020. Was that a mistake? I'll leave that up to you guys. But that's how it was in Twitter. You could not question certain things. But the thing is that Twitter felt very clean, right? When you went onto Twitter, Twitter felt like an ulterior search engine for you to search mainstream news. That's what it felt like. So instead of going on to Google News, you could just go on to Twitter and then just type things in, and then you're going to get articles by the New York Times and CNN and Washington Post. So it felt like a place that you could go to where you could get all of the different mainstream news articles in one place. That's what it felt like. It was a very controlled environment, and it felt clean. When Musk bought it, I did not feel or see any immediate difference, and this was the case for everybody because we're all seeing the same thing. Then something happened in, I want to say, 2023, where it just blew up. I mean, it just, blah, boom, here you go. And it really, really showed itself. Like Musk's purchasing, the effect of Musk's purchasing of Twitter really showed itself and made itself clear after October the 7th. After October the 7th, man, Twitter was a very, very different space. Very different space. It was just... do you know what Twitter became? It went from an alternative search engine where you can search the mainstream news to a giant 4chan. I mean, it just became a ginormous 4chan. And the scary thing about it is that it became a mainstreamed 4chan. Now, 4chan, for those of you who don't know, is a forum for Nazis, right? Nazis go there, they make memes against the Jews, or they talk about Holocaust denial, or they talk about why they hate black people or immigrants, why they hate non-whites. It's a Nazi cesspool. That's what 4chan is. It's a Nazi cesspool. Full of Nazis. Full of shit posters and just people trying to be edgy. And a lot of sickos and a lot of degenerates go there. It's just a shitty place. It's terrible. I went there a few times just to understand the ideology and to see what they were writing. But yeah, Poll. That's right. Poll on 4chan. It's just a very sick and demented place. It's like hell. It's like an online version of hell. Just demons talking all the time. I don't like it. I don't like Nazis. I don't like fascists, Nazis. I don't like people who are Darwinist, and I don't like them. Anime, yeah, that's true, but anime, for some reason, attracts a lot of weirdos. I don't know why. But 4chan, or like you said, Poll, used to be... Poll is really a... how do I say it? When you wanted to go to a racist, degenerate place, you went on to Poll. You just went to Poll. And that place sort of became the gathering spot, or the gathering center for these types of people. Then Elon Musk came over and said, no more censorship. And he fired everyone who was involved in making sure that the terms of service were complied with on Twitter. Twitter had a whole army of people whose job it was to just make sure that people were following the rules. And so Elon Musk came along and he said, yeah, your jobs are basically worthless and you need to go. And he fired a bunch of people. Now, if you want to maintain TOS, you need a lot of people there, I think, right? I mean, I think it makes sense that you need a lot of people to make sure that people are following the rules. I can say this from experience because I actually started my own video uploading platform years ago. It's not there anymore, but years ago I started my own video uploading platform. I called it ShoebotTube. And yeah, it took a while to make it. I didn't make it myself. I hired someone to make it for me. But because YouTube was censoring me so much at that time. This was back in like 2017, 2016, 17. I wanted to make my own video platforming site because I wanted a place where I could upload my own videos and never worry about censorship. So for a while, for months and months and months, I just uploaded my own videos on ShoebotTube. When we first made ShoebotTube, I said, I had this stupid, naive, idealistic perspective when it came to this website. I said, I want ShoeBotTube to be a place where conservatives can upload videos without worrying about censorship. And people can come onto my site and they can start a little profile and they can upload videos. So I started ShoeBotTube, and then I had a friend who was into blogging, and I said, hey, you want to start a profile? He said, sure. So he starts a profile. This was my first member of ShoeBotTube, other than me. He starts a profile. I think he started uploading some stuff. Within a matter of days, I'm not joking, within a matter of days, I go onto ShoeBotTube, and the whole website is riddled with porn. The whole website. And I'm not talking about just tits. I mean, it's some nasty-ass porn. Some weird-ass porn. And I saw the porn thumbnails, and I said, oh, no. I don't want my website to be harboring this nonsense, this sickness. So then I said, well, we're going to need some censorship. And I didn't hire someone to just be the guy in charge of censorship. I mean, that takes money. And I wasn't going to sit there and monitor this website all day. That would be exhausting. I'm a writer. I want to write articles. I want to upload videos. I want to read books. I want to garden. I want to do my own thing. I don't want to sit there and make sure that some sickos are putting up some weird-ass porn on my website. So you know what I did? I called up the web designer and I said, hey, here's what I want you to do. I want you to allow only for me and the guy that I allow to have a profile to have profiles. No one else can have profiles. That's it. So it went from this place that I naively and idealistically believed could be a place free of censorship to a place where I said, hey, I'm the only one posted around here. This is my place. That's it. And not only did I do censorship, I didn't do any censorship. I just blocked everybody from having a say. On my site, no one can upload except for the guy that I allowed in the beginning. He was allowed to upload videos. That was it. Problem solved. So you got to have censorship. If you don't have censorship, your website is going to become an absolute cesspool because people are garbage. I'm sorry to say that, but a lot of people are garbage. And you give people freedom, and they're going to shit all over the place. This is why I never really got into this libertarian nonsense. I call it libertarians. I'm a libertarian. You're a libertarian. The libertarians, they're always talking about free speech this and the free speech that. If you give people freedom, they're literally going to shit all over everything. A lot of people don't respect anything sacred. You say, okay, you can start uploading videos, do whatever you want. Okay, here comes all the weird shit. All the weird shit. People are going to be reading Mein Kampf on YouTube. Lol, libertarian. We don't need any government controls. Everything should just be privately owned. And, that's it. Is it wrong to destroy barbarians? What the hell are you talking about? I wish people could tell me what they're talking about before they open their mouths or start typing. Good evening, all. Ted, did you see where Erdogan's son called for taking Jerusalem? Yeah, this guy's been talking about taking Jerusalem for years. We have yet to see that, and I think it's gonna happen. But this guy's been saying this for a long time. But thank you for letting me know. Otherwise, society devolves. Well, I think you should have the death penalty for certain people. In the state of Texas, some guy recently beheaded his own wife. Yeah. And do you know how many years he got for beheading his own wife? He raped his wife and then beheaded her. Do you know how many years he got in prison? 40 years. That was it. 40 years for beheading his wife. 40? And that happened in Texas. In freaking Texas that happened. Oh, don't mess with Texas. We the real God state here, boy. Well, they sentenced the man for 40 years. And what crime did he do? 40 years for raping and beheading your wife. But what about the mitigating circumstances? What about the mitigating circumstances? Oh, mitigating circumstances. So that means after 40 years, you let him out? And the guy is 21 years old. which means he's going to be in his 60s when he gets out of prison. Ooh, a guy in his 60s is still very dangerous. People who post stuff like Hitler, yeah, I mean, they're just barbarians, but they're sickos. You see how everything is just going great? 40 years. Was it a leftist judge? I looked up the judge. He's some guy. I forgot his name, but he's some judge. I looked him up. He thought, well, the mitigating circumstances. This guy beheaded. You can look it up. Look up the case. His name is I think his name was Jared Ickes. James or Jared Ickes. Or Bicus. Jared Bicus beheaded his wife. Raped her and beheaded her in Texas. And admitted to it, too. Interrogation. You can watch the interrogation video on YouTube. Yeah, beheaded her. 40 years. Derek Chauvin gets how many years? 20-something years? For doing his job? I mean, this is bullshit, guys. Chauvin gets 20 years. This guy gets 40 years for beheading his wife. 20. So Chauvin gets half of what this guy got. It's so retarded, guys. The justice system in America, I tell you, it's bullshit. It really is bullshit. But yeah, you got to have censorship. That's just a fact. I mean, without censorship, your whole website gonna go to shit. And so that's what happened to X. It became a cesspool, like 4chan. And they just allowed everything. They just allowed everything. Anything goes. Who cares? And so the right wing were saying, this is great. I mean, look, Mr. Musk, he's doing God's work because he has allowed complete freedom of expression on Twitter/X. Well, I started researching that. Because here's the thing. I never liked Musk. I still don't like Musk. I don't trust Musk. Because Musk is a eugenist. And Musk is a Darwinist. And Musk is evil. And Musk believes in evolutionism. And he wants to apply his ideology of evolutionism onto society. That's why he wants to inject people's brains with microchips. Now, there is I'm not going to say it, all right? I'm going to say it. There is a stereotype about Americans. I don't really agree with it, but there is a stereotype about Americans that says American people are not very bright, okay? I don't agree with it. I don't. But a lot of people say this sort of shit. When you see Americans for decades saying, watch out for the mark of the freaking beast. And they were saying what? They were saying it was going to be a microchip, right? And Alex Jones was talking about what? The New World Order. And what was he talking about? Microchips, New World Order, big government. And people believed it. They said, oh my God, yeah, it's going to be a microchip. They're going to try to inject you with a microchip. That's the mark of the beast. Or it's the New World Order. In comes Elon Musk. And what does he say? Everyone should have a Neuralink microchip injected into their brains. And he goes on. He says more than that. He says that the person who will have the Neuralink microchip in their brains is going to perform at a more efficient and faster rate than the one who doesn't. And he gives the example of a computer programmer. He says a computer programmer who will have the Neuralink microchip injected into his brain is going to perform faster and more efficiently because of the microchip than the computer programmer who will not accept the chip. And you see Christians accepting Elon Musk, embracing him. Whatever happened to all this talk about the mark of the beast being a microchip and the New World Order? Whatever happened to all that bullshit? Where's Alex Jones? Where was Alex Jones blowing the freaking horn of Gondor and ringing the bells and warning people about this stuff? You didn't see Alex Jones. Maybe I'm wrong. Can someone tell me if Alex Jones warned people about Elon Musk? Did Alex Jones... Let me look it up. Did Alex Jones warn people? If he did not warn people about Elon Musk, then Alex Jones is a fraud. I'll just say it. Alex Jones, if he didn't say anything about... Okay, let's see what... If he says it... If he says it, then I'll say that Jones is the real deal. Okay, let's just check this out. Hold on. Okay, I wish they would actually give me search results based on what I actually search for. Why are you giving me bullshit? I searched Neuralink, and you get a bunch of shit that has nothing to do with Neuralink. Like, stop bullshitting me, Google. Seriously, hot damn. Oh shit, look at this. Alex Jones discusses cutting-edge technology with Elon Musk, including Neuralink. Oh shit, is this real? Is this a short video? Video banned? No. Banned video? Oh, it's only 2 minutes. Okay. All right, let me turn my music off. Hold up. Let's give this a listen. If Alex Jones said this is bad, Musk, what are your intentions? What are you trying to do? Then I'll say Alex Jones is the real deal. If not, then Alex Jones is bullshit. I never want to hear about him again. Because this guy was telling us about the New World Order and all this bullshit. Hold on. Let's give this a listen. All right.
I know you've talked about incredible jets. You want to invent so many other things. Is there any other big invention you've got on the drawing board?
Oh, sorry guys. Let me get the volume. Let me get the volume better. Hold up.
Or the back of your mind that you haven't announced to the world that you want to tell people about today?
Hold up. Kosi says, I apologize for my latest comment. What apology for what? I don't notice anything. I don't see anything. Don't worry about
it. No. This would not be the forum for announcing any new products or technologies. So, I mean, we do have, the Neuralink chip, which I know some people might be concerned about, but that's really something that will take a very long time to, be in any kind of widespread use. We've got the first use, the first patient will get a Neuralink chip. This is a quadriplegic, and it will enable them to control their computer and their phone. And then
my uncle was in a motorcycle accident and he was having seizures about to die, couldn't even walk. He got one. It's not one of your brain chips, but a brain chip. Yeah. And actually he can walk and talk and is happy now. So that's not bad.
Exactly. So I mean, it's the regulatory stuff.
I don't think that is bad unto itself. I don't. I just want to make that clear. If people are crippled and paralyzed and some kind of chip in their brain can help them, then I don't have an issue with that. That's not my issue. And that has never been my issue with Neuralink. My issue with Neuralink is this idea that Neuralink is going to advance the process of human evolution and that people with Neuralink are going to perform better than the ones who don't because they're going to be less evolved. That's my concern. It's the eugenic aspect of it.
Well, and this is very intense. So the first one will have, you could think of it sort of like a telepathy. You can sort of control your computer and phone just by thinking.
That is freaking weird, though. If you're going to be able to control your phone with your brain, that is weird. That's freaking bizarre, man. Could you imagine, though, the implications of that? Like, they can hack your brain. Because if you can control your computer or your phone with your brain, then that means that they could access your brain somehow, and they could shut off that function of using your phone with your brain. I mean, that's just bizarre. Something bizarre about that. Do you think government can ever be good? Yes, I do, actually.
So it's kind of like telepathy. And then the one after that will be, I don't know, we're trying to think of a name for it, but you can think of it like blind sight. Even if somebody has lost both eyes or lost the optic nerve and is completely blind, we can actually give them some amount of sight.
Or that.
Ultimately, I think high resolution sight, kind of like Geordie LaForge from...
Okay, again, I don't have an issue with this. My issue is with the eugenics aspect of it.
Star Trek, you can actually see in multiple wavelengths. You can see like ultraviolet and infrared, and you even see radar if you want.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Fit.
And by the way, for people that don't know, Elon's not lying. Even in MIT papers, they've actually done tests. That's what they say, though, is...
All right, Mr. Jones doesn't even question him on it, so I don't really trust this Jones guy. I think he's full of shit. That's my opinion. I do. I think he's full of shit. I don't trust any of these people. I don't. I think if they're famous, I don't trust them. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. I just don't trust them. I don't really trust any of these people. But for years, Elon Musk was praised as this, this free speech absolutist. Well, I really started to research Mr. Musk, okay? And what I found was that Twitter under Musk has still been imposing censorship. And the imposition of censorship by X is dictated by governments. So, for example, various people, many people in India, have had their X accounts deactivated or terminated by X because the Indian government, which is dominated by Hindu nationalists, has demanded from X that those accounts be terminated. So X under Musk has been enacting censorship at the behest of Hindu nationalists. Now, isn't that interesting? And when the Brazilian government said, hey, Mr. Musk, can you censor the accounts of these Brazilian activists because they used Twitter or X to coordinate political violence as a protest against the election in which they believed that a politician was robbed of the election? Mr. Musk said, no, I'm not going to comply with that. I am not going to enact censorship at all. And so Brazil said, okay, well, we're just going to ban Twitter. And they banned Twitter. And guess what happened? Eventually, Musk said, okay, we'll comply. We'll acquiesce. Because Brazil is a huge market and Musk doesn't want to lose that. But the fact is that Musk was very resistant to the idea of censoring right-winger accounts in Brazil, but he had no issue with censoring accounts that were critical of Hindu nationalism. And that led me to believe, and I still believe this, that Musk is in agreement with, or has some sort of a sympathy for the Hindu nationalists, just as he has a sympathy for all right-wing nationalists. For example, Elon Musk recently stated that the only party that can save Germany is the AfD. The AfD, or the Alternative for Deutschland Party, or Alternative for Germany Party, is a far-right party. It is ran by, well, I'm just going to say it, it's ran by modern-day Nazis. It's just repackaged Nazism. Now, why do I say that? Well, the most famous, if not one of the most famous leaders of the AfD is Bjorn Höcke, and I've said this a million times. I've explained this to you guys a million times, but I'm going to keep saying it because apparently there may be some new people here who don't know. Bjorn Höcke is a Nazi. He has made that very clear that he is a Nazi. He used to write articles for Nazi publications praising the Third Reich. Guy's a Nazi. And now the AfD and people like Bjorn Höcke are using the migrant crisis as a way to about colonizing Mars. And he believes that by colonizing Mars, we will also enter a new stage of human evolution. So he believes in this idea of human engineering. Human engineering, which is what eugenics is at the end of the day. And who else wanted to colonize Mars? Oh, that's right, the Nazis. That's right. Wernher von Braun wanted to colonize Mars. But you see, the problem is that no one really accepted this reality. I mean, some people did, don't get me wrong, but as far as right-wingers go, as far as conservatives go, they really were refusing to see Elon Musk for what he was, for what he is, which is a eugenist who has a sympathy for Hitlerian ideology and who is a social Darwinist and who is using his power, he's using his enormous wealth, and he is using his ownership of X to advance far-right nationalism. This music is too loud, guys. I'm sorry. Let me know if you guys could hear me with that. Was I listenable at all? Or he believes in fatherland? Yeah, let me know, guys. Was I... Shit. Let me listen to that again. Hold on. Let me make sure that I didn't mess up there. How many people are listening to this? 39 people? Not bad. 2 hours so far? Not bad. Was I listenable at all? Or, oh, I was fine. Hold on. There may be some new people here who don't know. Okay, we're good. We're good. Yeah, we were fine. All right, just making sure. I want to make sure the music wasn't too loud. That's crazy. Music is fine. Okay, very nice. So, Here is the problem with right-wingers. We can hear you? Okay, very good. Here is the problem with right-wingers, and this is why I say a lot of right-wingers are just evil people. I'm sorry to say it, but a lot of you guys are evil. Is when someone like myself comes along and says, here is why Elon Musk is trouble. Eugenics, Darwinism, promoting far-right nationalism, censoring people in India who are critical of Hindu nationalist politicians or the Hindu nationalist party dominating India. I could present all of these facts, and you righties don't give a shit because you guys are evil. When someone presents to you facts that demonstrate a real evil presence, and you guys don't care, or you guys respond with indifference, or you guys respond with deaf ears, that is evil. It's evil. You guys don't give a shit. When I was told about Israeli war crimes, I looked into it. I said, yeah, war crimes. Yeah, we can't ignore this, even if you're sympathetic to Israel. Even if you believe the war on Hamas is a just war. Can't ignore that. Just like you can't ignore the fact that Americans did war crimes in Iraq. And they were American soldiers who did war crimes in Iraq, and they got away with it. Oh, yeah. Look up, what was it? There was a big massacre that happened in Iraq. Starts with an H. Iraq War Massacre. What was it called? Haditha Massacre. Look up the Haditha Massacre. They killed dozens of people in Iraq. Children, elderly people, all civilians. Do you know how many soldiers got prosecuted? None of them. They all got away with it. Every damn one of them got away with it. No one gave a shit. And we were told in high school that the war was about freedom. And then you actually looked at these war crimes and you're thinking, wait, I don't see no freedom. I don't see any freedom there. I see murder. I see evil. I see people taking advantage of certain opportunities, like 9/11, and using that to justify a full-scale invasion of a country, and then butchering its population, and then destabilizing the whole country, thus allowing the population, forcing the population to live in a giant blender of carnage. That's what I see. Same thing with Israel. Same thing with Elon Musk. And when I looked into Elon Musk and I saw the Neuralink stuff, and I saw evolutionism, and I saw Darwinism, and I saw eugenics, and I saw the open push for right-wing nationalism, and I saw the censorship of people critical of Hindu nationalism in India, when I saw all that, I said, "Ooh, there's too many red flags here. I'm not going to ignore it." And when I presented these facts, and I did a whole video on Hinduism and Elon Musk, you can look into it. I did a whole video months and months ago. I've done whole videos critical of Elon Musk. How many people cared? Nobody. I mean, some of you guys cared, right? And that's all that matters at the end of the day. But not a lot of people cared. You know, those videos that I did got at best, the one that got the most views had about, I think, 1,300 or 1,200 views or something like that, maybe less than that. And that was the best that I could do as far as an audience goes. And now, all of a sudden, you see these righties angry at Elon Musk. And why are they angry at Elon Musk? Well, for several reasons, and they all sort of link together. Elon Musk wants to import more Indian tech labor into the American tech world, because there's a lot of people in India who are into tech. And Elon Musk wants more HB1 visas to bring in more Indian tech workers. And a lot of people got upset about this, and they said, "What are you talking about, Elon? What? And remember, I did a video a while back ago showing that Elon Musk has a bias for Hindu nationalists, and that he will censor people who are critical of Modi's party. He has a sympathy for Hinduism and a sympathy for Hindu nationalism. And now he's talking about bringing in more Indians who are into tech, and all these Americans, they're like Aladdin when they see that the genie is controlled by Jafar. Musk, what are you doing? Musk, Why are you? I thought you believed in hiring native workers. I thought you were for hiring Americans and restricting immigration and you know what Elon Musk said? You know what he said? He said, "You Americans are too stupid to hire." Now, he didn't say it exactly in those words, but that's pretty much what he said. He said, "You Americans are too dumb for the tech world. American society doesn't produce enough people who are trained enough or who are actually adequate for tech work. But India does. And we need more of those Indian workers." But I thought you were like us. No, I'm for cheap Indian labor. Now, I may be against blocking the border to prevent Mexicans and Guatemalans from entering. We don't want those people. No. You Americans can pick fruit. You Americans can pick up apples and strawberries and blackberries, and you guys can pick tomatoes and watermelons, and you guys can harvest cilantro from the fields of Texas. That work is fitting for you. The work that we give to the people from Mexico and Guatemala and El Salvador and Venezuela and Nicaragua, you Americans are fitting for that work. But for the tech world, well, that takes a different type of person. You see, I'm looking for someone who is more adequate for this type of work. And you Americans really just don't cut it. You see, I'm looking for, Vivek Ramaswamy's people. That's what I'm looking for. So now people are angry with Musk. And it's understandable. Because he did talk a whole lot about immigration. And now he's for immigration when it's for his interest. You see, guys, this is why you people keep falling for this stuff. You guys keep falling for these traps. And the reason why you guys keep falling for these traps is because you refuse to see red flags when they're there. When the red flags are there, you guys refuse to see them because you guys are blinded by your own biases. You are blinded by your own idealism, and you are blinded by your own ideological aspirations. It's the facts. Because you guys were so excited about this Musk guy. And you thought that he was this messiah of free speech. And I tried to warn you guys months and months and months ago that this guy was no damn good. In fact, I warned you guys, I want to say years ago. Yeah, I think I remember writing about Elon Musk's little eugenist ideas years ago, like 2 or 3 years ago. And nobody cared. And in fact, when I tried to expose Musk for you guys, some of you guys were against me. Because why? Because Musk is for free speech and he is against wokeism. But now you guys hate him. Why? It's amazing. I've seen this story too many damn times, where you righties basically form a cult of personality around a figurehead. And then I come along and say, here's why you guys are wrong for being so fanatical about this person or so excited about this person. You guys ignore me, or you reject what I have to say, or you guys want to debate me. And then you guys end up hating that cult of personality leader anyway for various reasons. I'll give you an example that I've seen in the past. The example of Glen Beck. Glen Beck was a cult leader. Now, he may not have wanted to be a cult leader. Maybe he did. He is a Mormon. But Glen Beck was something of a cult leader. I'll just put it that way. He was a cult of personality. And Glen Beck, he was on top of the world. If you rewind back to, let's say, 2012 or 2013, those years, Glen Beck was on top of the world. He was the biggest conservative mouthpiece. He was, for a certain duration of time, he was as big as Jordan Peterson. He was as big as what Jordan Peterson once was. Jordan Peterson is not as famous as he used to be. So, but at one point, Glen Beck was as big as Jordan Peterson was at one point, at a different point. And Glen Beck was on top of the world. The guy was on top of the world. And he went to some rally, I remember, I think in Florida, and they were, God knows how many people. It was like 100,000 people or something came to go see him. I mean, it was insane. People really loved this guy. And of course, there was me telling them that this Beck guy is no damn good. And I showed them evidence. I showed them that Glen Beck is a universalist, that Glen Beck is sympathetic to Sodom. I mean, I was showing people this stuff. And nobody cared. In fact, a lot of people bashed me. And a lot of people attacked me for a lot of people. And I'm not exaggerating. I would get tons of comments on my articles exposing Beck about why I'm wrong and blah, 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 and this and that. Fast forward to the year 2015 or 16, Donald Trump was running for president. And there was Glen Beck saying, hey guys, this Trump guy is too much of a cult of personality. And Beck's criticism was actually fitting, I think. I don't think there was anything really crazy about his criticism. I think it was valid criticism, because there indeed was a cult of personality revolving around Donald Trump, and it was nationalistic and it was culty. It was cultish. And guess what happened? Everybody attacked Beck, and overnight everybody hated Beck, and overnight Glen Beck's following precipitously crashed. And I thought, wow, look at that. People were worshiping this guy some years ago, and now they all hate him. But they hated Beck for the wrong reasons. That's the thing about it. And a lot of people are hating on Elon Musk, but they're not hating him for the reasons that I presented. They're not saying, you Musk bastard, you want to stick a chip in me over my dead body. You know, I don't see Americans pulling out the "Don't tread on me" flag and saying you ain't gonna stick no Neuralink bullshit in me. I mean, they were adamant about the vaccine. Now, if they try to enforce Neuralink, yeah, there's gonna be resistance. But right now, I don't see people saying, you know, Musk, you just want to stick microchips in people, you weirdo, you bastard, you sicko. I don't see a whole lot of people doing that. But they're mad at him. Not because of eugenics or Neuralink stuff or anything like that. They're mad at him not because he has openly promoted for German nationalism. They're mad at him because he wants more Indians to come to America and do tech work for him. They're basically saying we hate Musk because he's not as anti-immigration as we are, as we want him to be. Now again, this is kind of like a Glen Beck situation. It seems that way, right? At one point in time, Glen Beck was just as famous as Jordan Peterson was at another time, and then he goes right down. So, like the guy in Scarface said, you know, every dog has his day. And Jordan Peterson was on top of the world, and now he's not. Andrew Tate was on top of the world, and that didn't last very long. Now he's not. Ben Shapiro is going to have his day. I think Ben Shapiro has been gradually declining. I've noticed that. I don't know if you guys have noticed the same thing. And perhaps Musk is going to have his day, or who knows? Perhaps Musk is going to come out and say, you guys are right. I was wrong. And then he's going to maintain his popularity. We'll see. But I still hold to my position that Musk is no damn good and he's evil. And I still hold to my position that too many of you people lack awareness. Because too many of you people were willing to follow Musk when I was telling you that Musk is evil, because he believes that sticking chips in people is going to be the next stage of human evolution. And that's pretty disturbing. It's like some weird sci-fi horror. And he is a part of the Silicon Valley world. He is connected with Peter Thiel, who wants designer babies. And they really just want a world where people, men and women, don't have children naturally. They just have kids by a turkey baster. And the guy has some ingenious sperm and she has some ingenious eggs. And they say, let's have some twins and populate the earth with all these geniuses, because we need more geniuses in the world. He wants geniuses to have more kids. And you could say, well, that's a good thing. But think of it in this way. He wants geniuses to have more kids because he believes that there is some sort of a superior gene. and he wants those superior genes to have all the kids or most of the kids. And I hate to say this, but Elon Musk doesn't see Americans as being very superior when it comes to genetic intelligence. He doesn't, and he's made that very clear. I'll read your guys' comments because you guys put some comments up here. Hold on. We got 45 people. Wow, not bad. This is not too long after Christmas. You guys are all filled up with all the Christmas calories, and you guys are too tired to do anything. That's good. That's fine. It sounds... let's see. Elon Musk's daughter's name he has with singer Grimes in extra dark... I don't even know what you're saying, but it sounds weird. Who is... I'm gonna try to read this sentence. Elon Musk's daughter's name he has with singer Grimes is Exa Dark Citadel. What is she, a freaking Diablo 4 character? What a bunch of bullshit. All these rich-ass people, they got so much money, they can't... They're so wealthy, but they don't have enough awareness, or they don't care to even think about how if you give your kid a weird-ass name, that kid gonna be brutalized in school. Your name is Dark Citadel? What the fuck? Are you a PoE2 character or something? Elden Ring? What is this? Elon Musk. Okay, it sounds almost like a... yeah, okay. What's up, Big T? What's up, 117 Rebel? Erdogan has signed economical and military agreement with Somalia. Yep. Yeah, that's because the Turks want to be in East Africa, and that means that they are going to be able to surround the Arab Peninsula. Because if the Turks have a presence in Iraq, if they have a presence in Syria, obviously they're very close to the Arab Peninsula. Now, if they're in Somalia and if they are in Sudan, then they're right next to the Red Sea, and from the Red Sea they can just cross over into Saudi Arabia. This is going to be a part of them controlling the Middle East. And a part of controlling the Middle East would be controlling the Arab Peninsula, which the Ottoman Empire once did back in the day. But because the British allied with the Arabs to overthrow the Ottomans lost that power over the Arab Peninsula, and the Turks want that territory back. So part of this is about, I think, surrounding the Arab Peninsula to eventually invade the Arabs. I think that's a very real phenomenon. And if you don't believe me, then ask yourself, why did the Arabs support a coup to overthrow Omar al-Bashir? I'll give you guys a little bit of an explanation of what I'm talking about. So Omar al-Bashir was a dictator who ruled Sudan. He was a brutal dictator. He killed millions of people, killed Christians. I mean, this guy was not a good person. He was evil. This guy was a mass murderer. And he was very close to Erdogan. He was an ally to Erdogan. Very close to Erdogan, had very strong ties with Erdogan's government. The Arabs were absolutely terrified about this. Why? Because Sudan is right on the coast of the Red Sea. What's on the other side of Sudan? Saudi Arabia. If you have Turkey in Sudan, that means Turkey can just cross the Red Sea into Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia does not want a Turkish presence in East Africa. So the Arabs, alongside the Egyptians, conspired to have a coup done in Sudan to overthrow Omar al-Bashir. Why did they want Omar al-Bashir to be overthrown? Not because he was this mass murderer, but because Omar al-Bashir was way too close to the Turks. And the Arabs do not want that. The Arabs do not want a Turkish presence in that part of Africa, because then that would mean Turkey having access into the Red Sea, and that would mean Turkey having access to impale Saudi Arabia. So it's not looking good for the Arabs. Let's see here. I don't want a Neuralink microchip in my brain. I agree. How much % of Twitter is bots? A lot, from what I understand. There's a lot of bots. Do you think government... Okay, I already answered that question. All right. Going to have a couple of libations. Enjoy yourself. I like Alex Jones. He gets on everybody's butt. I like him because he calls out everyone. We need more... How come he doesn't call out Elon Musk? We need more media to put out a truth instead of propaganda. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. We still need to keep an eye on everyone in authority. And what about Elon Musk? What about keeping an eye on that guy? Alex Jones has been definitely bought by Elon Musk. I agree. The dude is a propaganda machine. He's funny to listen to, but he's a propaganda mouth. They probably don't trust you either, but great minds think a lot alike. Wow. Wow, I love the tongue emoji. Merry Christmas, Selorm Lumar. Elon don't like woke because I think one of his sons ended up trans. You'll have... I don't know if this is a troll or if this is a real human being. Can someone... Is this a real person? Is Rhonda Ray a real human being? Or is this a troll? Literally just ignores everything that I've said. He believes in the Fatherland. Yep. Where can I get your father's 2 books, God's War on Terror or For God or For Tyranny? You can get it in... Well, if you want a copy of God's War on Terror, I wouldn't recommend that. My father himself wouldn't recommend it because my dad's working on a book where he corrects a lot of the things that he said in God's War on Terror and where he adds to what he said in God's War on Terror. So I would wait for my dad's book to come out, and when it does come out, it's going to be free for everyone to read. It's going to come out. We're going to publish it as a PDF for free for everyone to read. As far as For God or For Tyranny, I can just give you a PDF form of For God or For Tyranny if you want. If you have Facebook, just write me on Facebook, and I can send you God's War. I can send you For God or For Tyranny in PDF format. And if you don't have Facebook, you can just email me at shoebot@shoebot.com. Here, I'll write down the email. This is my public email. shoebot@shoebot.com. Sorry, here. That's my public email. You can just send me an email there, and I'll send you a PDF form of For God or For Tyranny. I think For God or For Tyranny is a really good book. I think you can still learn a lot from it. Seriously, I think you can learn a lot from it. Because I talk a lot about eugenics there, like the rise of eugenics and stuff like that. And I wrote that back in high school, which shows you that I've been on this topic for much of my life, going all the way back to when I was in high school, believe it or not. It's crazy. My wife is an Iraqi Kurd. Oh, wow. Wow. That's interesting. And was she born in Iraq? 44 people watching the live, but just 18 thumbs up. I hate to say this. It looks like I have to say this, but I feel shameful about saying this. But guys, give me a like here. If you like what you're watching, give me a like. It helps the channel. I'm just gonna say it. Damn it, I'm gonna say it. I have mentally resisted this for years. I told myself I'll never ask for likes or subscribers. I'm just gonna do it because I heard that it works. If you like what you're watching, give me a like and a subscribe. There, I did it. It was painful, but I did it. I hate doing it, but it seems like it works. And there was a study on this, and they actually showed that when you ask people to like your video, they do it. I always thought that if people liked the video enough, they would like it anyway, but apparently not. And then he went incognito to the Twitter space where they discussed his censorship. His meltdown was hilarious. Which meltdown? I think that we should just keep an eye on everybody. This is what I like to do. I like to study folks. Okay. That's good. Funny thing, Indians write the worst programming. Indians write the worst programming code. It became some sort of a metaphor in the tech circles for inefficient. I'm not a troll, just a concerned human being. Okay. I don't even know you existed until I seen your dad on a church program. I like interesting people. Okay, very good. Got to keep an eye on Elon. I agree. You're cool. All right. Appreciate that. The best ideology to have is just righteousness. Exactly. Exactly. I completely agree. That's why when you criticize Israel for what? For specific things that it has done, right? You don't criticize Israel for existing. You have people who do that sort of thing. I don't agree with that. Israel is a country. It's a legitimate country, and it has a people, and it has a culture. And I don't agree with this idea that Israel shouldn't exist. I think that's bullshit, and I think it's murderous, really. I don't like Israel for what it does specifically, not just because it exists. I think that's insane and unhinged. Let's see here. 49. What the fuck? 49 people watching? Holy moly. Macaron. Oh gosh, damn. We gotta keep this up. We gotta maintain this, guys. We gotta keep it up. Let's keep it up. Keep it up. We gotta keep the views going. Gotta keep the energy going, guys. Can't fall asleep. Nope. Ain't no rest. Ain't no resting. We gonna do this. I think it was in the Sylvester Stallone movie Judge Dredd, where it was in a world where old babies were made, and even their. I remember this. Oh my God, I remember this. Remember the scene? Remember that movie with Sylvester Stallone, where he's like in a sci-fi world up in space, and then every. I remember seeing that movie back when I was like 12 years old. And freaking Sylvester Stallone is meeting up with this chick. It was like Sandra Bullock or someone, and she goes, she just straight up asks Rocky Balboa, "Do you want to have sex?" And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Yeah, sure." And then she's like, "Here, put these fucking goggles on." It's like some freaking stimulator. And then Sylvester Stallone says, "Can we just do it the old-fashioned way?" Can we just do it the old-fashioned way? Old-fashioned way. And then you have these lunatics in Silicon Valley. They want to grow babies in vats. They're like, yeah, sex, it's not going to exist anymore, guys. I mean, it's just regular sex. It's not going to, nah. That's not how we're going to have people anymore. We're just going to put the seed and the egg together in a lab, and then we're going to grow the baby in a vat. And that's great. Wonderful. Wonderful human progress, growing babies in jars. It's just like that scene from The Matrix, where Morpheus takes Neo to the desert of the real. And he says, "At first I didn't believe it, Neo, but then I saw it with my own eyes. Watch them liquefy the dead to intravenously feed the living. And I saw it there. We are not born. We are grown." The thunder. And then he tells Neo, "Neo, they have transformed humanity to become this." And he shows Neo a battery, and Neo's like, "It's not possible." "I'm not here to scare you, Neo. I'm only here to tell you the truth." "No. It's bullshit. No." That's what these sick bastards want to do. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And then in the movie with Sylvester Stallone, every restaurant is Taco Bell. And then the guy says, "May I invite you over for dinner?" Yeah, sure." "Well, then meet me at Taco Bell." Every restaurant is Taco Bell, I remember. Yep. Every restaurant is Taco Bell because Taco Bell won the restaurant wars. My son loves that movie. Oh, wow, really? That's a funny movie. I had my eye on Elon from the start. Default position is always skeptic. Absolutely. Yep, never liked him. Ever since I saw that guy. I remember seeing him years ago. He was saying, "Oh, yeah, we got to make sure AI doesn't get out of hand. You know, it's a pretty dangerous stuff. Pretty dangerous." And I knew from the beginning, I'm like, this bastard is in Silicon Valley. You actually believe he's worried about AI being used to kill people? Are you kidding me? This guy's from Silicon Valley. They're practically Satanist over there. Do you know what Silicon Valley is? Silicon Valley is the perfect, literally, it is the perfect setting for a horror movie. There is no place more fitting for a horror movie than Silicon Valley. I can't think of a single place better for a horror story than Silicon Valley. You have everything in Silicon Valley. You got the evil geniuses, the billionaires who are evil geniuses, who are orchestrating some evil stuff behind the curtains. And then they live in these really wealthy neighborhoods where they got these contemporary looking homes and everyone looks all crazy retro looking and the weird retro furniture, and it's that futuristic contemporary furniture everywhere. And they're talking about engineering humans and growing babies in vats and doing designer babies and all this eugenics stuff. It's totally fucking dystopian, guys. Totally dystopian. And you guys were like, "Oh, this Elon Musk guy, it's crap." This fucker's he's from Silicon Valley. I mean, really, guys? I know I went through American public education, but I have enough awareness to know that something ain't right. Something ain't right, guys. Yeah, Demolition Man. It's so bizarre, the world that we live in. It really is. But you know what? It's and I've talked about this before, but there is a parallel between our times and the times before Hitler took power. Before Hitler took power, you had your Henry Fords, you had your Sustenance Bens, and these guys were the wealthy technocrats of the day. They were into technology. I mean, Henry Ford designed the car, or he created the assembly line. He invented the idea of the assembly line to create cars at a massive level, at a massive scale. I mean, that was the top of the line technology of the day. The car, the tank. I mean, this was state-of-the-art technology in those days. Nowadays, they're like, okay, tanks, cars, who cares? But back in the day, I mean, Henry Ford was like Elon Musk. And today we have Elon Musk, who's making what? He's not making but he has invented what? The self-driving car. That's the state-of-the-art car technology that we have right now. I mean, I met a guy with a Tesla, and he was telling me about it. I couldn't believe it. He said, I could leave this car in an airport parking lot. And he said, I could be in my house and I could just tell the car to come to my house. And the damn thing will drive from the airport by itself, from the airport all the way to my house. I couldn't believe it. Could you imagine just seeing a car with nobody in it and it's just driving? That would be insane. It's surreal, but that's the world that we live in. So Elon Musk is like Henry Ford. And Henry Ford loved Hitler. He loved Nazism. And Elon Musk, he loves the AfD, which is a Nazi party. And Elon Musk also has said some very critical things about the Jews. He has said, hey, he said that he agreed with a statement that said that there are Jewish groups that are at war with the white race, and Hitler said similar things. And here you have Musk subscribing to that way of thinking. And so it's similar to the past. It's similar to what happened before Hitler took power. And today you have wealthy people who are really into eugenics. Your Peter Thiels, your Elon Musks. Back in the day, you had really wealthy people who were into eugenics. And you had your Rockefellers. Those were the rich people who were into eugenics. So it's not that different from our own time. The time before Hitler took power is not that different. There is a parallel between the time before Hitler took power and the time that we're living in now. And it's very, very surreal to see it. It is very surreal to see it, but it's scary. It really is scary to see what's happening. And we have to find the parallels between history and our own time. And that way, by doing so, we can sort of become like fortune tellers. I don't want to use that word, but we can become predictors. We can become, what's the term? We can become prognosticators. We can do prognostication. We can make predictions based on information, based on comparing, based on looking at what's happening now in light of history. And that is very powerful, and it's very, very effective. It's very effective. But I was trying to tell you guys, and here's the problem with a lot of Westerners. See, Eastern people, Russians, Poles, Polish people aren't Eastern. They're Central European. They're Slavic, okay? Poles, Russians, Ukrainians, Belarusians, people from the Middle East, people in Asia. These people don't really forget anything. They remember things that happened decades and decades and decades and decades ago. They even will remember things that happened centuries ago as if they happened months ago or years ago. And that is actually a really helpful mindset to have. Now, it can be destructive in the sense that you never really have any forgiveness because you say, well, I don't like these people because their ancestors did this to my people. That's where you have a problem with that way of thinking because there's a lack of forgiveness. With the West, it's not really even forgiveness, it's just forgetfulness. If we can adopt forgiveness, but at the same, I'll put it to you very simple. If we can forgive but never forget, then I think we will be on a much better road, a much better path. Because then we can forgive people. We can say, okay, your people butchered my people back in 1980-something, but we're going to forgive you. But we're going to be watching your ass because you may try to do that bullshit again. So, and we want to stop you from doing that if you want to do that. That's a better mindset to have, right? Forgive, but don't forget. Now, some people have the mindset of never forgive, never forget, and that is a destructive mindset because then you end up having hostilities with other people and it shows, and then that just perpetuates a vicious cycle, and that's just not good. It's better to forgive and not forget than to not forgive and not forget. So if we can just look at history and say, listen, we forgive the people that did those bad things, and we're not going to put that image on you because that was something that your ancestors did, not you. But if you have this weird ideology that wants to harken back to the ideology of your ancestors, that is going to be dangerous, and we're going to be watching you. And I think that's a much better mindset to have. And so we have to look at that history. And the problem with a lot of Westerners is that they don't do that. In fact, if I bring up history with Westerners, they will say, well, but that was the past. And I'll say, yeah, that was the past, but the past repeats itself. Or the past will repeat itself in a similar way. The future at times echoes with the past. And so Westerners don't give a shit. If I bring up eugenics and I bring up what happened in the mid-20th century because of eugenics, they're going to say, well, who cares? That's the past. We just care about free speech. And so a lot of Americans, I'm speaking about Americans because I am an American. A lot of Americans have this mentality of just focusing on the present day buzzwords, just focusing on the present day hot button issues. Wokeism. Bah! Woke. Right? Woke is bad. Woke. It's like, okay, woke is bad, but hot damn, guys, don't you ever think that this wokeism is being pushed because for some kind of dialectical reason? Maybe does it ever cross your minds that perhaps this wokeism stuff is being pushed to get you guys all pissed off so that you can go radically to the opposite side and become an extreme right-wing lunatic like a Nazi? I mean, do you guys ever think that? Right? And even if there is no conspiracy, don't you guys understand that if you focus on this in this insane way and where you're not focusing on anything else, that you could actually fall for another type of evil? We should be looking at the forest and not the trees. We could say Islam is bad. Yes, we can say HTS in Syria is bad. But does that mean that we ignore the machinations of Israel and how Israel was behind the Syrian revolution? Are we going to sit there and ignore the fact that Netanyahu takes credit for the overthrowing of Bashar al-Assad, which led to Al-Qaeda and Islamists overrunning Syria, and it also enabled Turkey to control Syria? Are we going to ignore the Israeli elephant in the room? A lot of people want us to ignore that, and they want us to ignore it in the name of Christian Zionism. And to those people, I say that you're evil because you want me to ignore evil. I saw a post on X another day that was unironically advocating a nuclear holocaust in Africa and the Middle East. We do really live in crazy times. Man, really? Do you remember who posted that? That's crazy, but it's not surprising. There's a lot of that stuff on Twitter. It's really disturbing, guys. Very disturbing stuff. But, you know, going back to what I was saying, you'll have wokeism, right? Woke. And it's just, woke, the woke left. Dave Rubin and Gad Saad and all these different talkers. Woke. And these people are just influencing you to focus on one bad thing. Woke. What about right-wing ideology? What about the dangers of rightism? What about the dangers of a revived Nazism? What about the dangers of neo-Ottomanism? What about the dangers of pan-Turkism? What about the dangers of Darwinism, eugenics, fanatical militant atheism? Like, there's so many different things out there that are looking for your soul, and they want to. There's a war going on over your soul. There is a war, and in this war, you have people who are funding it. You have people who are funding various factions and using them as proxies to advance a certain cause. Some people are backing wokeism. Some people are backing Nazism. Some people are backing eugenics. It's all this. It's an ideological proxy war, and the territory that they're trying to advance upon is your souls. That's what's happening. It's a war over your mind. And so, yeah, wokeism, bad. Yeah, but here's the thing about wokeism. No one gives a shit about wokeism. People don't even follow wokeism. People aren't sitting there saying, oh, hooray, I just love wokeism. And you do have people like that, but they're a minority. The majority of people hate wokeism. Wokeism is not really a serious threat. If it was a serious threat, most people would agree with it. What makes an ideology a threat? What makes an ideology a threat is not the fact that there is an ideology. It's the fact that people subscribe to the ideology. An ideology is only as dangerous as the number of followers that it has. Do you see? An ideology is only as dangerous as the number of followers that it has. And if enough people follow an ideology, then that makes it dangerous. The thing about wokeism is that it was for the most part just pissing people off. You could say, well, there was DEI and there was people not getting hired because they were a white male, and you could point to those types of isolated incidences. I don't think they represent the general occurrences of the job market, because the fact is that the majority of people being hired in various jobs in the United States are white men. I mean, white people dominate the job market. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying it is what it is. But the fact is that the whole DEI stuff is falling apart. It's toppling as we speak. It's going right down the damn toilet. Why do I say that? Because you can literally see it happening. You can see this happening in the video game world. You can see this happening in the movie world. You can see it happening where anytime a video game comes out and it's some woke stuff, that video game is bashed to death. We saw this with Dragon Age: The Veilguard. We saw this with whatever. I don't remember all of them, but Dragon Age: The Veilguard was one of them. We saw this with various other games. And the whole, go woke, go broke. I mean, it's true. So wokeism is not the biggest threat. It's not. What's the biggest threat is something that has enough followers. You can say Islam is a threat. Yeah, you're right. It has 1 billion people. That means you have, out of 1 billion people, you have millions and millions of people who believe in jihadism. It's a threat. Ottomanism is a threat because Turkey is the biggest Muslim country, not the biggest in terms of population, but the biggest in terms of military technology and influence. It's the second most armed country in NATO. I mean, it's at the center of NATO, and it controls access into the Mediterranean Sea. It controls the access ways from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. That's why Russia is in Syria right now, because it doesn't want to have to rely on Turkey allowing it to go through the Dardanelles every time it wants to go from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. It doesn't want to have that. It doesn't want to be under that level of control. Do you see? So Ottomanism is a really big thing. Pan-Turkism is a really big thing because apparently a lot of people believe in that stuff. People in the Xinjiang province, the Uyghurs, the Kazakhs, the Uzbeks, the Turks, the Azerbaijanis, they all had this, not all of them, but a lot of them had this idea of Pan-Turkism and creating this unified Turkic empire, and it would be ruled by the most powerful of the Turkic countries, Anatolia, Istanbul. I talked about this last week. I mean, that's a serious thing. And if Turkey can control all of Central Asia, Turkey becomes an empire. Because not only would it have control over the Dardanelles, which is the access ways from the Black Sea into the Aegean Sea, into the Mediterranean, it would also, at the same time, it would have this control. I mean, right now it has control over the Bosphorus, which is the access way from the Black Sea into the Sea of Marmara, and from the Sea of Marmara through the Dardanelles into the Aegean, and from the Aegean into the Mediterranean. It has that already. But if it controls Central Asia, then on top of that immense geostrategic power that it already has, it's going to have direct access into the Caspian Sea, and from there direct access into Central Asia. And in Central Asia, it's going to have this endless supply of uranium, oil, natural gas. I mean, it'll be an empire, a massive empire. And how many people live in Central Asia? 80 million? 80-something million people live in Central Asia. That's humongous. So it'll literally be a massive empire. But that's a dangerous ideology because so many people subscribe to it. So many people subscribe to that ideology. What makes an ideology dangerous is its followers. So wokeism is bad, but most people hate wokeism. Well, Marxism. Most people hate Marxism. I don't think Marxism is going to be reviving into a serious ideology, although I could be wrong, because with this whole shooting of the CEO being praised to no end, that actually, I mean, I could see it happening now. Now that I think about it, I could see a Bolshevik-like kind of movement rising up, but it wouldn't be exactly, I don't think if it does happen, I don't think it would be entirely the same as the Bolsheviks. I think it'll be a kind of a violent populism with some kind of socialist leanings. But the nationalism stuff is really, really rising up. And it's becoming very serious. And you give it 5, 10, 15 years from now, it's going to be even bigger. You know, even Asmongold sees it. I don't know if you guys have been watching Asmongold stuff, but I watch his stuff from time to time. And I saw a video, somebody brought this to my attention last night that, hey, Asmongold's warning people about the rise of Nazism. And I said, what? Yeah, the rise of Nazism. And I checked out the video, and Asmongold has been saying, guys, Nazism is going to come back. And he said, you give it 5-10 years, it's going to be even bigger. And this is not the first time that Asmongold has said this. He's been saying this, I want to say, since earlier this year. That is, how do you spell his name? I'll write it down. He's one of the biggest streamers in the internet, Asmongold. Now, again, this guy is not, he's not a Christian guy. I'm just letting you know that. So he says things that are very not kosher, to put it lightly. But he's right about that aspect. He's right. And he's not, my point is that I'm not the only person who sees this. There are other people who are starting to see this. And they are still a minority. That's the thing. They're still a minority. But other people are seeing it. People always need a justification for their violence. Yep, that's correct. When deep down they just really love blood, that's correct. Absolutely. Absolutely. That is 100% the case. They're really just serial killers. And they love the idea of having the power over life and death. They want to be God. But again, they want to make sure that they can look good, that they can morally grandstand as they do their evil, and they can present their evil desires in a good way. That's what they want to do, so that they can feel good about themselves. But not only that, but well, I don't think they really care about feeling good about themselves, but they want to look good so that they can gain more followers. Oh yeah, join my cause and we can do this good stuff together. What's the good stuff? Killing people. What would you do if Asmon starts reacting to your videos? I mean, I think that would be pretty cool. I don't think that's going to happen ever, but I think that would be pretty cool. I don't agree with everything that he says, but I do agree with much of what he has to say. And I think he's pretty spot on when it comes to political observations. Him and I pretty much agreed. We pretty much agreed completely on Trump becoming president. We both agreed that Trump was going to become president. And we both agree on how just the whole vibe of society has been shifting towards anti-wokeism and rightism. And I think that I'm just glad that I'm not the only person who sees it. Because sometimes you could be the only person seeing something and no one else sees it, and then you start second-guessing yourself, and I hate that feeling. So it's nice to see that other people see what I'm seeing, albeit we are a minority, but that doesn't really matter. Thank you, Theo. Gotta go. All right, see you later. Enjoy your dinner. That's called foreshadowing. Yeah. That's a good way to put it. Yep. Very true. Very, very true. 50 peeps. Yep. Nah, it went down to 44, which isn't bad. In Demolition Man, Sylvester Stallone needed toilet paper, so he started cussing at the computer, which gave him a fine every time he cussed. Which gave him a fine. Yeah, little social credit system there. You're waking up the bots because you're talking about them. Yeah. When it comes to Musk's situation, them Nazis are saying, I warned you. Some of them are. You're always going to have these fanatics that hate the mainstream group of their ideology, or they're going to hate another person who may even agree with him on some things. You're always going to have that sort of thing. You're always going to have this sort of infighting that happens. Simon says, yeah, the more that watch Ted, the more you reach. Keep it up. The more that yeah, definitely. Pump those numbers, absolutely. Absolutely. I'll send you the clips, all right? Oh, Musk's meltdown. Okay, I'll watch that. Oh, that guy. I tried watching him, but he annoys the crap out of me. I don't know why. I'll be honest with you guys. When I first saw Asmongold, it was back in like 2017. That was the first time that I saw him, and I thought, like, who watches this dude? This dude's just sitting there playing video games. And then last year, I started watching him, and I thought, wow, he actually makes sense about a number of things, and I agree with him on a number of things that he says. So I do watch his YouTube channel. So now that I've said this, now that I've talked for God knows how long. We are now going to look at the actual article that I was supposed to read. 40 likes. 40 likes? No way. Said this. Oh, now that I've talked. It actually works. That is so weird. See, I never wanted to do this. For years, ever since I started YouTubing, I never wanted to tell people what to do. I just wanted to express my ideas and tell people about what I think. And I remember years after I started YouTubing, I started to hear people on YouTube say things like, oh, if you like what you see, like and subscribe, like and subscribe, like and subscribe. And I always saw that as begging. I never really liked that idea. And the reason why I saw it as begging is because it just appeared as begging to me. Just, oh, please like this video. And I just thought to myself, if someone really likes my video, they're going to like it. You know, and that's true to a certain extent, but it's actually not true for the most part. And then earlier this year, I was watching this video by Moist Critical. And Moist Critical, he's one of the biggest YouTubers around. And he did a video about how to YouTube. And I watched it this year, actually. I watched it. And he said, believe it or not, guys, when you tell people to like and subscribe, they do it. And he said, I don't know why, but they do. And that convinced me that he was right. That convinced me that that's true. I did believe it, but I still didn't want to do it because I just didn't, just mentally, I didn't like the idea of asking people for likes. It just seemed like begging. But I just did it. This is the first time. Well, not the first. I think this is my second or third time doing this, but this is the first time that I've done it in a loud way. Like and subscribe, guys, in a serious way. And man, it went up from 18 likes to 40, 30. What is it now? It seemed like begging. What is it now? 42 likes. Damn, dude. It really freaking works. That is insane. Oh, do you know what else is an underrated thing about in YouTubing? A seriously underrated. I just figured this out weeks ago. A seriously underrated thing that you should be doing if you are a small YouTuber like myself is replying to people's comments. Before I would just like people's comments. I would give them a heart just to let them know, hey, I read your comment. And then I thought about it. I said, well, so let's say I have 10 comments on a video. Now we're going to get into YouTubing. But let's say I'll just mention this and I'm going to resume from where I left off here. Let's say I have 10 comments on a video. Let's say you have 10 comments. If you respond to every single one of those comments, even the negative comments, you have 20 comments. And let's say it takes you 2 minutes to respond to 10 comments. In 2 minutes, your comments went from 10 comments to 20. Even though it's only you that's responding to even though it's only you that responded to those 10 comments, the fact is that it went from 10 comments to 20 comments in a minute. And so the system picks that up and says, oh, wow, there's a lot of engagement here. Even though the one who is engaging with all these commenters is the owner, there is still engagement. And so what the algorithm does is it will actually push your video more into people's recommended lists. And I said, I'm going to try this out. So a number of weeks ago, I had a video, and it had let me think, hold on. I think it was like 15 comments. Let's just say it was 15. I responded to every single comment, and I hearted every single comment. And I even responded. To the negative comments, to the nasty, bad faith comment. I responded to all of them. And so in a minute, or a minute and a half, 2 minutes, it went from 15 comments to 30 comments. And my view number on the video, this is a fact, my view count went from, it was like 40 views to 80 views, or something like, it doubled the views. It completely doubled the view count on that video. It really does work. 100% it works, because the system goes, oh, wow, look, the comment section went from 15 to 30. Well, it doubled in about 2 minutes. This is crazy. There's a lot of engagement going on. And so the algorithm will actually begin to advance your video into other people's feeds, into other people's YouTube recommended lists, and into people's front pages on their YouTube accounts, on their YouTube windows. And you will actually double your view count in a matter of minutes. It works 100%. It's a really underrated thing, and a lot of YouTubers don't do it. Now, if you're a big YouTuber and you're getting millions of views every day, you don't really have to do that. But if you're a small YouTube channel and you're really working to grow your channel, reply to every single comment, even the negative ones. And you know what happens is if somebody disagrees with you, and then you respond to them, they're going to write back to you. So now it's 3 comments. 1 comment became 3. And then you're going to respond back, and then they're going to respond back. So now it's 6 comments. It's 6, 7. It goes up and up and up and up. And then the system just goes, oh, wow, engagement. And it pushes the video. It's a little tip right there, guys. So if you ever want to start a YouTube channel, always respond to comments. Even Asmon Gold is one of the biggest streamers in the world right now. Asmon Gold said that when he first started out YouTubing, he responded to people's comments because it truly, truly is an effective way. Now, that's not to say that I don't want to respond. I actually do like responding to you guys because I like engaging with you guys. But it's a 2 bird with 1 stone thing. I like engaging with you guys. That's why I'm here doing these live streams for 6 hours every Friday. It went down to 40 because I like engaging. You see what happens when I start talking about YouTubing? Nobody cares. People want me to talk about the current events, which is fine. I mean, that's what I'm doing. People probably just forget about yeah, exactly. They forget about. I don't like videos. Well, I have in the past, but I rarely ever like videos. Ted beating the hornet's nest. Yep. If I remember correctly, Burial Goods never asked for likes and subs, and he has around 100,000 subs. I'm not saying that it works every time. I'm saying that when you do ask people to sub and like, then you increase your number. It helps if you're a small channel. I'm not saying you have to. It is for the algorithms. Yep. Don't worry, I have no shame to remind you guys about likes. Yep. Ted's replies are what a stick to a hornet's nest is. I always read a Ted reply in the comments, probably the best comments. I appreciate that. The engagement is fun. I agree with you. Yeah. You have to engage with your audience. You just got to. The best video that I've ever seen on YouTubing is from a guy by Maximilian Dude. And he's a video gamer. He's a Twitch guy. And he has a very successful YouTube channel. He's got over 1 million subscribers. And he said something that really, really resonated with me. He said the most difficult thing to do when you're YouTubing, and he used the word streaming. He said the most difficult thing about streaming, but really this is the most important thing about streaming, is relating with your audience. That is the most difficult, but that is the most important thing ever. If you cannot connect with your audience at an emotional level, it's going to be a dry channel. You have to engage with people. You have to talk to people like you're having a conversation. You have to. You have to sit in front of the camera and just be like, I'm talking to a person. And that's very difficult. You almost have to be an actor. You almost have to be an actor. A good actor is someone who can really express himself and act as if there is no camera. Once the actor has an awareness of the camera, then the audience has an awareness that they're watching a movie and they're not being immersed into the world. A good actor is going to immerse the audience into the world. And a good YouTuber is someone who's gonna give you that feeling that you're having a conversation. And that's what you need to do. Is it wrong for people to donate their bodies to science after they die? I mean, it depends, right? If you want to say, I'm going to donate my organs so my heart can help someone stay alive, I don't really see an issue with that. Now, if the body is used for something evil, then I don't agree with that. I mean, it all just depends on the goal. What's the goal here? Some people need a heart. Some people need a heart transplant. Some people need a liver, whatever organs transplant. That can save someone's life. Or somebody needs blood. I mean, talk about aliens. What about aliens? Did Ted already talk about the riots in East Germany from the other day? What? Riots? Is somebody doing riots? What the? How did I miss this? I don't see riots. Are you talking about... demonstrations, perhaps? I don't see anything about rioting in the news. Remind me later. I think it was East Germany. Okay, or Atlantis. Oh, Atlantis. We can talk about Atlantis. You are spot on, Ted. I'll watch breaks getting changed just because I'll enjoy the dialogue. Yep. It was an AFD thing. Oh, I think I saw there was demonstrations. I didn't see rioting. I'm an organ donor. If my organs can help someone else and I'm not using them, I don't see the issue with that. I don't. Blood transfusions can save people's lives. I don't see a problem with that. It's almost like there's a biblical symbolism in that, in the sense that someone's body is sacrificed so that someone else can live. There's a biblical symbolism in that, I think. Let's go to this article by the New York Times, because I don't want to bore you guys with my pontifications on YouTubing. I can literally talk for hours about the topic of self-expression. I think that is one of the most fascinating things in the world is the art of self-expression, expressing yourself. It's very difficult. Most people have no idea how difficult it is to just express yourself. Some people have that talent, but most people don't. It's very difficult, I think. But let's talk about Elon Musk. It was an AFD thing about the... Oh, yeah. I saw there was demonstrations. I didn't see riots, though. They're probably going to be riots in Germany in the future. There were already riots that happened back in 2019 in Chemnitz, I remember. It was pretty bad. It was a right-wing riot. So let's get into this article here. Trump backers battle online over skilled immigrants. Yep, and this is what they're hating Elon Musk for. They're not hating Elon Musk because he's a eugenist or a social Darwinist or he's just a lunatic who wants to put computer chips into people's brains. They're hating Musk because he wants to bring in Indian labor. And this is what's sparking the whole right-wing contention as we speak. Weeks before President-elect Donald J. Trump is to take office, a major rift has emerged among his supporters over immigration and the place of foreign workers in the U.S. labor market. The debate hinges on how much tolerance, if any, the incoming administration should have for skilled immigrants brought into the country on work visas. And you see, this has been an issue for years in the United States. I mean, I remember that racist guy, Richard Spencer, talking about this back in, I want to say at around 2016 or 17, where he was talking about the HB1 visas for Indian tech workers and how the Indian tech workers were outnumbering the white tech workers in California. And he was saying that it was a replacement, that they were trying to replace white people. So this has been a big issue for the right for a long time. Now, I'm going to say this. I don't take this however you want it. I don't really like the idea of bringing in droves of people from India. I don't. Call it what you want. Call me a right winger, whatever. I don't like it because here's the problem: is there is this arrogance that some people have when they come from India to America, and they say they need us. The Americans need us, and so they have this arrogance, and that arrogance can fester into more and more hostility, and it causes ethnic tension. And I don't want to see ethnic tension. I don't. And that's why I'm really against this idea of just bringing in droves of people and from India. And it's just, you bring some people from India, sure. I don't have an issue with that. Some balanced immigration I think is good. But this idea of this idea that it's okay just to bring people endlessly from India or Pakistan, it's just not a good idea. I think it causes eventually too much ethnic strife, and we're seeing that. We're seeing it in the Twitter spaces, but I think it can translate into real society. It's like what's been going on in Ireland. I mean, Ireland is a country of about 5 million people. It's too small, and they're bringing in a lot of people from different countries, and it's just not good. It's just not good, guys. It causes way too much ethnic tension. You have people from a different culture, a different way of thinking. You're bringing them in by the droves. Again, if you want to bring some people in, that's fine, but there needs to be a limit. And if you don't have a limit, then It just causes strife and violence, and I don't want to see that. And then it gives more fuel for Hitlerian forces to get power, and it's not good. It's not good for anybody. They will also bring their Hinduism and Buddhism with them, and yeah, that's another thing. They bring their culture with them, and that culture will be at odds with a Western culture. And you're seeing there's a lot of hatred against Indian people on Twitter, and I don't like it. I think it's getting really weird. It's getting really weird. You know, I understand criticizing Hindu society. I think that's totally valid. I did 2 videos on India, or several videos on India, actually. And I think criticism of Indian society, culture, Hinduism is totally valid. But I think the anti-Indian stuff has become really weird. And I don't want to see ethnic, racial anger in the Western world. But the problem is that it's already here. We saw it in the UK riots, where you had basically a race riot happening in the summer of this year, and it's just nasty, and I don't want to see it. So Elon Musk says yes, HB1 visas bring in more Indian labor. And then it says here that the schism pits immigration hardliners against many of the president-elect's most prominent backers from the technology industry. Among them, Elon Musk, the world's richest man, who helped back Mr. Trump's election efforts with more than $250 million, and David Sachs, a venture capitalist picked to be czar for artificial intelligence and cryptocurrency policy. The tech industry has long relied on foreign skilled workers to help run its companies, a labor supply that critics say undercuts wages for American citizens. And you see, this is what leads to ethnic tension, stuff like this. The dispute, which late Thursday exploded online into acrimony, finger-pointing, and accusations of censorship, frames a policy quandary for Mr. Trump. The president-elect has in the past expressed a willingness to provide more work visas to skilled workers, but has also promised to close the border, deploy tariffs to create more jobs for American citizens, and severely restrict immigration. Laura Loomer, she has been a big voice in this whole fiasco. She's been supposedly in a fight with Musk. Now, again, guys, you have to remember, politics is theater. So we have to keep in mind that this whole thing could be a show. Not saying that that's 100% what's happening, but I'm saying that it could be happening. And it's possible that this whole thing is just theater. It's a show. It's a facade to make people think that there is this tension. Perhaps what's going to happen is Musk is going to come along and say, I was wrong, guys. I'm sorry. I don't want to do that. That's possible. We'll see. Laura Boomer, yeah. That's possible. So I said that's possible, right? Ted, there's a poem by Rudyard Kipling called The Stranger. You might like it. Oh, really? I'll check it out. I think Elon wants to bring them over because they can do similar work and he can pay them less. Well, that's exactly what this is about. Ted is very strict towards Indians. Very strict? I don't want to see massive amounts of migration from the third world. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea to bring massive amounts of people from China, from Africa, from the Middle East even. I mean, people in Syria were escaping war. I can't blame them. And I can understand bringing those people in because they're escaping war. But India is not in a war. India is just a shithole that nobody wants to live in. Even the Bollywood people don't want to live there. They want to live in the UK. And I have these Indian people who say, I am a proud Indian. I am a proud Indian man. But they live in London because they have money. They don't want to live in India because it's a dump. They want the Indian cuisine. They want that naan bread with the curry. But they don't want to actually live in India because it's a shithole. India is one of the worst countries in the world to live in. It's a dump. India is big. So, I think I saw on Twitter a no pooping on the beach sign. Wow. Do you think that Russians took the Azerbaijani plane down? I have no clue. Maybe. I don't know. It's the size of Europe. Yeah, it's a big place. But for some reason, you have Indians who don't want to live there. They want to live in Europe or they want to live in the United States. Once they get money or once they have an opportunity, they don't want to live there. You have an interesting name, Henrique Guimarães. Where are you from? Brazil? Are you from Galicia? Are you from Cantabria? Are you from Catalonia? Where are you from? It's an interesting last name. because of Indian public defecation. Yep, I heard about that. They have a big problem with public defecation in India. India is big, but so are my You're from Brazil, okay. I got that one thing right. I brought a bunch of options. Like, are you from Catalonia or Galicia? Are you from Cantabria? Are you from Brazil? Okay. Ondas de Verdad, another Spanish name, Iberian name. Shabbat Shalom, Theodore. Shalom. Hanukkah Simea. That's the two God of Israel. Oh God, this guy with his heresy. The two God of Israel, Jehovah and Elion and Yeshua, the God Messiah, will bless. Please go away. Please go away. I don't want heresy in my chat. Don't spam me with heresy. I'm from Brazil. Okay. Yeah, Brazil is basically like it's part of South America. The Brazilian Portuguese is very similar to Spanish. If you're a Brazilian, if you just talk slow, a Mexican can understand you. We're back to 54 viewers. That's great. That's great. I'm just chilling. I'm just vibing. We just vibing, man. Yeah, some guy named Ondas de Verdad. As soon as I see the Latin American name, I'm thinking, oh God, please don't be a heretic. Now, Mr. Henrique Guaymaras, he has a classy Iberian name. That's a unique Iberian name. But if I see like Verdad or Garcia or please don't be a heretic. Man, America is basically a giant toilet for heresy. And then the heresy trickles down the sewage and it goes into South America. It goes into South America. And all the South Americans absorb it. The South Americans, the Central and South Americans, and the Mexicans. Is Mexico South America? Where exactly is this country? Because when I was in middle school, they told me that Mexico is part of North America. And then they started saying, actually, no, it's part of South America. But I'm thinking, wait, if it's part of South America, then why in the hell do we call Guatemala Central America? What is it? I just say Latin America. It just makes everything easier. And I started saying Latin America because I don't want to have to say, well, actually, North America, by North America, I mean Mexico. And then there's Central America and South America. I just say Latin America. So I started saying Latin America years ago, and then some woman from Spain said, please don't just... I'm not joking, this happened. A woman from Spain told me. She's from the motherland of the Spanish world. She said, please stop saying Latin America. Latin America was a term that was invented by the British to justify British colonialism. I'm like, bitch, would you please get off my ass over this? I hate talking to people who, when you talk to them, it's like you're walking on eggshells. They want you to use this term and that term and this term and that, and they get on your ass. I'm going to call it Latin America. British colonialism. There's British colonialism. Is it a freaking the boogeyman under your bed? The British colonialism isn't going to come out from underneath your bed and grab you, sister, okay? It's British colonialism. Is it going to come out of your... is it the boogeyman? Or what is this? Mexico is North America, which extends from Mexico to the... Okay, got it. I just say Latin America. Latin America doesn't include Suriname. You're correct. When I'm talking about Latin America, I'm not talking about Suriname, and I'm not talking about Guyana. Hell, who talks about Suriname and Guyana? Are they even countries? Actually, what about Suriname? Yeah, they don't speak Spanish in Suriname. They speak Dutch or something over there. English. Those countries shouldn't exist. I don't know why they even exist. Guyana, Iguana. Why do these countries even exist? Why are they there? You got two countries there where they don't even speak Spanish or Portuguese. Just can you kind of like ship them off somewhere else? Ship them off to the Netherlands or something? It's a Latin dominant continent. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when I think of Latin America, the last thing I'm thinking about is Suriname. What is the geographical term for that? We can just say South America for that. But again, I don't care about those countries. I just care about Latin America. That's it. South America starts south of Panama, which borders Colombia in South America. I just call it Latin America. That's it. What are we talking about again? A Canaanite henotheist? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, heresy. I just saw some heresy. That's what it was. And it just totally side railed this whole stream. I guess this heretic from Puerto Rico is happy. Should Kosovo enlist in this case? Exist? Should Kosovo exist? I don't know. Kosovo is some country that NATO created so that they could have a war with Russia. That's all it is. Yeah, we're talking about Elon Musk. Thank you. We're going back to the topic at hand. Kosovo is a made-up country. It's there just to act as a check against Russian influence. So so Serbia is an ally of Russia. Kosovo was once part of Serbia, but now it's not. It's carved out into this little Albanian state. So now Turkey has its little foothold into the Balkans. It's called Kosovo. That's what it is. It's the same reason why if you look at the parts of Iran where there's oil, guess who lives there? A bunch of Arabs live there. And guess who's trying to use those Arabs as a proxy against the Iranian government? NATO. This is so typical. Let's go back to Laura Boomer, okay? Laura Loomer, far-right activist and fervent Trump loyalist, helped set off the altercation earlier this week by criticizing Mr. Trump's selection of Syrian Krishnan, an Indian-American venture capitalist, to be an advisor on artificial intelligence policy. I sounded like AI for a second there. Artificial intelligence policy. Sometimes my mouth moves faster than my brain. In a post, she said she was concerned that Mr. Krishnan, a naturalized U.S. citizen who was born in India, would have influence on the Trump administration's immigration policies, and mentioned third world invader. It's alarming to see the number of career leftists who are now being appointed to serve in Trump's admin when they share views that are in direct opposition to Trump's America First agenda, Ms. Loomer wrote on X. So here's the problem. So you have two things happening simultaneously. You have hatred against Indians, and you have hatred against Jews. And both of these hatreds are rising up at around the same time. Laura Loomer is Jewish. She could say that she's a white lady all she wants. She's Jewish. She is Semitic. Look at her face. She has quite a Semitic face with Semitic facial features. She's Jewish. And a lot of people have made fun of and attacked Laura Loomer because she is Jewish. Now, I don't agree with this at all. I don't. I think it's anti-Semitism. I think it's racism. I don't like racism. I don't like it. And I think a lot... I am critical of the state of Israel. I'm critical of certain Zionists because of what they say and or do. But I do not agree with the idea of hating people because they're Jewish. I think that's sick. That's like saying, hey, because there's Muslim terrorists, let's now hate everyone who is of Arab origin. Let's hate Saudis, Iraqis, Syrians, Lebanese people. Let's hate everybody who speaks Arabic. And that is sick. I don't like that at all. So a lot of people have hated Laura Loomer because she's Jewish. Here's the problem is she's saying, oh, look, third world invaders, they're coming from India. Okay, I see what you're saying. I understand the sentiment. But also understand that there is a hatred rising up against Jews. And if the hatred against the Indians and the hatred against the Jews sort of coalesce together, and you have enough people on both of these, you have enough people who are espousing these hatreds coming together and agreeing on the same thing, then that means you, Laura, have crosshairs on you. The hatred is going to be aimed at you, and it's already kind of aimed at you. So my point is that this hatred against Indian people and this hatred against Jewish people, I think it's growing at a rate that's quite disturbing and quite scary, and it's getting very weird, and it can get really, really out of hand. That's what I fear. I'm afraid that it's going to get out of hand, especially when you have people who hate Indians and people who hate Jews, and you have people who hate both at the same time. And my fear is that you have enough of these people kind of being in cahoots with each other, and it can get out of hand. That makes sense? That's what I'm afraid of. You should look up Google Earth to get geography overview. Okay. Trump wants the Panama Canal. Yep. We don't mind that he does not care. It's none of his business. Okay. All right. So it says here, in response, Mr. Sachs called Ms. Loomer's critique crude, while Mr. Musk posted regularly this week about the lack of homegrown... You see, and this is where things got sensitive. This is where things got really, really tense and acrimonious. This was Musk really just hitting people with an emotional dagger, if you will. Mr. Musk posted regularly this week about the lack of homegrown talent to fill all the needed positions within American technology companies, basically saying Americans are stupid and Indians are smarter. Now, remember, guys, I told you that Musk is a eugenist. He wants more geniuses to have kids. And you're going to say, well, what's wrong with that? Here is the problem with that way of thinking. It's that when you start saying, I want this type of people to have children, that means you see the other type of people as less than in some way. You see them as being deficient in something. You see them maybe as being less evolved, and Musk does believe in evolution, and he does believe that intelligence is genetic. So he kind of sees other people as being less involved. So what he's saying is we need more of these people to have kids, and that means that there are too many of these other people having kids, and that's a problem, and that leads to dangerous ideas, maybe like Malthusianism. Certain people shouldn't have kids. Certain people should have kids. These people, because of their genius minds, should have more kids. And that's why Elon Musk gave his sperm to some employee of his, because according to him, she was very intelligent, and he gave her, he basically had her impregnated with his seed through a turkey baster, and she had twins, and that was his way of populating the earth with more intelligent people. And so the issue with this is that it can lead to some very, very dangerous policies, Malthusian policies. And he believes that the next step of human evolution is the Neuralink. It's going to be putting these chips into people's brains, and that's going to make people more intelligent. It's going to make people more efficient in their work. And so he wants to genetically engineer people to be a certain way. So the fact that he is calling Americans dumb or technologically inefficient doesn't really surprise me, because people who believe in eugenics talk this way. Too many people who believe in eugenics will always begin to talk this way. They will always look down on certain people and say, well, these people are dumb. I want more of these people because they're more intelligent. And then you have this preference that takes place. He prefers this type of person to come to America because that helps him and that is to his interest. And then when you say, hey, why are you bringing these people? I thought you were for stricter immigration. He's going to say, well, you Americans are not very bright. And that's the problem, you see? So this is what pressed a lot of people's buttons, understandably so, because he's supposed to be this patriotic person. And here he is saying, nah, you Americans just don't quite cut it. Throughout the election cycle, Mr. Musk helped amplify the debunked theory that the Democratic Party was encouraging undocumented immigrants to cross the border. Now, he doesn't want those people in. He doesn't want Guatemalans and Nicaraguans, and he doesn't want Hondurans and Mexicans coming in here because, well, you know, they're just going to be here to pick fruit and do construction work, and you Americans can do that. You guys are fit for that, but not for computer stuff. Nah, you guys don't have enough brains for that. Naturalized citizen born in South Africa, Mr. Musk has spoken out frequently against immigration, characterizing it as a threat to national sovereignty and endorsing messages calling non-citizens invaders. Ooh. But apparently Indians aren't invaders. This week, however, he came out strongly in favor of H-1B I would say viruses. It does sound like a virus. H-1B visas, which are given to specialized foreign workers. Mr. Musk has said that he held an H-1B before becoming a citizen, and his electric car company Tesla obtained 724 of the visas this year. H-1B visas are typically for 3-year periods, etc., etc. Ms. Loomer, reached by telephone, said that she took on the visa issue because she didn't trust the motivations of Mr. Musk and other tech magnates who helped elect Mr. Trump. She is worried, she said, that Mr. Musk in particular would try to use his sway to persuade the incoming president to allow more immigration rather than close the border as she and others on the right would prefer. And this is why they supported Musk. This is why they supported Trump, because they thought that they were going to help with this immigration issue that they've been having for years. But apparently, I mean, Mr. Musk thinks otherwise. These next 4 years of Trump presidency are going to be very interesting. I completely agree. Completely agree. He's not MAGA, and he's a drag on the Trump transition, said Ms. Loomer, who said she believed that Mr. Musk was using his relationship with Mr. Trump to further enrich himself. Elon wants everyone to think he's a hero because he gave $250 million to the Trump campaign, but that's not much of an investment if it allows him to become a trillionaire. I don't know. Who knows what's going to happen? You never know. You may just see Elon Musk say, okay, find me your finest anti-Semites on Twitter, sick them on Laura Loomer, and he may just use this to spark anti-Semitism. I don't know. I wouldn't put it past him. Truth is much stranger than fiction. Mr. Trump in June said on a podcast co-hosted by Mr. Sachs that an international student who graduates from an American university, quote, should be able to stay in this country. Ooh. I mean, I don't really disagree with that, but a lot of people would disagree with that. The taping followed a San Francisco fundraiser for Mr. Trump's campaign hosted by Mr. Sachs. San Francisco? What's in San Francisco? Ooh, Silicon Valley. Since then, the leaders of tech companies who rely on skilled foreign labor, including Mark Zuckerberg of This is why Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos had dinner with Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Remember that story? Oh, Zuckerberg and Bezos, they had dinner at Mar-a-Lago. What were they talking about? They want to better the country. They want to better the economy. Nope. They're there to talk about Indian workers. Jeff Bezos of Amazon and Sundar Pichai of Google have wooed Mr. Trump with calls, visits to Mar-a-Lago, and donations for his inauguration. That's a different dynamic from Mr. Trump's first term, which began with the industry's sweeping condemnation of the first Trump administration's travel ban, suspending the issuance of visas to applicants from 7 countries, all of which had Muslim-majority populations. Tech leaders have also been taking an important role in the presidential transition, proposing associates for high-ranking administration positions and advising the president-elect on potential policies in foreign relations. Mr. Trump also tapped Mr. Musk to serve as co-leader of a new government efficiency commission. Ooh, what's part of the efficiency commission? Getting more Indian labor? Let's see how this turns out, everyone. Vivek Ramaswamy. Ooh, he's been really stepping on some people's toes because he basically said the same thing as Mr. Musk. He said, well, America just... What did Mr. Ramaswamy say? Because the New York Times article here doesn't have it. It just kind of mentions it, something in passing that he said. But what did he say? What did he say about American culture? Ooh, Yahoo News has a story on it. Hold up. Let's find this. Vivek Ramaswamy thinks that tech companies are choosing foreign-born workers over American ones because our culture is too chill, too mediocre, and doesn't... Oh my god, dude. You guys, oh my god, I'm not saying you guys, but there were too many people in America saying, I think Vivek is great. He doesn't really like you guys. He looks down on you guys. You know why he looks down on you guys? Because he is a part of the Brahmin culture. Which case is Vivek a part? I know in India they have a case system over there. Which caste is he a part of? Is he part of one of the superior castes? I'm assuming he's a part of one of the Aryan castes. Hold on. Oh, I was right. Oh, I was right. I haven't even looked this up. Vivek Ganapathy Ramaswamy was born blah, 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 blah. His father, Ganapathy Ramaswamy, is a graduate of the National Institute of Technology, Calicut. His parents are Tamil-speaking Brahmins. So he's of the highest caste in India. Ooh, the highest. He's of the highest caste. That means that over there in India, the Brahmins look down on people. We are the highest caste. We are the people who have the most Aryan genes. Yeah. They want to be white so bad. It's scary. Yeah, they keep talking about being Indo-Aryan. They want to be Aryan so badly, just like Hitler. Aryan. I am Aryan. I look down on you. You are low caste. So, of course, he's a snob, and he comes from a snobby culture, and he has a superiority complex. Of course, he's going to say Americans are mediocre and Indians are smarter, and that's, nobody wants to hire them and blah, blah. So so what did this guy say? He said a culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. Now hear me out. Hear me out. He has a point. He does. But that doesn't change the fact that pisses Americans off. It doesn't. But he has a point. In America, we uplift athletes over people who are engineers or really good at mathematics or science. That's true, we do. But again, he pisses people off when he says, you shouldn't say this. If you're going to be living in America, doing business with people here, I mean, you're just shouldn't be saying stuff like that. You're pissing off your market. That's what I'm saying. So, man, he's already on the attack right before Trump gets in office. Like, dude, at least wait. Wait at least until Trump's about to leave. Then say what's on your mind. Don't say this shit at all. Really, what are you doing? Just what are you doing? Right before Trump enters, you're already talking shit about Americans, man. Just don't. Man. You see, and what this is doing is it's affirming what people suspect about Indians. So what people suspect about Indian people is that Indian people look down on non-Indians. Do you see? Indian people look down on non-Indians. That is the suspicion. That's the assumption. That's the perspective that a lot of people have. And so when Vivek says these things, it affirms those suspicions. So you're only increasing the hatred towards Indian people. That's what you're doing. You're putting fuel on the fire. Funny that they mentioned Mr. H while the mustache man disliked them to the point he once mentioned that the Brits should be more harsh on them. I didn't know that. I also know that Hitler really didn't like Arabs very much, but he didn't mind working with them. And do you know what? Oh my God. You see, but here's the problem with Vivek. He just left himself open to the brutal attacks that have been lodged against Indians on Twitter for years now. And that is that India is a shithole. So he's kind of right that, hey, in America, you guys uplift the prom queen over the mathematician. But India is still a dump. And you're not living in India. You're living here. Your father didn't live in India. He left India. He came here. He came to a country where they do celebrate the prom queen over the math Olympiad. because he wanted a better life. So you really should shut your mouth. Really, you should shut your mouth. It's just uncalled for. And so that's what people are already saying. They're saying, hey, Mr. Vivek, yeah, we love our football. We love our beauty pageants. It's better than a country where people shit on the floor and defecate in public and have really shitty food poisoning riddled food stands. You see? That's the thing. So let's go back to this article here. So yeah, so Vivek was shitting all over American society. And what did he say here? Going on, he said, a culture that venerates Corey from Boy Meets World or Zack and Slater over Screech in Saved by the Bell or Stefan over Steve Urkel in Family Matters will not produce the best engineers. I mean, this is kind of bullshit. Let's be real here. America was a superior country to India when Boy Meets World was a thing. And we were all watching Boy Meets World because Topanga was, like every true American, armed with the proper ballistics. More movies like Whiplash. Fewer reruns of Friends. Wait. Whiplash? Guys, I don't know why so many people liked the film Whiplash. I watched a couple of scenes from it and I thought, wow, this is abuse. This guy's smacking his music students. He should be in jail. In the film Whiplash, you have a teacher who is verbally and physically, constantly verbally abusing and at times physically abusing his students. And that's okay. Like, this is a great movie. Like, this film sucks. It's off. I saw a couple of scenes on YouTube and I said, I'm not going to watch this movie. There's nothing inspiring about it at all. It's not a Braveheart. It's not a Gladiator. It's not a Die Hard. It's not a Castaway. There's nothing inspiring about this film. It's just abuse. That's all it is. And here's Vivek saying, we need more video movies like Whiplash. No, we don't. We don't need more movies like that. But apparently, I guess in India, they have a culture of abuse over there. It's a superiority complex thing. You can say Vivek has been street shitting on the American society. Yeah, he's verbally shitting on American society, defecating all over it. Mind you, India is ginormous now and more developed, but it's still a dump. Why do all these people want to come to the U.S. and Canada? Why don't they just stay there if it's so developed? It doesn't make any sense anyway. Anyway, yeah. Let's go back to the New York Times article here. Yeah, America has prom queens. It has the prom queen. It has the beauty pageant. It has the football game. This is why you guys are failing. This is why you guys need us. It's like, you know, you're just pissing so many people off. It just does. Yeah, okay, America has those things, but it's still a better country than India. A billion times better. Vivek Ramaswamy, the former Republican president candidate, who last month was tapped to lead the government efficiency initiative alongside Mr. Musk, blamed American culture for creating people ill-suited for skilled tech positions. The H-1B system is badly broken and should be replaced with one that focuses on selecting the very best of the best, Mr. Ramaswamy said. Oh, so the Indians are the best of the best. Okay. Wasn't this the guy who said, I don't want to support any country, including Israel, but he wants to help the Indians out? A little bit of ethnic bias there. Their abuse fetish is just an overcompensation. That's a really interesting observation. Could you elaborate more on that? I find that interesting. I do. I actually agree with what you're saying, but I would like for you, if you can, if you want to, only if you want to elaborate more on that, because that is, I agree with you. I think that's a good observation. Yeah, it's an overcompensation. But the film Whiplash is just awful. It's an awful movie. There's nothing inspiring about Whiplash. Like, it's just, listen, it's my preference. I like films that are inspiring. I like Braveheart. I like Gladiator. I like Castaway. I like Die Hard. I like, what other films? The Siege, Saving Private Ryan, Black Hawk Down. I love these films because they are films in which people are overcoming huge challenges. They're overcoming adversity. They're trying to defy evil. There's a lot of inspirational characteristics of these films. There's nothing like that in Whiplash. Whiplash is literally about a teacher who abuses his students. That's all it's about. And India has a culture of abuse. There was a case that I read where there was a guy who, what was it? He was being told by his employers that he had to travel, I think, a super far distance to go work somewhere. And he said, hey, listen, I would much rather work closer to home because I want to be closer to my wife. And the boss said, well, if you want to work closer to your wife, just let me just rape her, and then I'll let you work closer to her. And I'm thinking, what type of a fucking psychotic society is this? This is sick. This is absolutely sick. Yeah, like, fuck India, dude. I've done a lot of research on India and how they get so much illnesses. I mean, Mr. Hanna here, he said, have you seen what they do in the Ganges? Yeah, they shit all over it. Then they bathe themselves in it because they think it's holy and divine. Well, I mean, for such a cult over the Ganges, you guys sure do mistreat that river. And if you really think it's divine, I mean, you would think that these people would make sure that the river is clean. You see, so it's just a dump. And I'm thinking, man, like, all these Indian people are mad at you for criticizing India. I'm thinking, you guys need to kind of clean up your own house before you talk shit about other people. People want to tour around and be able to feel welcome, adapted to special needs people with higher IQ. I have no idea what you're talking about, dude. You always write in this way that's ambiguous. What are you talking about? I don't know if it's like a language thing or something, but I wish you could write in a clearer way. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Good Lord, yeah, good Lord is right. It says here, since rancorous exchange over immigration soon grew to encompass another flashpoint on the right, online speech. So it says here that since acquiring what was then called Twitter in 2022 for $44 billion, Mr. Musk has characterized himself as a free speech absolutist, and that's bullshit because his website has been censoring critics of Hindu nationalism for a while now. I have been to India, and I can say that that's the country with a huge contrast. There are people who eat just once a week, and on the other hand, there are people who eat 6 times a day lobsters. Wow. The shit and corpses become divine by transitive properties. See India value mathematics. Oh, I see. Yeah, and do you know how much disease that Ganges River obsession causes? It's a huge chunk of their medical expenses in India. Goes to sicknesses that are caused by people dipping into this literal stream of shit. It says here that among his first acts atop the company was reinstating accounts banned by the previous management, including Miss Loomer's, which had... Oh my god. Look what it says here. Among his first acts atop the company was reinstating accounts banned by the previous management, including Miss Loomer's, okay, which had been taken down in 2018 after sharing anti-Muslim posts, okay? But on Thursday, X temporarily... oh god, here's your that's your Musk, guys. On Thursday, X temporarily blocked Miss Loomer from posting on the site and removed her verified status. And don't you pay money for that? She paid money for that blue check. They removed the blue check even after she paid for it, cutting her off from income from paid subscribers. Ooh! What happened to free speech, guys? Wasn't this dude supposed to be a free speech absolutist who's all about free speech? And Laura Loomer is criticizing the H-1B policy for Indian workers, tech workers. And her account got temporarily blocked. And yet you have people praising the Holocaust on X. Not looking good, guys. But they all said, Musk is for free speech. And I told you, I told you guys months ago he's not for free speech. And I was right. See, this is what happens when you guys don't look at red flags. You got to look at red flags. I see eugenist. He's into this weird Neuralink stuff. He's into that tech bro world of Silicon Valley. Red flag, don't like him. You guys are like, well, we'll give him a chance. I don't give people chances. I just look at red flags. That's my policy. I just look for red flags. I say, that's a red flag. I'm out. If I go on a date with the girl and I see a nose ring, I'm out. That is the most reddest of all the red flags. They had 300 years to study English, yet their accent is still unintelligible. Experienced this myself at a conference like 5 to 7 years ago. Corpotocracy. Now, by corporatocracy, are you talking about basically industrialists controlling society? And that's another thing. I did a video about this last week, but I made it private because only 12 people watched it in an hour. I was like, I'm taking this thing down. And you see, there's this big push that's been going on for big industry to take care of people. That guy that conservatives kept talking about, Mr. Klaus Schwab. Klaus Schwab wants shareholder capitalism, which is basically a way of saying he wants big industry to take care of people. Big industry should take care of people. And you had this shooting of this CEO, Mr. Brian Thompson, who was the CEO of United Health. And this guy killed them because he hates insurance companies because, as he said, they're parasites. And a lot of people are praising the killer because they want the insurance companies to give people the coverage that they want. Now, I think that insurance companies are ruthless. I do. I think there needs to be a change. But it's possible, and I could be completely wrong about this, but it's possible that this whole thing could be used as a way to push for shareholder capitalism, in the sense that they could use this whole scenario to push or to advance this agenda of big industry taking care of people. And maybe that's what they want. They want big industry to take over society and to control people and rule over people in the name of taking care of them. And it could be like what the Nazis did. The Nazis gave a lot of power to big industry. You had companies like IG Farben, and these companies had work camps. They had literal slavery. And they gave all that power to corporations, where these corporations basically had power over life and death. They could kill people. They could work them to death. It was pretty evil. And that was all in the name of this idea of having this Third Reich. But within that Third Reich, there was this idea of giving excessive power to industry. And that's why you had IG Farben running work camps. And it's a possibility that they could use this anger against other corporations, not just insurance companies, to advance this idea of shareholder capitalism. Again, it's just a thought. Okay. Let's go back to the article here. Oh, that's it. That's the end. Yeah. Musk doesn't believe in free speech. It's bullshit. And if you believe that, you got scammed. Or not scammed, but you got deceived. Yeah, that's just the bottom line. How long have we been streaming? Almost 4 hours. We still got time. Still got a lot of time. Let's see. What more should we read here? I got some more stuff to read. So there was an article that I read, or maybe I should try reading your guys' comments. Let's see here. I read your guys' comments. Or maybe they do what they can after a major event. Insurance companies are actually good. Okay. Yes, scammed. Yeah. So there was an article that was published on the Israeli newspaper Haaretz recently, in which it talks about Israeli war crimes, and it gets into sort of the attitude that some of these Israeli soldiers have, in which they think that they are basically superior to the people that they are brutalizing, and they go to the point where they feel like they have the right to torture people and brutalize people in very inhumane ways. All right, so here's the article. I'm going to read to you this part here because most of the article I did not highlight. But it says here in the article, there is this is talking about war crimes in Gaza. There is documentation of shooting of civilians, waving white flags, abuse of individual captives and corpses, burning houses without legal approval, vengeful destruction of property, and looting. Additionally, Mordecai finds that a minuscule number of investigations have been opened compared to the evidence for committed crimes. My examination of the data indicated a similar grouping of soldiers with some significant differences, most notably the callous, these are the callous soldiers, and ideologically violent groups appear to be larger, you see, and this is what I wanted to point out here. Maybe I should change the highlight here. So let's say this is yellow. And let's say this part here is red. So my examination of the data indicated a similar grouping of soldiers with some significant differences. Most notably, the callous and ideologically violent groups appear to be larger, more extreme, and to act out their ideology in defiance of IDF standards and the weakened justice system. So in other words, the fanatics in the IDF are growing in numbers. And you're seeing this in the fact that too many soldiers in the IDF are okay with murder, too many soldiers in the IDF are okay with massacres, and too many soldiers in the IDF are okay with doing other inhumanities, and really too many people in Israeli society will justify horrific things like using rape as a form of torture. And that's what happened with the State Timon prison camp situation in Israel, in which you had IDF soldiers who raped, sodomized a Palestinian detainee, and when they went to go arrest the soldiers, a bunch of fanatics stormed the State Timon prison camp to protect the rapist. Now, how did the police know about this torture? Well, there was an officer, or there was, I think, a physician working in the camp who saw signs of extreme sexual violence on a detainee, and he reported it to the police. So you do have good people. The problem is that the good people are being drowned out by the evil people. And Israeli society, like I said, the Israeli society is returning back to that generation that Jesus spoke of, the generation that crucified Christ. And this is the generation that Jesus spoke of when he gave the parable of the man who got possessed by one demon only for 7 more to enter his body. And Jesus said, as it is with this man who is possessed, so it is with this generation. Basically saying that generation was demonic. The eulogies now this is very interesting. There was a eulogy for a soldier, and these guys who were mourning him just got up on the stage and said, yeah, war crimes are great. Yeah, that war crimes are great. The eulogies at Shuvael ben Natan's funeral, a reservist who was killed in Lebanon, illustrates this shift. One speaker referred to Ben Natan's killing of a 40-year-old Palestinian who was harvesting olives with his children in the West Bank. Members of his military unit recounted how he boosted morale in Gaza by setting a home on fire without approval. So they're praising this. The people who did the eulogy for the soldier, they're saying, oh, it was so great that this guy burned some guy's house in Gaza. They professed their commitment to continue with arson and revenge in Gaza, Lebanon, and Samaria, the West Bank. As the corrupting influence of the callous and ideologically violent soldiers increases, the incorruptible, these are the righteous soldiers, are marginalized. Max Kresh, a reserve fighter, declared his opposition to participating in crimes against humanity. So there's one soldier here, Max Kresh, who said, listen, I am not going to partake in these atrocities. I'm not going to partake in war crimes. And he said he declared his, it says here that he declared his opposition to participating in crimes against humanity like flattening Gaza. The result was severe social ostracism. They kicked me out of my team. They made it clear they didn't want me. He returned from reserve duty feeling mentally crushed. So the fanatics are taking over Israel, and they are drowning out the decent people. State Timan. This is what I was talking to you guys about. This is the place where the soldiers sodomized that guy. State Timan, a detention facility, is like a microcosm, and I like the words that this guy uses. They are a microcosm, meaning that what happened in State Timan is one event that reflects many events, or that it reflects a shift in the zeitgeist of the society. State Timan, a detention facility, is like a microcosm of brutalization in the current war. It became notorious when an incorruptible veteran physician reported signs of severe sexual abuse in a detainee. So this physician, he's a good guy, and he said, listen, they're raping this dude. This is horrific. So he reported it to the police. 9 IDF reserve soldiers were subsequently detained on suspicion of aggravated sodomy and other forms of abuse. It's pretty horrific stuff, guys. This is demonic. I mean, once you start getting into this idea that you can rape someone to torture them, I mean, this is sick. This is sick. According to media reports, there are 36 investigations regarding deaths of detainees who were held in State Timan since October the 7th. Testimonies of released Palestinians gathered by the Israeli human rights NGO B'Tselem indicate harsh, arbitrary violence on a frequent basis. Humiliation and degradation, deliberate starvation, and other abusive practices. Soldiers expressed anonymously how a discourse of hatred and revenge normalized the abuse of detainees. So hatred, sadism is being normalized in the IDF. So they're basically making an army filled with monsters. And this is why I've said this numerous times, prepare for the Israeli ISIS. These stories from the IDF make me sick, absolutely. Yeah, prepare for the Israeli ISIS. You're going to see Jewish ISIS in Israel. And you're already seeing signs of it. Competitions over how many people they can kill. They kill civilians. They don't care. They shoot at civilians. They don't care. They'll kill hundreds of people by killing them with sniper fire or with drones fire, tank fire, helicopter fire, and they don't give a damn. They laugh about it. I mean, you're already seeing the Jewish ISIS, but it's going to get worse. It's like what Jesus said. This generation is like a man who was possessed by one demon, and that demon leaves and brings 7 more, and the man is now even more possessed than he was before. It's a continual process of increased demonic possession. A restrained student in the reserves described brutalization and its effects on the followers. I saw sadistic... Now, this is what this soldier said. This is a good soldier. This is a good guy. He said, I saw sadistic people there. People who enjoy causing suffering to others. What was more disturbing was to see how easily and quickly ordinary people can detach themselves and not see the reality right in front of their eyes when they are in a difficult and shocking human situation. So this is a soldier who's saying, you got a bunch of sadists here. And they enjoy putting pain on others. Similarly, a reservist doctor stated, there is total dehumanization here. You don't really treat them as if they are human beings. In retrospect, the hardest thing for me is what I felt, or actually what I didn't feel when I was there. It bothers me that it didn't bother me. There is normalization of the process, and at some point, it just stops bothering. And this is a very human thing. It's that when you're not being bothered by something that should bother you, then you're disturbed by that. And that's a good thing, though. That means that you're aware that something is wrong, that there is a normalization of cruelty. A restrained female reservist kept her standards by escaping the facility. The dehumanization scared me. The encounter with such dangerous attitudes, which has become more normal in our society, was traumatic for me. I discharged myself from reserve duty with a psychiatrist's help. So this woman went to a psychiatrist so that she could get permission not to be in this facility, the Stade Timon facility where they were raping a guy. And she said, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. So you have Israelis who don't want to be involved in this stuff because they know that it's sick. That's what they call PTSD. PTSD doesn't justify raping a man. If you think that it justifies it, then there's something wrong with you. Israel's Abu Ghraib, absolutely. Yep, Abu Ghraib was another house of horrors. So we read that article. We have one more article to read. And then after that, I'm going to get into... I'm going to give you guys a review for Gladiator II. Kind of rhymes. 59 people? Oh my god. 50. I've never had this high of a number. This is amazing. I think what helped out this channel was, believe it or not, I think it was the video I did on Dennis Prager. And the video I also did on my problem with evangelicals. I was talking about the part of emptiness and barely caring I see. Yeah. It's scary. Centuries of PTSD. How does that work? Tell me. And if this is the result of centuries of PTSD, then why do you have Israelis who know that it's wrong? How come the other Israelis aren't filled with this PTSD? You deserve 1 million followers? I appreciate that. I think I should get a drink of water. Because, oh, we have the Elden Ring music playing. I'm gonna get, yeah, it's not PTSD. People use this PTSD stuff to justify anything. That's how those people in the Haditha massacres got away with it. They said, well, it's just, we went crazy, you know? We thought they were terrorists. And they just, like, butchered a whole bunch of elderly people and women and children. Yeah, hydration is important, especially when you're streaming for hours. Hold on, let me get a drink of water, guys. And probably I'm going to try to get some more coffee, because I do need some more caffeine. Hold on one second. I'm going to lower my music up, and I'm going to turn my mic off. Okay, hold on. love the this music from Elden Ring. It's really good. Beautiful soundtrack. Beautiful soundtrack. 46 people, not bad. Man, we're on a roll today. We have hit a new threshold for this stream for a while. You know, when I first started doing this stream, I would get like 13 people watching. 13 people, and then it would go up to 20, and then it went up to 25, and then 28, and for a while it was in the 30s, and then for a while it was 30s, 35, mid-range, and then recently it started. Now we're in the 40s. Now we're in the 40s. Well, actually, no. Today we hit 59. That's a new threshold. This is a watershed moment for this stream. So we've never hit that level of views ever. So this is a first for us. So this is pretty good. I'm pretty happy with today's stream. Very good stream today. And for weeks now we've had really good streams. And do you know what the tool, not the tool, but do you know what the key is for a good stream? I'm noticing two things. It consists of two things. Sleep. If you don't sleep well before a stream, you're not going to last that long. After about 4 hours, you're going to feel pretty miserable and you're going to want to leave. So sleep is very important. I would say at least 6 hours. But 7 to 8 hours is really good. And then also, you have to over-prepare for these streams. You have to over-prepare for the streams. And that's what I do before all of these streams. I always over-prepare. I always will read a bunch of articles, and I'll say, okay, I like these articles, and I highlight the areas of the articles that I want to read. That's super important also, because if you just want to read articles, the problem with reading articles from beginning to end is that it becomes exhausting. And if you don't highlight the key parts of the article that really pertain to the point that you're trying to convey, what happens is that you're going to be reading the article from beginning to end, trying to or striving to get to the parts of the article that are relevant to your point. And the issue with that is that it's exhausting, and then people don't really know why you're talking about the article or why you're reading this article or why you're reading so much of the article. It's best to just get to the parts of the article that are relevant and that connect with your message. And then that way it just runs super smooth. The highlights are a game changer for me. But you got to over-prepare, and if you over-prepare, if you have too many articles to read, and they're all highlighted, all the parts of the articles are highlighted, that makes everything so much easier, and you could easily do a 5 to 6 hour stream, easily. But if you don't prepare for a stream, then what happens is you start fishing for ideas in your head, and the whole stream feels super aimless, and you're going to lose the audience. I mean, you're just going to lose them. But that's the key to streaming, I'm finding. And their thing also is to just talk. I mean, just talk and really familiarize yourself with the audience. I think that's actually the most important thing. Keep up the fight. Appreciate it, David. Non-alcoholic beer is not beer. Yeah. But this time next year, you might be averaging 100. That would be a huge game changer. Huge game changer if we can get 100. No beer? No, can't do it. I had some beer last week, and the next day I had a joint pain in my big toe, so not good. Music is beautiful, yeah. The water that makes the frogs turn gay, yep. I discovered your father, Mr. Waleed, and you like 3 months ago. You guys are the best. I appreciate that, Mr. HC20. Your videos make my day. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's what I want. I want my videos to make people's day. It's not just about information. It's also about a vibe. It's not just about information. It's a vibe. You want to be a vibe. You want to be music. That's what you want to be. A lot of times now, people are listening to people streaming in the background, and that relaxes them. I mean, I'm always going to prefer music over hearing someone talking, but this is the case for a lot of people. And it's, to be honest with you, to be clear, this has been the case for a long time. I mean, people would listen years and years ago. People were listening to talk radio, and they would just put it on the background as they worked or as they drove, and it was just background noise. And that's what I want to be. I want to be background noise. You may say, well, that sounds kind of self-degrading, and it's not. If someone prefers your voice to be background noise, that means you relax them. That means you have a vibe. You are connecting with the audience. That's what you want, and that's what's going to bring people, that's what's going to get people to come back to your channel. It's true. It really is true. I really like giving this type of advice to people, but what I don't want to be perceived as is a manipulator. Like, oh, I'm manipulating people, or I'm finessing people with sales advice. That's not what I'm doing. I am just giving you guys the facts of streaming that I've learned over the years. Your Friday streams are a good place to end the work week. I really appreciate that. Now, I've been thinking about streaming every day now, but man, that sounds like a big ass burden. Maybe I'll do twice a week, one day. If the audience for these streams can get higher, 100 people maybe, and then say, okay, let's start expanding the stream, maybe twice a week, and just gradually increase the days. I don't know. Music is a good addition. Music is super important for streaming, and it's also important just for video recording in general, because making videos in general, because what music does is it does several things. For one thing, it sets the mood. Music is a mood setter. It's a vibe setter. It creates a vibe. It creates energy. And that energy is what gets people to be interested in the stream. It's like walking into a restaurant and you hear music in the background. Music really sets the mood. It's really important. And the other thing that music does, and this also connects with setting the vibe, is it fills in for the silent gaps in the video. So when you do a video, there are going to be moments when you're going to be thinking. There are going to be moments that you're going to take to think for some seconds. So, and this goes for pre-recorded videos as well. So when you do a pre-recorded video and you're talking, there's inevitably going to be moments when you're going to be thinking, okay, well, or you're going to be kind of looking at the camera for a second or two, and then you're going to think of something, and then you're going to resume from where you left off. And what music does is it fills the gap of silence. So when you take that moment to think, there's going to be silence. If there's no music, then there's kind of a feeling of, I don't know, there's kind of a feeling of awkwardness that is sensed, at least for me. And when you have that music there, it just fills up that gap of silence, and it gets rid of that awkwardness. So music fills up the gaps in a video. That's why I always put, not always, but that's why a lot of times I put background music in my recorded videos as well. And the other thing also, and if I wish I could talk to someone who streams, just to see if I'm the only one who feels this way. But I really believe that pre-recorded videos are way more difficult to do than streaming. Pre-recorded videos are way more difficult and require way more mental energy than doing streaming. Streaming takes mental energy, but it's not the same. The mental energy that streaming requires is more of an endurance thing. It's more in the sense of you're burning calories, and you're going to be talking for hours, and you're just going to keep on going for as long as you can, or for as long as you want to. With pre-recorded videos, there's always this sense that you have to be perfect because you're doing a pre-recorded video. You're not doing a stream where there's an audience and you can sort of relax and you can have a conversation with people and engage with your audience. With pre-recording, there's no audience. There's no energy. You got to make this video decent enough that people are going to click on it to see it. And that's difficult. But one thing that I've learned is that you're washing dishes, but you took time to. Oh, I appreciate that. You took the time to type this up. The thing about pre-recorded videos is you can make it easier. You can make it easier on yourself to do pre-recorded videos by not worrying about making mistakes. Because when you start streaming, when you stream, it doesn't matter if you make a mistake. You're just going to keep going because the audience is there. You're not going to be streaming and then, oh, you stuttered or you slurred a word or you jammed two words together or you used a word wrongly and say, oh, well, okay, let me turn off the stream. I'm going to be right back. Let's do it again. You can't do that. So in a stream, you force yourself to accept your mistakes. That's the thing about streaming, is that you force yourself to accept your mistakes and you just got to keep going. And when you force yourself to accept your mistakes, you put your mind in this good place, in this good space where you're not really judging yourself anymore and you just keep going. And by not having that sense of self-judgment, it's so much easier to communicate. And yeah, you may make a mistake while streaming, but you're not going to care. You're just going to keep going. And you need to have that same energy when you're doing a pre-recorded video. The challenge is, how do you tap into that streaming energy when you're doing a pre-recorded video? That's the challenge. And that's, to me, that's something that I've been trying to really work on psychologically when I do pre-recorded videos. I want to just kind of psych my mind or trick my mind into thinking that we're just doing a stream, we're just having a conversation, because that makes doing a pre-recorded video so much easier. The thing is that you know you're not streaming, you know that you're doing a pre-recording, but you gotta trick yourself into thinking that you're not doing a pre-recording. And the actual trick behind that, or the key to do that, is to not judge yourself. That's actually the solution, is to just not judge yourself. You just hit that camera, you hit that recording, see, I just made a mistake. You just hit that record button and you just go. And you just say, okay, we're not going to judge ourselves. Self-judgment is the biggest enemy of creativity. It doesn't matter if you're writing, it doesn't matter if you're streaming, it doesn't matter if you're doing pre-recorded videos, it doesn't matter if you're acting or whatever. Self-judgment is the enemy of all creativity. And self-judgment really comes from a place of perfectionism, and perfectionism comes really from a place of insecurity, because you don't want to be judged by other people, so you feel like you have to give a perfect performance. And when you just don't give a shit about that, that's actually when you perform well. That's the psychology of performance. That's the psychology of artwork, actually. Same thing with writing. When you're writing something and you're constantly thinking, well, people aren't going to like that, people aren't going to care about that, why bring this up? What happens is that your writing comes out subpar. Your writing doesn't come out good. And people will see right through it. People will read what you wrote, and they're going to automatically know that you didn't enjoy writing that because it wasn't from you. And the thing about talking in front of a camera is that you have to show you. You have to show them. That's the thing. And once you show people you, then people will begin to follow you more, or people are going to start to want to listen to you more because you have showed them who you are. See, I made an error mistake. I said shown instead of showed. You have showed them who you are. You want to show them who you are. People don't want to see fakery. People want to see real. People will literally sit there and watch a guy fishing for hours on YouTube because the guy who's fishing shows his real self. And that authenticity is what people love more than anything else. They love it. You have to be authentic, you know? And when you guys see me on my pre-recorded videos, you're kind of seeing a mask. To be real with you, you're kind of seeing a mask. And I'll watch some of my pre-recorded videos and think that's not me, because sometimes you'll see me in front of the camera and I'm like yelling and I'm really loud, and that's just me thinking that I need to be loud to do a good video. And lately I've been really telling myself, Ted, you got to stop doing that. You need to just turn that camera on and talk like you do in front of the live stream when you do a stream, because that's just not me. When you see me on these streams, this is actually how I am in real life. What you're seeing right now, this is how I am. This is how I'm talking. This is how I talk to people. So you got to take off the mask. But it's more difficult to take off the mask when you're pre-recording, because you feel like, oh, I got to make it perfect because I'm not streaming, I'm doing a pre-recording, so it has to be performative. And no, it doesn't. It just needs to be you, and that's it. Simple as that. Simple as that, guys. What do you think of TikTok streams? I've never really gotten into TikTok. I did one TikTok video. You can see it if you search hard enough. It was me criticizing people who say defund the police. I did one TikTok video and I said, nah, I'm too old for this shit. I'm not doing it. I'm too long-winded. Felipe, what are you talking about? I don't know if you're a troll or if you're just, I don't know what, or if you're using Google Translate. I don't know what this is. You're just like, feel free to ask what comes to mind in a respectful. What are you talking about? I have content as well, Goose. For Angina is the agave stirrup. What are you guys talking about? It's like a weird and enigmatic code. I expect you to do a Christmas stream. I did not do a Christmas stream, and I was thinking about doing that, but I felt like it was kind of... I felt like if I did a Christmas stream, it would be in a way telling you guys that you guys have no lives. I don't know. I thought about this. I'm thinking, if I do a Christmas stream, that would basically be me saying you guys have no lives, and I know you guys are gonna watch me. It would be kind of perceived as an insult. I don't know. I just didn't want to do it. I didn't feel right about it. I did record a video on Christmas though. I did on Christmas Day. I recorded a video, and then I uploaded it the next day. It was my video on Dennis Prager. Can the internet handle Ted Daily streams? I don't know. I don't know. Would you stream on YouTube and Twitch? I might. I don't know. I might. Music recommendations during this live stream will fill gaps in my music compilatory collection. Oh, okay. That's good to know. I like the musical recommendations. The only problem is that they get copyright hit all the time. Do a New Year's stream? Yeah, we can do a New Year's stream. Because New Year's doesn't have the same level as Christmas. You and your dad on Christmas would have been better than football. I agree with you. I'm not gonna disagree with that. I don't like football. I think it's boring. I think it's a boring ass thing to watch. So I have one more article to bring up, and then I'm gonna do my review for Gladiator II. I have some coffee here. Gets my mind going because these streams are exhausting. I really don't know how these streamers do it. You know, you have these streamers who do this every single day for like 6-7 hours, and I mean, it really is. It's a job. Doing it once a week is not really a job because it's fun. It's fun to do these streams, but to do this every day, it would be fun, but it would be still kind of like a job because it's physically draining. Imagine doing a presentation at your job for 5 hours. I mean, once a week. It's training. Glad I wasn't the only one thinking that, Matt Meg. Yep. Okay. So this is an article, it was published by the Jerusalem Post, and it's called Assessing Turkish Intentions After Assad's Regime Fall. I thought this was a decent article, and it talks about... Got a bunch of stuff here to read. It talks about the rise of Turkey, and it also talks about the tension between Israel and Turkey, which I also find quite interesting. So it says here that most notably and perhaps insufficiently understood is that the ending of 61 years of Ba'ath Party rule in Syria is, above all, the triumph of one man. Who is this one man, you may ask? That man is not Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, leader Abu Muhammad al-Jalani, though he is set to emerge as Syria's new president. The man in question is Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And so again, this is, like I've said many times, as we have said, as my dad has said for years, this is the Ottoman Empire's revival that we are witnessing. There are 30 million Turkish Azeri in Iran. Do you think Turkey will take over Iran? I don't know. I don't know. I think there's going to be an alliance between Turkey and Iran. That's what I think. I think there's going to be an alliance between the two to destroy Israel. I think they want to destroy Israel. I think they want to do another Holocaust. Erdogan's decision to refuse to cede a small corner of northwest Syria to the Assad regime enabled the slow growth of the forces that would eventually destroy Assad. For half a decade, this decision appeared inexplicable. Everyone else had long moved on from the Syrian civil war, assuming it was over. So this is an interesting point. So Erdogan militarily was occupying a small section of Syria. It was I think it was the northwestern part of Syria. And Erdogan went to Bashar al-Assad and said, okay, let's normalize relations. And Assad said, okay, we can normalize relations, but you got to get the hell out of my country. You literally got a military occupation with thousands upon thousands of soldiers in my country, and I want them gone, which is understandable. And Erdogan said, no. In fact, not only am I going to say no and refuse to leave, I'm going to have your country overran with terrorists. And you're going to be overthrown. And that's what happened. And so what you're seeing, like I said, you're seeing the revival of Ottoman power. Erdogan's decision, okay, I already read this. The Russians, sometimes shrewd and patient strategists on this occasion, walked into a Turkish trap, and I have something to say about this. Walked into a Turkish trap, taking their Syrian client regime along with them. In their strategy of reconciliation, rather than outright conquest of Syrian rebel-held areas, they got around the problem of the most hardcore, determined insurgents by including an element of reconciliation agreements that allowed these men to keep their weapons and make their way to the Turkish-guaranteed enclave in the northwest of the country. So they basically said, okay, if you are a proxy for Turkey, we're not really going to do much to you. And these guys just kept their guns, and they went over to this Turkish-controlled area, and that was it. And the Turks were training these people, getting them prepared for a coup. Now, here is the question, and this is the question that a lot of people are asking, all right? And I think perhaps I have found the answer. Again, I could be wrong, but hear me out. The question is, why did Russia basically turn its back on Syria? Russia could have easily bombed the shit out of those HTS guys. Why did Russia turn its back on Syria? Now you could say, well, it's because Russia is bogged down in Ukraine and it can't spread itself too thin. Russia was helping Syria in 2022 when it invaded Ukraine and when it was at war. Russia was helping Syria in 2023. So perhaps that's not really the case. Perhaps it's partially the case. You see, back in World War I, or before World War I, back in the day before the outbreak of World War I, the Austro-Hungarian Empire annexed Bosnia and Herzegovina. The Russians didn't want this. The Russians did not want for Bosnia to be annexed by the Habsburgs. But it happened. And why did Russia allow that to happen? Well, the Ottoman Empire was an ally of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. And the Ottoman Empire told the Russians, if you allow the Austro-Hungarians to annex Bosnia, in exchange, we will give you access into the Mediterranean. Because if you look at a map, you got Ukraine here, you got Russia over here. Let's say you got Ukraine here, Russia over here, okay? The camera is mirrored, so it does the reverse. If I go right, it looks like I'm using my left. Well, actually, no, it's my right hand. Anyway, let's say you got Russia over here, or so you got Ukraine over here, and you got Russia over here. You got the Black Sea. This is all the Black Sea. Then you got Turkey over here, in the bottom. You got the Bosphorus, and the Bosphorus is an access way from the Black Sea, and it eventually leads into... Now, let me just make sure if I'm correct. I don't want to get my geography wrong. Black Sea, map, Turkey. Yep, I was correct. So, you got... Man, Google Images. Give me a break. So, yeah, you have the Black Sea. You got Russia over here, you got Ukraine over here, you got Turkey down here. You got the Bosphorus, and the Bosphorus leads into a body of water known as the Sea of Marmara. From the Sea of Marmara, you enter the Dardanelles. From the Dardanelles, you enter into the Aegean. From the Aegean, you enter into the Mediterranean. So Russia is Russia is it's kind of trapped in a way in the Black Sea, and it wants to have that freedom to go from the Black Sea through the Bosphorus into the Sea of Marmara, into the Aegean Sea, from there into the Mediterranean Sea. The problem is that Russia has to get the permission of Turkey to use the Bosphorus to enter the Sea of Marmara, and the Sea of Marmara is still within Turkey's territory, so it still needs that permission to go through the Dardanelles to enter the Aegean Sea. So the Ottoman Empire told the Russians, this is before the outbreak of World War I, the Ottoman Empire told the Russians, if you allow the Austro-Hungarian Empire to annex Bosnia and Herzegovina, we will allow you access through the Dardanelles into the Mediterranean Sea. We're not going to restrict your access through the Dardanelles. The Russians said, great. So the Russians turned their backs on their Serbian ally because the Serbians were living in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And so the Turks and the Russians made a deal. Now that's fast forward to our own time. Okay. Well, actually, no, let's talk a little bit more about World War I because it is fascinating. So the Russians said, okay, Habsburgs, you can take Bosnia. We made a deal with the Turks that they're going to give us unlimited access into the Mediterranean. The Habsburgs take Bosnia and Herzegovina, they annex it, and now they're controlling a territory with a bunch of Serbs living in there. And then you had some Serbian nationalist, and he killed the Archduke Ferdinand and his wife. And that sparked World War I. So let's fast forward to our own time. You have Syria. Russia has a naval base in the Tartus area of Syria, which means Russia has direct access into the Mediterranean from Syria. And with that naval base in the Tartus, Russia doesn't have to worry about getting permission from the Turks to go through the Bosphorus into the Sea of Marmara, from the Sea of Marmara into the Dardanelles, from the Dardanelles into the Aegean, from the Aegean into the Mediterranean. It doesn't have to go through all that Turkish bureaucracy. It can just go from Syria to the Mediterranean. So perhaps there was a deal, kind of like the one that was between the Ottomans and the Russians and the Habsburgs before World War I, in which the Turks told the Russians, listen, you allow us to take Syria, we're not going to stop you getting that access into the Mediterranean. And the Russians said, okay. And the Russians turned their backs on Syria, just like they turned their backs on the Serbs of Bosnia. Just a thought, just an observation, not saying it's 100%. Like I always say, I don't have the paper that says, oh, I got, it says this, and I got the leaked documents, and it says there was a deal. No, I'm just saying that could be it, that could actually be what happened. Because there was a deal before World War I in which the Turks told the Russians, if you let the Habsburgs take Bosnia, we'll give you access into the Mediterranean. And the Russians took that deal. And perhaps the Turks did a similar deal. Perhaps the Turks said, okay, you allow us to overthrow Assad, and, we're not going to kill Assad. You can take him back to Russia. He's your friend. And we're not going to touch Tartus. We're not going to touch Tartus. In fact, we won't hinder you from going through the Dardanelles. And it's possible that that's what happened, that there was a deal, because Turkey really wants that access into the Mediterranean. It's a major maritime territory, very important geostrategically. There's a lot of natural resources in the Mediterranean. There's natural gas in the Mediterranean. So Russia doesn't want to let that go. So Russia said, okay, well, you want to overthrow Assad, you want to take over Syria, but what about my Tartus? What about my Tartus naval base? Well, and Turkey said, well, you can have that. We won't touch it. And in fact, when Israel started expanding into Syria, Israel made an agreement with the Russians that they wouldn't touch any Russian soldiers, that they would make sure not to touch any Russian military installations, that they wouldn't attack any Russian soldiers. So I think Russia really wants to maintain that access into the Mediterranean. And I think that was a part of the deal. And if that is the case, and I think it is, because it's obvious they want that access into the Mediterranean, and it's obvious that if Turkey and Russia and America made a deal about this, that the Tartus was part of the deal. And if that is the case, like I said, which I think it is, then it's quite parallel to what happened before World War I. The Turks told the Russians, you can have access through the Dardanelles into the Mediterranean. And Russia turned its back on the Serbs. And because the Austrians annexed Bosnia, you had a Serbian nationalist who got pissed off about it, who shot the Archduke, and the Germans used that to justify invading the rest of Europe. So there's like I said, our time, what we're living in right now, not too different from what happened before World War I and what happened before World War II. Hi Theo, I finally changed my name from Really Mental Pig to my actual name. Very funny, very, very funny. But Really Mental Pig was a pretty funny username. 55 likes, absolutely. We're on a roll, guys. We got 52 people. We're hitting a new threshold, guys. We're hitting a new threshold. We got 55 people. We are hitting a new threshold, everybody. The algorithm is liking us, and I don't know. Like I said, when I first started streaming, it was like 10 people, 15 people, 20 people, 25, 28, 30, 35, 40 something. Now we're in the 50s. Now we're in the 50s. This is a new threshold. We've hit a new mark. We've hit a new limit. Let's see here. So let's go back to the article on oh, okay, hold on. Let's go back to the article published by the Jerusalem Post. Don't flock it up. Okay. I'll try not to. Also, another important thing to do before streaming is to shower. I used to not shower before streams. I used to just turn the camera on and go, and man, I felt like shit the whole time. When you shower, it not only cleans up your body, it refreshes your whole mind, and it clears your mind, and it makes it so much easier to communicate. I don't know why, but I kind of do know why. I mean, water feels really good, and it just makes streaming so much easier when you shower. I made the name when I was 11, I see. So it says here, the idea presumably was that these men would then spend, so these men, meaning the rebels, would then spend their time praying and training. That's dangerous. In total irrelevance. That's bullshit. And that's the problem with some of these governments. They'll say, yeah, those rebels are not a threat, and they are a threat. Instead, as it turns out, with this practice, Russia and the Assad regime busily stoked the fires that would eventually consume them. But it should be remembered that in their northwest Syrian enclave, the Turks allowed the incubation of not one, but two Sunni Islamist armies and authorities. Yeah, it's talking about the SNA and it's talking about HTS. SNA is Syrian National Army. HTS is Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. They're both terrorist groups and they're both backed by Turkey. So it says here, the first of these, HTS and its Syrian Salvation Government. That sounds like an African militant government. That sounds like that sounds like an African government that would massacre 1 million people. Welcome to Tony Dolby's Salvation Army. We have a child army. Get the machetes ready. That sounds like, anytime I hear Salvation Government or Salvation Army or anything like that, like Army of Democracy, Army of Freedom, I know that a lot of people are going to die. That's like when the French revolutionaries took over France and they said, we have a cult of liberty, and there was no liberty. There was a lot of guillotining and a lot of beheadings and mass murder and all sorts of sick shit. Oh, we have the cult of reason. When the French revolutionaries took over France, they had the cult of reason, and there was no reason. There was a lot of people being unreasonable. There was a lot of hysteria, a lot of mass murder. Everything was in that movement except for reason. There was no reason there. Oh, well, this is the goddess of liberty. There was no liberty. There was a lot of murder and a lot of controlling people's speech. You know, just as a side note, do you know that during the French Revolution, they would kill you if you owned a book that had the word king in it? If you had a book in your house and it had the word king in the book, they would kill you because there was no freedom. Kind of like how people thought that by Elon Musk buying Twitter, there would be actual freedom of speech, but now Laura Loomer just temporarily lost her account because she said something about HB1 visas. No freedom of speech here. You guys keep getting fooled by this stuff. Revolutionaries don't care about freedom. They just care about power. And the people who replaced Bashar al-Assad don't give a shit about revolution. They just care about power. That's it. That's all they give a damn about. If they did care about freedom, they wouldn't be butchering people because they're Alawites. They wouldn't be burning down Christmas trees. Revolutionaries will speak of freedom of speech and freedom as a weapon. They will weaponize these concepts to get people to side with them. And then once they take power, freedom of speech goes out the window. Democracy is only a means to an end. That's the bottom line. Democracy is only a means to an end. They will use democracy until they don't have to use democracy. I feel better mentally after I shower. Yeah, totally. Yeah. I think it's because most of our body is water. So we just connect with water. I don't know why. I just said why. I found you by searching Serbia. You had a couple of videos about Serbia. Oh, appreciate that. Hope you like the videos. I like the way you talk, Theo. You have a very sensible opinion. I appreciate that, Mr. Nicola Marin. I try my best. Coffee definitely helps. Sweet Body Fit, interesting. Was it People's Liberation Army of whatever? Yep. Yeah, just watch the movie Blood Diamonds. Welcome to the People's Liberation Army. You want to vote? Put your arm out, please chop your arm out with a machete. Yeah, there's no freedom. This is the army in Syria. What do they call it here? Well, hold on. Syrian Salvation Government. Yeah, there's no salvation here. I guarantee you, there ain't no salvation in this place. There's just hell. There's a lot of damnation. There's no salvation here, but there's sure a hell of a lot of damnation, everybody. Damnation, not salvation. Not salvation. Where they say peace and safety, sudden destruction comes. When they say peace, peace, there will be no peace. Yep, just like the AfD in Germany says they don't want war with Russia. And Elon Musk said he didn't want to censor people. And look how that turned out. People believe that. It's like that scene from Braveheart when after William Wallace's dad dies and his uncle adopts him. And his uncle says, "You're going to move with me? You're coming with me?" And William Wallace says, "But I don't want to go." And his father said, "You didn't want your father to die either." Ooh, that's a powerful scene. There ain't nothing like that scene, Braveheart. That movie, Braveheart. Now, that is a movie. I saw Gladiator II. That was bullshit. Braveheart. Hot damn, it's a masterpiece. "I don't want to go." You didn't want your father to die. Look how that turned out. I mean, it's just perfect writing. Mel Gibson is the master of just execution of language. I don't know how he does it, but he knows how to calibrate things. So yeah, HTS and its Syrian Salvation Government is the force that marched to Damascus and took power there. Yeah, they didn't march in. Yeah, they marched. Yeah, they didn't take power. They got help from Turkey. The second group, the Syrian National Army, and its Syrian interim government is a more direct creation of Ankara, Turkey. It consists of North Syrian Sunni insurgents, that's nice, Islamist groups other than HTS, corralled by Turkey into a military force, trained, armed, and directed by Ankara. Now let me tell you something. This is not a Syrian movement. There's nothing Syrian about this movement, all right? This is an Islamist movement, which means that it's universal. It doesn't care about national identity at all. At all. Because you also have an army of thousands upon thousands, if not tens of thousands, of Uyghur terrorists in Syria, and they were trained by Turkey to be battle ready. And they are battle hardened now because for a long time they have been fighting with the Syrian government, and they also took part in the overthrowing of Bashar al-Assad. So this is not really a revolution in the sense of a national grassroots movement. This is a Islamo-Turco-Mongolian takeover. That's what this is. You're seeing an Islamo-Turco-Mongolian takeover of the country. That's why you see Arabs. That's why you see Uyghurs, which are really just Muslim Mongolians. That's why you see Turks. That's why you see Turkmen getting involved in this stuff. Like, there's nothing Syrian about this. First learn to use, this. Then I'll teach you to use. Yep. Another perfect scene. Another Perfect Scene. Man, it's such a great movie. Oh my God. I watched that film a couple of months ago, and I'm not going to lie, guys. That was the first time that I saw that movie probably since I was in high school. It's a film that I watch once in a while because it's so good. I don't want to overuse it. And I watched that film some months ago, and I said, damn. Literally a tear running down my eye. I mean, it was such a good movie. Powerful film. Braveheart. Oh my God. And the soundtrack. Unlike anything I've ever seen. So it says here that a whole bunch of Muslims are barbarian gremlins are running around Syria. I don't have to read everything. The CNA has maintained a prison system in northwest Syria. Look at this. Remember they were telling us about Bashar al-Assad torturing people? Oh, he tortured people. Okay, check this out. The SNA, Syrian National Army, has maintained a prison system in northwest Syria in which torture and abuse are routine, and into which thousands of Syrians have disappeared. Oh, remember they were saying this about Assad? That he tortures people and disappears people? Oh, who's replacing him? Who's replacing him? People who torture and disappear people. I thought Bashar al-Assad was the problem, but it turns out you guys are replacing him with someone or something worse. November 2024, the SNA was directed not southward against the regime, but rather eastward against the Syrian Kurds. And that's another thing. The Turks are using the presence of the Kurdish militants as a pretext to advance further into Syria. And you watch, you're going to see a massive military deployment, Turkish military deployment in Syria to wipe out the Kurdish militants, and it's only going to be a pretext to do further Ottomanization of the country. With close Turkish support, the SNA overran Tal Rifat and then took Manbij, pushing the SDF back to the Euphrates River line. Their advance included, unsurprisingly, documented war crimes. Oof, not surprising. Not surprising at all. Documented war crimes, including the filmed execution of 2 wounded soldiers in a hospital. I saw this video. It was horrifying. You saw these 2 poor guys sitting on hospital beds, man. They're completely helpless. They have no way of defending themselves, and these bastards go in there and they just shoot these 2 guys. They just shoot them. Like, mercilessly, just like that. There's no court, there's no trial, there ain't nothing. And amazingly, under Bashar al-Assad, you had Sunni mosques, Shiite mosques, Alawite mosques, Christian churches, and yes, you even had synagogues in Syria under Bashar al-Assad. Even synagogues, supposedly the big anti-Semitic Bashar al-Assad. You had the synagogues. But under these gremlins, what do you have? Under these goblins, what do you have? Alawite mosques shot up. Christmas trees burned down. People being executed without a trial. People being tortured. I mean, it's like, how is this better than Assad? Because it's not about overthrowing a tyrant. It's about power. It's about advancing empire. That's what this is. That's why you see Israel advancing into Syria. As soon as they overthrew the guy, let's go in. Oh, hold on, Israel. Hold on. Aren't you guys fighting Hamas? Hamas is Sunni, right? Yeah, Hamas is Sunni. Aren't you guys fighting the Jenin battalion over there in the West Bank? Are they what? Are they what? Are they Sunni or Shia? Oh, they're Sunni. Oh, okay. And what's Turkey? Sunni. And these HTS terrorists, what are they? Sunni. So now you got rid of the Alawites, and now you have a Sunni power right next door. And they want Al-Quds. They want Jerusalem. It's like Israel. I thought you Jews were supposed to be intelligent. Oh, my God. I thought you Jews were supposed to have high IQs. Isn't that what they always say? Ashkenazi Jews got the highest IQs. I'm seeing a lot of stupidity here. Or maybe it's because you guys are so power hungry, you guys don't care about the future. You don't care about what suffering you guys cause. It's amazing. Somebody told me, oh, Ted, you just focus on Israel all the time. No. I try to see the bigger picture of things. I try to see the forest instead of just looking at a tree. Because, so you want me to talk about Muslims. Okay, Muslim lunatics took over Syria. All right, they overthrew a guy who was moderate in comparison to them, and you have the leader, the prime minister of Israel, literally taking credit for this, taking credit for enabling Islamists to overrun Syria, which is right next door to Israel, which shares a big border with Israel. How is this not insanity? It's insane, guys. It's I feel like I'm living in Resident Evil 4. I feel like I'm Leon Kennedy here. Now, for those of you who haven't played, Leon Kennedy is a video game character who is the main character in the video game Resident Evil 4, in which he enters a small town in Spain that is under the control of a zombie cult. And it looks like Israel has been taken over by a zombie cult. They're insane. They're insane, and they think, well, as long as these Arabs kill each other, as long as the Alawites are being butchered by the Sunnis, and the Sunnis are being ambushed by the Alawites, and Christians are being killed by the Sunnis, and the Christians have to fight back, as long as there's all this tension and division and killing, this Arab neighbor of ours is going to be weak, and we don't have to worry about it at all. Okay, Mr. Israel. Okay, just wait for the Turkish hazouk to come. And if you don't know what a hazouk is, go look up the word hazouk. It's basically what they used to do to people when the Ottoman Empire was running things. It's basically what Vlad the Impaler did to the Turks. And who do you think he learned that from? Jesus, man, I've had enough. I'm over this. Guys, I've had enough of this bullshit. I have had enough. I can't do this. I mean, I can do this. I'm still going to stream, don't get me wrong. But this bullshit that I keep reading about, it gets under my skin. It really does. Like, this bullshit. You have this guy, Bashar al-Assad. Okay, he's kind of a tyrant. Okay, he's bad. But he's workable. These people aren't workable. These are lunatics. Just talk about Muslims all day. Okay, let's talk about the Islamic takeover of Syria. And let's not talk about the fact that the prime minister of the Jewish state of the world has literally said, I'm the one to take credit for doing this. Let's just ignore the Israeli elephant in the room, shall we? Give me a break, guys. It's crazy. Karaboga. Does Syria not border Israel? Yup. Would they not be trying to secure a border? I wasn't against Assad, but I don't live there. Still, I could tell Assad didn't seem that bad, except when pushed to no resort. The guy was taking Christmas photos with his wife. I mean, give me a break. You had Christmas photos with Bashar, and now you have Christmas tree on fire, because really, who are these Sunnis? I mean, Sunnis are just Calvinist Unitarians. That's all they are. Their Islam is a form of, it's like Calvinism. They believe in predestination and all that. They believe that no one has any free will. So they're basically just Calvinists who are Unitarians, and that's what they are. Like the Puritans, they banned Christmas. These people want to ban Christmas. It's the same bullshit, only except that it's a Unitarian Calvinism. But it has all the trappings of Puritanism. All the trappings of Puritanism. And the Puritans were freaking lunatics. I mean, listen, you had the Church of England controlling England, but the Church of England was nowhere near as bad as the Puritans. Hell, the Puritans were so bad that the Church of England actually allied with the Catholics to kill off the Puritans. You can go read about it in the religious war they had up there back in I think the 1600s. I mean, it's just, really, this is what you're dealing with. Okay. They want the crazies they think they know. Yeah. They need to find, and Theo needs to find an alcohol he can drink so he can survive these. I know. I used to drink alcohol and it was great. It just calmed me down. Now I got nothing but freaking coffee and black tea. And that's another reason why the Middle East is so filled with lunatics. They don't have any alcohol. They don't have any alcohol. They go crazy. That's why you see them drinking coffee and tea and smoking all the time. They're losing their minds. Where was I going with this? Yeah, the Israeli elephant. I'm agnostic now because I don't know who to believe in. Okay. I don't. What was I was saying something. The Israeli elephant in the room. Yeah. So let's go back to the article here. That's just, when I lose my train of thought, I'm just going to go back to the article here. As of now, there are indications that a major new offensive by the SNA supported by the Turkish armed forces on the town of Kobani may be imminent. So it says here, the SDF would undoubtedly fiercely resist any invasion across the Euphrates, but with Turkish air power, artillery, and drone capacity involved, the fighting would be bloody, the Turkish success likely. And I agree with this guy. Turkey is going to provide military support for the SNA against the Kurds. Yep, that's already happening. And it says here that they're going to use air support. Yep. And most likely the Turks are going to win. Yep. What would follow, given the existing track record of the SNA, would almost certainly be ethnic cleansing, mass murder. That's right. That's correct. But Bashar al-Assad was the bad guy. So you hated Bashar because Bashar was anti-Israel and he killed people. So what did you do? You replaced him with people who like to kill people even more, and they also hate Israel even more. So, I mean, really, it seems like Assad was definitely the lesser of two evils. Yeah, absolutely. Israel has little, as I know, seemed to me a lot like America. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of countries will do this sort of thing, countries that have power, but damn, the arrogance of the Israelis, it's unbelievable. It's like, yeah, we overthrew Assad. Oh, yeah, this is so great. And that merchant, Ben Shapiro, what did he say after Assad fell? This bastard. Now, when Assad fell, the night that he fell, I'll be honest with you guys, I fell into a depression. I didn't sleep. I didn't. I just stayed up all night looking at the news, just trying to... I was a mess. Psychologically, I was a mess. But I did a video that night. And you guys can see the video. Look up Say Goodbye to Assad, Say Hello to the Revived Ottoman Empire. That's the name of the video. Or Revived Ottoman Empire. And I was miserable. I was depressed. And I said, guys, this is terrible. The human suffering that is going to happen as a result of this is depressing, and it's gloomy, and it's horrendous. And what does Ben Shapiro? So here's Ben Shapiro, right? He has no problem with Christians at all. He just uses the Christians to get views, but he has no problem with them at all, right? Ben Shapiro, this merchant, goes onto his broadcasting channel, whatever it's called, and he says, I know that Christians could be slaughtered, but throwing Bashar al-Assad is basically worth it. This is what he said. This is essentially what the guy said. In fact, I could probably find the video. See if I can find the video here. This is what this guy said. He said, yeah, I know Christians are going to be slaughtered and blah, 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 but, you know, who really cares? Because, well, Bashar al-Assad needs to be taken down. Guys, why the fuck are you guys following Ben Shapiro? Why are people following this merchant, this snake? Yeah, Ben Shapiro's a snake. Why are people following this snake, this merchant, this weasel? He's literally saying, I don't give a shit if Christians are murdered. It's like he's hearkening back to the time when, this is a little bit of a history lesson here, but the Persian Empire invaded Jerusalem. This is before Islam even existed. The Persian Empire invaded Jerusalem, and Jerusalem at that time was under the control of the Byzantines. And so the Persians took it over, and the Jews living in Jerusalem made an alliance with the Persian Empire because they hated the fact that Christians ruled over them. And so they made an alliance with the Persians, and the Persians said, yeah, basically it's open season on the Christians. You want to butcher them, butcher them. And 90,000 Christians were butchered in Jerusalem after the Persians took it over. Who participated in the slaughter of those Christians? I'll let you guys answer that. Another thing that happened was that members in the Jewish population went to the Persians, wealthy people, and they said, hey, is it okay if we can buy Christians since you guys have conquered the city? And the Persians said, yeah, go ahead. You want to buy Christians as slaves or whatever? Go right ahead. And these people, these wealthy Jewish people, they bought Christians not to make them work. No, it's far worse than that. They would buy Christians solely for the pleasure of killing Christians. You can read this in the history. They would buy Christians solely for the pleasure of murdering a Christian. but yet but we are grafted in with the Jewish people. Don't you know that? We're supposed to say that we're grafted in with them. We shouldn't criticize them. We shouldn't talk about Israeli war crimes. We shouldn't bring up evils that certain Jewish people do. No. Even though you have Jewish people who are exposing the evils of the evils done by Israelis, certain Israelis. No, we should ignore all that and just praise Israel and wave the Israeli flag and be oblivious to the fact that you are literally following a CIA psyop. Who do you think runs all this pro-Israel stuff in American churches? You think that's all just a purely grassroots movement? You're literally being manipulated by a CIA psyop. I'm letting you guys know that right now. It's literally a CIA psyop to maintain public opinion, to maintain pro-Israel sentiment in American society. Because as long as like I've said, as long as the white majority in Western countries are sympathetic to Israel or have no hatred towards Israel, Western countries will be friendly with Israel. The moment the moment that the majority white demographic in America says we've had enough with Israel, that is the moment when policy will change, and America is going to turn its back on Israel. Now, do I support America turning its back on Israel? No, I don't, because I don't want to see another Holocaust. I'm just saying that that's the reason why they maintain that psyop. And I know it's a psyop because years ago, my dad went to this church, and guess who was in the church? It was, what's his name? It was it was James Woolsey. James Woolsey was in the church, and my dad said, "Oh, what are you doing here?" And he says, "Oh, I'm just here to do some work here." Blah blah blah. You know who James Woolsey is? James Woolsey is the former head of the CIA. He was in the church. And it was a big church, too. It was a big church in California. What was he doing there? He was just making sure that this opinion is maintained. You know? But the problem is that we live in a post-Christian society, and so people are falling more into paganistic ways of thinking and Darwinistic ways of thinking. And the problem is that if people really, really start to hate Israel, they're not going to be balanced. Right? It's like, I am critical of Israel. I don't hate Israel. I have a balanced approach. I like to think that I have a balanced approach towards Israel. I believe that we should be critical of Israel, but at the same time, we should not hate people because they're Jewish. I don't believe in hating people because of their race. I think that's weird. It's like, oh, I hate Indians. No. There's certain Indians are assholes, but certain white people are assholes, certain Jews are assholes. I don't like getting into this idea of like hating people because they're a particular ethnic group. I don't like that. It's weird. It's icky. And the problem is that when people start getting into criticism of Israel, they start to fall down this path towards right-wing radicalization. So they start saying, "Oh, well, maybe Hitler was right," and they start reading Mein Kampf, and that's the road that I don't want people to go down in. I want to promote a balanced view of things. Have a balanced view, but do not turn to Nazism at all. And that's why you will see me doing videos critical of Israel, but at the same time, I'm also doing videos critical of right-wing nationalism. And I think that's the sweet spot, you know? What's your social media? It's Theodore Schubot on Facebook. Don't forget Theodore Herzl and the Ottoman Empire. Yeah, it's another example. Theodore Herzl said he wanted Ottoman money so that he could back his Zionist plan. And the Ottomans told them, "We will fund your Zionist plan if you can just... if you can convince these Armenians to drop their weapons." And so he goes to the Armenians and he says, "Hey, can you Armenians forget your weapons?" And the Armenians said, "No, get the hell out of here. Get out of here." Because the Armenians knew the moment they put down their weapons would be the moment the Ottomans would butcher them. I do strongly dislike some people, but I am not for the mass slaughter of anyone. I do support Israel, but not blindly. Yeah. I think Israel has totally a right to exist. I do. I just don't like war crimes. I mean, it's that simple. I followed him when I became political in the beginning. Later, yeah, that's the case that people. That's usually the path that people take. What's your opinion on Nick Fuentes? I think Nick Fuentes, I mean, like anyone else, he makes good points, but at the same time, I think he leads people down a dangerous path towards Nazism. I think that is my issue with him. Sure, he'll say things about Jesus Christ that are true. He'll say things about Christianity that are true. But the problem is he will go down this road of Holocaust denialism, and it's just a dangerous path. I got the more Elden Ring music playing. Let's see here. Let's go back to this article. Let's see here. The main front to prevent any such incursion. Okay. So it says here that this appears to indicate that Ankara is set on a two-sided strategy in order to unify Syria under the rule of its Sunni Islamist clients. In this strategy, the threat of possible military intervention by Turkey will be maintained, while the SDF, the Syrian Defense Force, will be expected. In the shadow of this, Syrian Democracy Forces, I think it's called, which is a Kurdish group, in the shadow of this threat to declare voluntarily its own dissolution before the rulers of the new unified Syria. Otherwise, in the fullness of time, the newly equipped army of the new HTS regime will come across the Euphrates to reunify Syria by other means. So basically, Turkey is always going to have this idea. Turkey has the strategy of always maintaining that it could actually invade Syria militarily. And by having this idea stuck in the air, it could keep people on their toes, basically conveying this sense that Turkey could invade anytime. And this is part of its strategy, according to this article. So it says here that this strategy is likely to be aided by voices in the West, which recommend bowing to the Turkish project in order to keep Ankara on side. Now, this is very true. You see, I'm going to say this: Turkey could invade Syria. I'm not talking about using proxies. I mean a full-scale invasion. Turkey could actually invade Syria, and the U.S. will not do a damn thing about it. Nothing. Because America wants Turkey as an ally. The last thing that Turkey wants is for Turkey to side with the Russians. That would be a nightmare, because if Turkey makes an alliance with the Russians, that would mean Russia having full access into the Dardanelles, which would mean unlimited access from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean Sea. The Americans don't want that. They need the Turks to be on the side of the Americans so that they can always use the Turks to control access through the Dardanelles into the Aegean, and from the Aegean into the Mediterranean. So literally, Turkey could do, and I'm going to say this right now, Turkey could do another Armenian genocide right now, and America won't stop it. Now, believe it or not, this sort of thing happened. The Germans were allies with the Turks during World War I. And what happened? The Turks butchered 1 million Armenians. And do you know what the order was from the German government to the German soldiers? Do not get involved. In fact, the orders got more specific than that. They said, do not allow your Christian sentiment to get you to want to intervene. Do not allow Christian sentiment to intervene. Have no compassion. Do not care. That was the order from the German higher office, because they did not want to lose the Ottomans as an ally, because the Ottomans have that geostrategic power, which is access into the Mediterranean. Turkey could invade Armenia as we right now, kill all the Armenians, and America won't do shit. Hell, Turkey could invade Israel right now. Turkey could invade, now it's not going to invade Israel right now because it doesn't have the means to do that. But if Turkey can get nuclear weapons so that it could be on an equal footing with Israel, it could invade Israel, do a second Holocaust, and America will say, please stop, but we still want that access into the Dardanelles. Oh, okay, kill more Jews, it's fine. This is the evil that we are facing here. Let's go back to this article. Very interesting article, I will say. And so it says here, for as long as roughly 2,000 U.S. service personnel remain in eastern Syria, however, an all-out assault by Turkey remains an impossibility. Well, I think it's possible that the U.S. is going to withdraw from Syria. I think that is possible. We have to see, though. The SNA by itself, meanwhile, appears not strong enough to make decisive advances against the SDF, which are the Kurds, so the stance of the U.S. will be crucial. From Israel's point of view, the victory of Turkey in Syria ushers in a resurgence of Sunni political Islam on its borders. Yep. Also likely is a period of open competition between Israel and Turkey. Yep. And the Turks hate the Jews, and the Israelis understand this. And I think the article is right. There's going to be a rivalry between Israel and Turkey, with the latter in alliance with various Sunni Islamist forces, including those in the West Bank and Gaza. Yep, and the Turks could use the Palestinians as a proxy against the Israelis, and you could have a situation where the Israelis say, okay, we're just going to genocide the Palestinians, and then the Turks will say, look at them genociding our Muslim brothers, the Palestinians, we need to now invade Israel. I wouldn't be surprised at all that this will be the case. That will lead to the second Holocaust. Therefore, the interest is to keep the newly dominant forces as far away from Israeli communities as possible and as militarily weak as possible, and to strengthen preserve those elements resistant to the Turkish Sunni Islamist project, which means supporting the Kurds. So the Israelis are now using the Kurds as a proxy. So it says here, this explains Jerusalem's current support for the Syrian Kurds and Israeli recent military moves, an SNA/Turkish victory in northeast Syria, and a reunited resurgent Syria under Turkish and Sunni Islamist control will constitute net losses for Israel. So Israel is not the biggest winner here. It's not. Israel right now is facing a rising Turkey. Israel is on its way to facing a rising Turkey. Israel is not the biggest winner here. Turkey is the biggest winner here. An SNA/Turkish victory in northeast Syria and a reunited resurgent Syria under Turkish and Sunni Islamist control will constitute net losses for Israel, etc. Yeah, and that's the article. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yep. Since you're a YouTuber, what's your opinion on ad blockers? I use them. I shamelessly use ad blockers. I do not like the idea of trying to listen to a song and all of a sudden I got to listen to a 2-minute ad. Erdogan makes me nervous. What makes me nervous is the person who's going to come after him. I think what's going to come after Erdogan is going to be worse. What you have in Turkey is a resurgence in nationalism, Turkish nationalism. And if you think that's good, then you need to look at the history of the Armenian Genocide and actually look at look at the figureheads who orchestrated the Armenian Genocide. You'll see that they were nationalist atheists. There will come a day when the Turks will also fall. Yes. Yep, that's also on the horizon. But that comes after. That comes later. Now, was there another article that I had for you guys? I think I've read enough articles. How long have I been streaming? It has been over 5 hours. So I'm going to give you guys... I'm going to turn my music off here. I'm going to give you guys my review of Gladiator II. Now, I watched Gladiator II. I finally watched the film. I told myself that I was going to watch this movie, and I did. And I decided that I would give a review for you guys. Gladiator II, just to give you guys the short answer, Gladiator II is basically a skeleton. It's a rotting corpse of the first film. And that actually, you know what? No. It can't even be a rotting corpse of the first film, because Gladiator, let's be real, Gladiator was one of the greatest films ever made, arguably the greatest film ever made. Depends on your opinion. I'm more of a Braveheart guy. I think Braveheart is better than Gladiator. But again, that's my preference. A lot of people think that Gladiator is the greatest film ever. But Gladiator 2, I hate to call it Gladiator 2 because I hate the idea that it's actually in the same universe as Gladiator, but Gladiator 2 is garbage. It is. It is a garbage-ass movie. There's just numerous things I have to say about Gladiator 2. Numerous things that I just do not like about this movie. One thing, the overemphasis on CGI. There is so much bloody CGI in Gladiator II. It's ridiculous. So much CGI right from the beginning of the movie. And you know that this film was really just made to be a cash grab because it's so rushed. The movie is so reliant on CGI, and it's so rushed. Everything about this film is rushed. There's no time that's taken to allow a familiarization to be built between the audience and the characters, the audience and the people in this movie. There is a lot of rushing. There's a lot of just quickening everything. And in Gladiator, for example, just to give you guys an example, in Gladiator, you have Maximus Aurelius. He's the general. He's this Roman general, very well connected, very prestigious. He has a very good reputation of being an excellent and efficient and commanding military leader. And we understand that he longs to be with his wife. So Gladiator begins with this epic battle scene in which the Romans are fighting these German barbarians, these Germanic barbarians. And there is this amazing battle scene that happens in Gladiator where you have the Roman artillery and you have the archers and you have the dogs, and it's just so organized and it really immerses you. And that's a key word when you're reviewing films. That's a key word to use when you're reviewing films and when you're determining if a film is good or if a film is garbage. The word is immersion. How much does a film immerse you into the story? How much does the film transport you and move you into the story? And I read an article. It was a review of Gladiator II. It was published, I want to say, by Forbes magazine. And the author of that article really, he put it in a way that just completely and succinctly summarizes exactly the difference between a good movie and a bad movie. Here is roughly here's what the guy said. A good movie immerses you into the story. A good movie transports you into a different world. A bad movie constantly reminds you that you're watching a movie. And that's really what you're getting with Gladiator 2. You're not getting any immersion. Whereas in the first movie, the whole film was immersive. Right from the beginning, you're right there with the Roman military. You're seeing this world, and you're just being taken into, psychologically, emotionally, you're being taken into the story. And you're seeing these Roman soldiers. You're seeing how organized they are. You're seeing how just powerful they are, how efficient they are in battle. They have all this artillery, catapults, they have all these archers, they have dogs, and they are fighting these barbarians. And the beginning of the Gladiator movie is so epic. Maximus is there, and he sees a bird, and the bird flies away, and he watches the bird as it flies away, and you have this very atmospheric music playing in the background, and the color of Gladiator is so fitting for the story. It's gritty, it's gray, it's gloomy, it's dreary, and it just fits the mood so well. It really tells you are not in a good place. You are in a depressing, dreary battlefield somewhere in northern or central Europe. And then Maximus is speaking with Quintus, and they're talking about this messenger that they sent out. And Maximus asks Quintus, for how long has the messenger been gone? And Quintus says something like, well, he's been gone for 2 hours or something like that. Then all of a sudden you see this horse, and the horse is riding, or the horse is moving this headless man. There's a headless body on top of the horse as the horse is galloping towards the soldiers, and they just see this corpse with no head, and you're thinking, oh my gosh, is this a horror movie? It just immediately takes you right into this very, very scary and unstable situation. And then all of a sudden you see this barbarian German, and he's dressed up in wolves or bear's fur, and he's got this big ass hammer. He's got Thor's hammer in his hands, and he has the head of this Roman, and he throws the head. He swings this decapitated head towards the Roman army, and he screams something in German, and you actually are never told in the film what he says. There's no subtitles. And I think the reason why Ridley Scott did not want subtitles was because he really wanted you to be immersed into the story. I think it's the same reason why Steven Spielberg didn't put any subtitles in Saving Private Ryan. So when you hear people speaking German or you hear people speaking French, you have no idea what these people are saying, at least not until Upham does some translation work at times. But there's no subtitles, because when you read subtitles, then you're reminded that you're watching a movie. But when you don't know what's happening, you don't know what's being said, and your mind is in this tense situation, that makes it more immersive. That makes it much more immersive. And so this German guy, he throws this head, he tosses this head at the Romans, and then Maximus says, they say no. Or Quintus says, I think, they say no. And then Maximus says, would you, Quintus? Would I? I mean, there's just so much beautiful writing. There's so much emotive writing and such memorable lines in Gladiator. There's lines that I still remember in Gladiator. So, for example, there's a scene after the battle with the Germans in which Maximus tells Commodus, I wish to go home and see my wife and child. And Commodus says, home. Don't get too comfortable. And right there, it shows this callousness of the Roman government, in a sense, saying, we don't give a damn about you wanting to go see your family. We want to use you as a tool. But the way that Commodus says it, or the way that Joaquin Phoenix, I should say, says it, really, really bespeaks this callousness that he has towards really anybody. He eventually murders his own father. And so Maximus is betrayed by his own government. He knows that they want to kill his wife and son. So he's rushing to his house, and there is this sense of emergency. There is this sense of desperation. There is this sense that, oh my God, this guy better get to his house because they're going to murder his wife and son. And then he goes to the house and he sees the whole territory. The whole property is scorched. The wife is dead. The son is dead. And Russell Crowe there's pretending to be sad, and then there's being sad. And Russell Crowe shows actual sadness in this scene. And he grabs his wife's feet and he smothers his wife's feet on his face. And there's snot coming out of his nose. There's tears. I mean, there's this real emotion being expressed. And so that emotion really hits the audience. Like, this man just lost his wife and son. They murdered his wife and son after he fought for the empire. Think about how painful this betrayal is. You have put your whole life into this empire. You fought for this empire. You risked your life for this empire. You have traveled all the way to Germania from the Mediterranean, from your beautiful Mediterranean farm, to sacrifice for this empire, to fight for this empire. And what does the empire do to you? It murders your wife and son. And so the heartbreak and the betrayal and the emotional and psychological torment that comes with all that, and you feel it, and the audience feels the weight of Maximus's pain and suffering. Whereas in Gladiator II, you begin the story with this guy. You have no idea. You don't know anything about him. You just see that he's just living in this farm. And then all of a sudden the Romans come, and his wife is this badass archer. Whereas in Gladiator, real Gladiator, not this bullshit. Whereas in Gladiator, Maximus has the masculine role of soldier. His wife has the masculine, his wife has the feminine role of wife and caretaker. And so there you have these traditional roles there. And so you feel sorry for the wife because she was completely helpless. She was just a woman who couldn't defend herself. And she has this child that she's taking care of. She has her son that she's taking care of. And the son is completely helpless. And so you really, really feel bad. Whereas in Gladiator 2, you have this guy whose wife is this badass archer, and she dies in battle. And you don't really feel sorry for her at all because you're thinking she's a soldier. She's a soldier archer in this battle, and she got killed in battle. She wasn't a defenseless woman protecting her son. So the emotional weight of her dying is not there for the audience. And then you have zero emotional connection between the main character and the audience. And this is all really shitty directing. And I think really what happened was Ridley Scott and all the other people in charge, they said, listen, let's just make this movie. Who cares about a story? Who cares about emotional connections? Who cares about immersion? Who cares about building familiarity between the audience and the characters? Who cares about any of this stuff? Let's just rush this movie. We'll stick Denzel Washington in the movie because everybody loves Denzel, and we're just going to make a bunch of money. And that's what it was. That's exactly what it was. And they made a bunch of money. They made hundreds of millions of dollars. It was a giant cash grab, and that was it. Going back to this movie, you could see the mediocre and the rushed directing throughout this entire movie. The actors are not even acting. Like, what does it mean to act? Does it really mean to pretend? No. What it means to act is to express your true self in front of a camera. It's actually to help to tell a story through expressing your true self and your true emotions. So if you're playing a villain, you got to show your villainous side. If you're playing a hero, you have to show your true courageous and heroic side. It's about tapping into who you are and then showing that to the audience and building that emotional connection. Without that, you are not acting. You're just pretending, and you're just going with the flow, and you're just going with the movement. And there is literally throughout this entire movie, there is zero emotional familiarity between the characters and the audience. Literally nothing. There is nothing. There is nothing emotional in this movie. There is zero psychological connection. There's zero attempt to even make a psychological connection between the characters and the audience. It's just there's nothing there. So I'll give you guys an example, right? And this all is done through the expression of the actors. So I'll give you guys an example, and I'll parallel Gladiator with Gladiator II. It pains me to even put those movies in the same universe, but that's how it's presented to us. So in Gladiator, let me think of a scene here. So in Gladiator, there is a scene where it's here's an example. In Gladiator, he is about to fight his first match in the arena, but he's not in the Colosseum. He's in North Africa somewhere. This is in Gladiator with Russell Crowe. And Russell Crowe and all these guys are sitting in this room, and they are waiting for the gates to open so that they can go into this arena and fight for their lives. And it is a terrifying scene. You could literally feel the terror through the screen. You can feel it. It's so fucking well done. It's unbelievable, this scene. It's one of the greatest scenes in the movie, where you see Maximus sitting there on this bench, all these people sitting there, and Maximus is chained with this African dude named Juba, and he's some Numidian hunter. I mean, the guy was epic. And that's another thing I want to talk about. Let's talk about the supporting characters eventually in this review. So Maximus and Juba are chained together. They're sitting on this bench, and they're waiting for the gates to open up so that they can fight to the death. That's what they're being forced to do. And as they're waiting, the tension is building up, and you can literally feel the tension. Now, how is the tension built? The tension is built by various things that are seen and various sounds. So you hear the roaring of the crowd, and you can imagine yourself in that room, in that hallway, hearing this roaring. And then there's a man in front of the gate, and he is constantly swinging this mace. He's constantly swinging this mace, and you can hear the swing of the mace. And as the mace moves, it for just a moment will block the light that is seeping through the cracks, the gaps on the gates, on the doors. So you see the sunlight seeping through the doors, and then as the mace swings, it covers all the sunlight, and so the room kind of turns dark for a second. So it just turns dark. Then the rays of light come back. Then it turns dark. Then the rays of light return, and he swings it again. And then the rays of light are rescinded, and then the rays of light return, and you can hear this swing. And just watching that scene, it's like a horror movie. It horrifies you. And you think about it, these guys have been forced into this. They didn't want to be here. They don't want to be there. And now they're all chained into pairs. You have these pairs of men that are you have these pairs of men, and on each pair of men, both men are chained together, and they're just hearing the swinging of this mace, the roaring of the crowd, and they're just waiting for that moment when these gates are going to open. And they know at any moment those gates are going to open and there's going to be blood. And it's horrifying. And that scene grips the audience, and it creates this immense tension that's just harrowing. It's a harrowing scene. There is literally none of that in Gladiator 2. None. There's zero tension. There is zero emotion. There's zero emotional buildup. There's zero character. Character development. There's zero familiarization that's built between the audience and the characters. It just doesn't exist. The entire film is flat. This entire movie is flaccid. It is so anticlimactic. It's insane how anticlimactic this movie is. Now, when Maximus's wife and son are murdered in Gladiator, that the gravity and the weight of the pain that results from that is felt throughout the entire movie. Maximus never forgets his wife and son. He remembers them all the way until the end, until he remembers them into death. And when Maximus dies in the end of the film, he still remembers his wife and son. And then Juba, oh my God, Juba has that beautiful scene where he takes the two little images, one of Maximus's wife and one of Maximus's son, and he buries them in the sand of the Colosseum. And he says, "I will see you soon, but not yet. Not yet." And Juba is this African dude, and he here's another thing. The African characters in Gladiator, as opposed to Gladiator II. In Gladiator, the African characters actually look African. Could you imagine that? They actually took the time to find actors that actually look like they're from sub-Saharan Africa. And you have Juba, who was one of the main characters in the film, and he is awesome. He is such a great supporting character. He's great. He really is, and he doesn't die. This is a movie where the black guy doesn't die. And Juba, in the end of the film, he takes an image of Maximus's son and an image of Maximus's wife, and he buries them in the sand of the Colosseum, and he says, "I will see you soon." And he looks into the sunset, and he says, "But not yet. Not yet." And then that music in the back, Hare Shalom, and the credits come. Oh my God! And then like Quintus comes over and says, "Who will help me carry?" I mean, it's you can't beat it, right? It's a masterpiece of a film. And there's other Africans in Gladiator, other than Juba. They're not main characters, but they are there, and they look like they're from Nigeria. They look like they're from Sudan. They look like African warriors from antiquity. And you just see Juba, and you say to yourself, "Yeah, that guy. I could totally see an African dude looking like that in the ancient Roman Empire, being a gladiator. Totally see it." In Gladiator II, you have all these African characters, but they don't look African. They look African American, and there's a difference. He was a soldier of Rome. Honor him. Yes. You have these. So you have in Gladiator, you have Juba, like that dude. As soon as you see him, African. In Gladiator 2, it's just you got some dude from Oakland, and he worked out at Gold's Gym, and the director said, "Hey, you want to be in a movie? Yeah, sure. Why not? What am I gonna do? Yeah, you're gonna be a gladiator. Oh, okay, cool." There is no. They don't even try to convince you that these people are African. You just look at him and you know that guy plays football. That guy played football in high school. Let's be real. Come on, stop this bullshit. You know that dude was playing basketball in South Carolina somewhere. I mean, there's no conviction. There's no immersion. I want to be immersed. You're going to make a film about the ancient Roman Empire. I want to be immersed into the ancient Roman Empire. I want to see the Romans fighting the Germans. I want to see the arena. I want to see the gladiatorial matches. I want to feel the terror that would come with all that. And if there's Numidians in the Colosseum, African warriors, I want to see people that I know look like what an African warrior would have looked like back in the day, back in far antiquity. But there is none of this in Gladiator 2. The entire film falls flat, literally the whole movie. And as the journalist so well put it, a good movie is going to immerse you, and a bad movie is going to remind you that you're watching a movie. In this movie, see, when directors are doing films, they will make actors do multiple takes of a scene until they get the scene perfectly done. That's if you want to do a masterpiece. It is difficult to just willy-nilly, cold turkey express emotion in front of a camera. It's not easy. So, for example, Robert the Bruce in Braveheart is played by Angus McFadden. And Angus McFadden does a wonderful performance in Braveheart in which he is extremely emotional. He is guilt-ridden. And there's a scene where he yells at his father, and he tells his father, because they literally just betrayed William Wallace, and Robert the Bruce tells his father, "I will never be on the wrong side again." And he has this beautiful scene where he says, when men fight for William Wallace, they do it for something that I've never had, and I took it from him. And I saw it in his face in the battlefield, and it's tearing me apart. And his father says, all men betray. All those hearts. I know William's heart. And this tears, dude, just filling up his eyes. And it's a masterful scene. And it just really grips your heart and your soul and your mind. And it immerses you into the story, and it builds this emotional connection with the characters. To do a scene like that, I think takes a lot of, at least, it takes multiple takes, I would say. And you just got to do the takes. Okay, let's do it again. And then boom, you got magic that happens, and the actor feels emotional. His mind is in the right place. Boom, he executes the role perfectly, and he does it. With Gladiator II, I feel like the actors aren't even comfortable. You will get that sense when watching Gladiator II. The actors are acting like they're actors. That's what the actors are doing. They're acting like they're pretending. They're doing the lines, they're saying the lines, but they're not feeling the lines. Whereas Angus McFadden playing Robert the Bruce, he's not only saying the lines, he's feeling the lines. He's feeling the lines. I will never be on the wrong side again. I know William's heart. He's saying it with feeling and emotion and passion. And in Gladiator II, there is literally none of that. There is zero of that. There is just people going with the motions, saying the lines, and going to the next scene. And you could totally feel it. The whole movie feels fake. It feels absolutely fake. I'll give you an example. In Gladiator, the real Gladiator with Russell Crowe, when Russell Crowe is introduced to the reality that he is now going to be a gladiator, you have a man named Proximo. Proximo is basically a pimp. He buys the gladiators and he has them fight in the arena, and he sells the gladiators, or he gets the gladiators and then he sells them. And he gets all of his new gladiators that he's gonna sell, and one of them is Maximus Aurelius. And he tells these men, he says, I'm gonna own you, and I'm gonna be someone who's going to parent you since the time, and he just says this very vulgar thing. He says, like, since the time that bitch of a mother of yours brought you screaming into this world. But the way that he executes the line is, it's brutal, it's harsh, it's vulgar, but it immediately hits you with the reality that you are not in a nice place. And then he says, gladiators, I salute you. And the way he says the lines is there's so much depth in his words, the way that he says them. He feels the lines. And then there's a scene where these guys are about to go fight in the arena, and Proximo is there, and he says, he has a sword in his hand, and he says something like, really, we're all dead men. But how you die, well, that is up to you. And then he says, really, we are all dead men. Shadows and dust. And he stabs the sword onto the table. But the way that the scene is done, it's just so artistic. And again, it's immersive. And then there's that scene where Maximus is about to enter the arena, and he tells Proximo, Marcus Aurelius had a dream that was Rome. This is not it. This is not it. And then Proximo says, we are but shadows and dust, Maximus. Shadows and dust. And it's just such a magical scene. I can tell you this right now, I can assure you this. There is none of that in Gladiator II. Gladiator II has some big scenes. It has some fight scenes. But there is no passion in this movie at all. It is a skeleton. There's nothing in it. This is how the actors in Gladiator II act. Yes, you are here to fight for the glory of Rome. It's like I'm watching one of those cheap TBN movies. There's a scene where the main character is now being faced with the reality that he's going to be a gladiator. Just like, they basically took this idea from the first, I'm not going to say the first one because, again, these films are not in the same universe. But they take it from the scene in Gladiator where Maximus is there, Proximo is there, and he said, I'm going to be the one basically ruling you. Well, they try to do a scene parallel to that in Gladiator II, and they have the main character there, and then some fat Italian dude walks up to him and says, hi, yeah, you're in the arena where gladiators are made. I mean, that level of dullness, it's so jejune and it's so bereft of any emotion. It's completely vacuous of any emotion. It's just, the film is not really watchable. The film is exhausting. So when you watch Gladiator, you don't want the movie to end. The film is so epic and immersive. You hate the fact that the film ends. You want it to keep going. It's so damn good. You want to know what happens after. You want to know what happens to Juba. Did Juba go back to Africa? Did he become a hunter again? What did Juba do with his freedom? And I think if you wanted to do a sequel of Gladiator, I think a great idea would be to do a film about Juba. And don't make it shitty with CGI. Make it make a film where you have Juba and he goes back to Africa, and then a tribe comes to annihilate his tribe, and he's in the middle of tribal warfare. I mean, that would be fascinating, like a Blood Diamond movie, but an ancient version of Blood Diamond. That would be epic. But you don't have that in Gladiator 2. And Gladiator 2 is constantly reminding you that you are watching a film. Lucia is in this film. She's in Gladiator. Lucia is in this movie, and they got the same actress to play her. And she doesn't even look like she's dressed up for the ancient Roman Empire. She looks like she just got out of the mall. I'm not exaggerating. She looks like she just got out of Nordstrom, whatever it's called, Nordstrom, the Nordstrom store, or J.C. Penney, or one of those stores. And she's dressed up with these big earrings, big shiny earrings, and this dress. It looks like a fur coat. I'm thinking, what the... Did she got back from Banana Republic or something? Like, I don't get the feeling that she's in the Roman Empire here. I'm getting the feeling that she's doing a scene for Home Alone 2 and she's looking for the kid. It's just such a rushed film. The whole movie is rushed. And again, you have these actors who do the roles. They're not doing the roles, but they do the scenes, right? And they're doing the lines, but they're just for the glory of Rome. There was a dream that was Rome, and that dream is a Rome where people have freedom. Remember the film Samurai Cop, and how bland the actors were when they said their lines? Okay, Samurai Cop is so bad that it's good. It's so bad that it's a comedy. The actors in this movie sound almost like the people in Samurai Cop. They're just doing the lines, and they're just constantly reminding you that you're watching a film, and it's all pretend. And I don't want that. I want to watch a film to escape. I want to be immersed into a different world. And you don't see that in Gladiator 2. Gladiator 2 has a grotesque reliance on CGI, where they have monkeys and baboons walking around, and it's just it's all just fake. I mean, they don't even try to make good CGI. It's just shitty garbage CGI. And it's just so dumb. Like, monkey baboons? What? Why couldn't you get a real animal that you could tame, somewhat tame, like in Gladiator, where they had a real tiger or real tigers? It was so well done. But in Gladiator 2, it's just everything CGI. There's no tigers. There's no lions. It's all just CGI stuff. Even the first battle scene is so fake looking. And again, you don't really care about any of these characters. And in Gladiator with Russell Crowe, his wife dies, and the weight of that death is there throughout the film. Whereas in Gladiator 2, this guy's wife dies, and this is what he does with the wife's body. In Gladiator, Russell Crowe, Maximus, grabs his wife's feet and rubs his snot all over them because he's so devastated. In Gladiator 2, he sees his wife's corpse floating in the water, and he just does this to the corpse. He just pushes the body away, and then a couple of scenes later, he's laughing and cracking jokes, and guess what? You have forgotten about the wife. The weight and the pain of that loss is not felt in the movie at all, guys, at all. So what this film is missing is spirit. There is no spirit. There is no zeal. The spirit of creativity is utterly absent from this film. And I'm not saying that Ridley Scott is a bad director. He's a very good director. He made Gladiator and Black Hawk Down. He knows what it takes to make a real movie, a good movie. But I think that he just didn't have the will to make a good movie. I think he just didn't give a damn. I think he just wanted to get a cash grab. So let's just throw let's just throw Denzel Washington in there. And so they have Denzel Washington, And Denzel Washington, he's the biggest guy in the whole movie. He's really the main character of the movie, if you think about it, because he's the only one who is a decent actor in the whole film. He's the only one there. But again, even with him, the whole thing just falls flat. And he's a master actor. He's a very good actor. One of the greatest actors ever. But the way that they did it, I mean, guys, I'm just going to spoil the story for you. So in Gladiator, you had Commodus. Commodus was a real emperor. Now, did Commodus murder his father, and did Commodus die in the Colosseum fighting a gladiator? None of that freaking happened. That's all fiction. Gladiator is a fiction that is within a real historical context. So there really was a Commodus. There really was a Marcus Aurelius. And Commodus actually really was a gladiator. If you read about Commodus, he was an actual gladiator. But the stuff in the film didn't happen. The story in the film did not happen. But at least in the film, they portrayed Commodus as a sicko, but he was a sicko who could use a sword. Whereas in Gladiator II, you have these two twin brothers. And the twin brothers are supposed to be, what's his name? They're supposed to be Carcala and Gaeta. Now, if you read about the real Carcala, okay, I'm going to show you guys something here. If you read about the real Carcala, Carcala was a fierce man. I believe he was half North African. This is how Carcala looked like. This is the real Carcala here. Let me show you a picture of how this guy looked like. This is the real Carcala. Okay? Now, he looks fierce. That's not how Carcala is portrayed in Gladiator II. Carcala is portrayed as a wimpy-ass, thin dude with red hair, and him and his brother's name is Gaeta. Him and his brother Gaeta are just absolute wimps throughout the whole film. I mean, they're emotional, they're cruel, now Carcala was an evil person. He murdered his own brother. But in the film, they don't even try to find an actor that looks like Carcala. They just find some wimpy-ass dudes. You find them in a mall somewhere. I mean, they just don't. They look pathetic, and they don't fit the roles at all, and there's nothing interesting about them. At least with Commodus, there was something. He was a sicko, but he played his role in a way that got the audience's attention. So there's a scene in Gladiator where Lucius, his nephew, is doing sword play with his uncle Commodus, and Commodus has the sword and Lucius has a sword, and they're playing around with the sword. They're doing a sword play game, and Lucius says, "I am Maximus, the savior of Rome," and Commodus says, "Don't you ever say that again." And then he brings up the story of the little bee. He's like, "The little bee was so hurt. The little bee hurt him so much." I mean, it's just such a well done scene, and it really shows you that this Commodus guy, he's a murderer. I mean, this guy will kill you. And then he tries to rape his own sister in the movie. I mean, but they really show you the sickness and the degeneracy of the Roman Empire. Now in Gladiator II, they show a lot of people who are just flamboyantly gay. Now, was there a lot of homosexuality in the Roman Empire? Yes, but I don't think they were entirely flamboyantly gay like the people in this film. I think that homosexuality was so normalized in the Roman Empire that you had people who acted very masculine who were homosexual. They try to present this modern LGBT face in the movie when I think the reality was you had men in the Roman Empire who had wives and children, and they acted masculine, but they were also homosexual. Whereas in this film, you can see they're blatantly trying to show this LGBT kind of modern face of homosexuality. And they just do it a lot throughout the film. There's a lot of characters that are just flamboyantly gay in this film. And they don't even try to do it in a way where these guys are, I mean, they are utter sickos, but they just do it in an annoying way. And the film just falls flat. It really falls flat. And then in the end of the film, they have this scene where this epic army is presented. And it is the best view of a Roman army that I've ever seen. It's the best presentation of a Roman army that I've seen in the movie. It's not the best that I've seen in all time, obviously not, but it's the best. It's the best presentation of a Roman army in the entire movie, and it's really well done. So you see all these soldiers, and they're on horses, and they got the armor, and they just look really epic. They look super epic, and you think, okay, a battle scene is about to happen. Nope. All that happens is Denzel Washington comes along, and he starts acting like the dude from Training Day. And he's basically saying King Kong ain't got nothing on me. And then he fights with this guy who, oh yeah, by the way, he's the son of Maximus. They just forced that one into the whole movie. They really pushed that narrative into the movie, and it just doesn't fit, and it feels very, very rushed and contrived. And they have this fight scene, and Denzel Washington manages to get the guy in the water, and the guy is wearing Maximus's armor. And Denzel tries to stab him over and over again, but the sword keeps hitting his armor, and it's not piercing him. But the way they did this scene, it was so cheap. They put a camera under the water, and they have the armor there, and they just get a sword. They're just oh, this pen is on. No wonder it felt sharp. They're getting the sword, and they're just tap, 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 and it just looks so fake. And Denzel's sitting there, and the scene would switch from Denzel just thrusting his sword into the water to the sword in the water hitting this armor, and it just looks so cheap. And I'm thinking, wait, this guy is a killer. You would think that he would, I don't know, move the sword up a little bit and hit the guy in the neck or something. No. He just hits the same spot over and over again. And it just looks so contrived and so cheap. And that's another thing. They really tried to taint the aura of Maximus in this film. So it so happens that, and they really force this into the audience, it just so happens that Lucia, the sister of Commodus, she had an affair with Maximus. Now, in Gladiator, Lucia is the sister of Commodus. Now, in real life, Commodus did have a sister named Lucia, and she actually took part in his assassination. But in the film, Lucia is a single mom whose husband was an honorable, valorous man of Rome. That's what it was. That's what is said in Gladiator. Because Lucia has a son named Lucius, and Maximus says, "Oh, what happened to his father?" And she says, "Oh, he was whatever. He was an honest man, and he was a good man, and he died, and I'm raising my son." And so they really made Lucia, they really portrayed Lucia as a wholesome woman in Gladiator, and she doesn't speak ill of her husband, and her husband is said to be an honorable man of Rome. Okay, that's fine. In Gladiator II, all of a sudden they say, Lucia's husband, the one that's mentioned in Gladiator as being this valorous and honorable man, he actually was a homosexual. They make this very clear in Gladiator II. Yeah, he was actually gay. And Denzel Washington is talking about Lucia's husband, and he says, well, whatever happened to him? And then this senator guy, or whatever he is, this elite kind of aristocratic guy who's also homosexual, he says, well, it turns out that he liked men sometimes. And then Denzel says, well, I like them too sometimes. It's so dumb. This is so stupid. They really just shove this into the audience's faces. Lucia's husband, the one who's spoken of as an honorable man, he was actually gay. Oh, and while she was married to him, Maximus actually inseminated Lucia. Yeah. And Lucius, who's now an adult in this movie, he's actually Maximus's biological son. Oh, okay. So Lucia's husband, who was portrayed as a honorable man, he is now a homosexual who was being cucked by his wife, and his wife was banging Maximus, and Maximus inseminated her and got her pregnant with Lucius. And so Lucius is no longer the son of this guy. Lucius is actually the son of Maximus, and it's just so, guys, this film is retarded. This film is garbage. It is a piece of shit film. I do not recommend it to anybody. I will spoil the shit out of this movie. It is complete and utter trash. I will not recommend it at all. There is zero emotion, zero depth. It tries to impress the audience with some of these epic battle scenes, but even the battle scenes fall flat because they're so reliant on CGI. Whereas in Gladiator, you have this epic scene in the beginning, and the Germans are there, and you got the big German guy with Thor's hammer, and it's just this absolute epic scene that's gritty, and the color is so fitting, and it just immerses you. Whereas in Gladiator II, you are constantly being reminded that you are watching a movie, and the actors don't even look comfortable in front of the camera. The Chilean guy that they hired for this film, I forgot his name, Javier, whatever the hell, Pedro Sanchez, whatever his name is. This guy doesn't even look comfortable in front of a camera. He doesn't look comfortable in front of the camera. And listen, I've been talking in front of cameras for a huge chunk of my life, and I can tell you, I can tell when someone is not comfortable in front of a camera, because I've been uncomfortable in front of a camera countless times. I know when someone is just moving through the motions and not feeling anything in front of the camera. And these guys just don't feel a damn thing. Even in the end of the movie, when Denzel Washington is killed, the guy who kills Denzel Washington, Lucius, who's now, he is the son that Lucia had out of wedlock with Maximus. He gets up and he does this speech, and the speech is supposed to be this climactic scene, and it ends up being utterly anticlimactic. And he gets up there and he goes, there was a dream that was Rome, and it was a dream of freedom and democracy. This guy, I don't feel anything. Whereas in Gladiator, you had Lucia who gets up there and she goes, he was a servant of Rome. Honor him. And then Quintus comes up. Who will help me carry him? And then Juba puts the little images in the sand. You have, I will see you again, but not yet. And that scene when Juba says, I will see you again, that connects with a scene that was in the middle of the movie when Maximus and Juba are talking. And they're talking about the lives that they had before they became slaves. And Maximus says to Juba, my son, he is in the afterlife. He is waiting for me. My wife, that is none of your business. And Juba says, right now my daughter and my wife are fetching water from the pond, from the lake. They are fetching water as we speak. And then he says, I am afraid that I will have to wait for my wife and daughter to meet me. In other words, Juba is saying, I'm going to die here, and I'm going to have to wait for my wife and daughter to meet me in the afterlife. And then there's this German guy who is who's in the movie. He's this Germanian guy who's in the arena, and he goes up to Maximus, and he's just this valorous guy. He has no fear whatsoever, and everybody, people in the arena, people before they enter the arena are naturally terrified. And this German guy, he has no fear at all. The guy is a natural warrior. And he goes up to Maximus and he says, red is the god's color. You will need them to win and get victory. And then he takes a knife and he slices his hand and he does a little blood atonement for the gods, and the blood drips and it falls on this goat creature that's walking in the bottom of the building, and this music plays. It's like this ancient Middle Eastern mizmar music. It's just such an epically done scene. You don't find that at all in Gladiator 2. Nothing. Not even, there's not one scene in Gladiator 2 that impacts you psychologically at all. And then in Gladiator, just Gladiator, in Gladiator, the masterpiece, Juba is talking to Maximus and he says, you have a great name. You have a great name. People will try to kill you because you have a great name. It's just so well done. And you have that epicness, that depthness that you find in Gladiator is completely absent in Gladiator 2. And the actors are just going with the flow, going with the motions, saying their lines, and there's nothing there. Nothing. Gladiator 2 is just a dead, rotting corpse of a film, and it's an exhausting movie to watch because there's no connection. You have no sense of investing your emotions in the film at all. And I honestly just couldn't wait for the movie to end. The film is 2 hours long. I could not wait for the film to end. I was just, when is this movie going to end? So I can go, I don't know, watch a video or something. Like, when is this movie going to end? It's an exhausting film because it's aimless. It's just all over the place. It goes from one scene to the other. One scene you're here, and there a scene you're there. There's no sense of continuity. It's confusing. you just kind of forget what are these people doing, what's going on, and it's a film that feels dragged out. It's just dragging the audience along, and it expects you to like the film because it's connected to Gladiator. And that's just not how things work. A film that has zero creative spirit is an exhausting film to watch, and it's going to constantly remind you that you are watching a movie as opposed to actually being immersed into a story. So that's my review of Gladiator II. I think the film sucks. I will not recommend it to anyone. And that's that. Don't waste your money. The film is torment. It sucks. I gave the film this is a rotting corpse that drags out and exhausts the audience out of 10. And that's that. All right. That's my review. So I've been here for how long? How long have I been talking? 6 freaking hours. Holy moly. That's a shame. I can't help but feel like I knew that without knowing anything about it. Movies in Hollywood is definitely not what it used to be. That rating scale, yeah. A film has to have spirit. I mean, I watched Longlegs, and Longlegs is a very cheaply done movie, but it's a masterpiece of a horror film, and I did a review for Longlegs. Here's another thing that I forgot to mention. Let me just turn off my music. One thing that I almost forgot to mention is that it doesn't really matter that the film is modern. You can have a film that's really old and it's still super immersive and it's still a masterpiece. Gladiator came out in 2001 or 2000, one of those years, and it's still a masterpiece. Braveheart came out in 1995 and it's still a masterpiece. Guys, go watch the film. Gladiator is a movie about gladiators, right? It's about people in the arena and they are trying to defy the tyranny of the Roman state. And it's an exhausting film that is very boring and dragged out. Go watch the film Barabbas, which came out in 1961. Barabbas is also a movie about a man who is forced to be a gladiator. He is taken by the Romans. He is forced into slavery. He is then forced to be a gladiator, and he is forced to fight in the arena. He is made to fight in the arena. And even though that film came out in 1961, the acting and the artistic depth and expression in that film is so good that it still immerses you into the story. Even though the film is outdated, even though it's an old movie, even though it uses outdated means of production, it is still an extremely immersive film, and the acting in it is absolutely epic and masterful. And even the Colosseum scenes, even the gladiatorial scenes in Barabbas, even though they were made in 1961, they're so well done, especially for its time, that it still immerses you. And there are scenes where people are being butchered in the arena and the people are clapping their hands. And to this day, when I watch that movie, I feel a sense of horror watching these people cheering people being murdered and butchered for entertainment. And it still hits me in the gut. And the film is so well done, and the acting, especially by Anthony Quinn, is so well done that the film is very immersive, even though it was made in 1961. So it doesn't matter. You'll say, well, movies are made better because we have more advanced methods of film production. That could be true. But without the spirit and the artistic depth, a film, regardless of how advanced it is in cinematic production, will still feel exhausting to watch, and it just won't work. You have to have familiarity between the audience and the characters. You have to have emotional expression and emotional depth. You have to have creative spirit. And without those things, the film is a rotting corpse. You want to talk about a masterpiece, check out Ben-Hur. Ben-Hur is a masterpiece, but I will argue that Barabbas is better. I think Barabbas is one of the greatest films ever made. and it was made in 1961, and it's still a masterpiece. It doesn't really matter how old a movie is. What matters is how much of an emotional connection it establishes between the characters and the audience. You're on a roll? Yeah, absolutely. That's a shame. I can't help. Okay, I already read that comment. Watch it was a real. Yeah, it was really. It was exhausting to watch that film. Theo loves films. I love art. I love artistic expression, and I even find what I do to be artistic expression. I find talking in front of a camera to be actually challenging, and I find the ability, the ability within myself, or the will within myself to express myself in front of a camera to be both challenging, but at the same time, a lot of fun, because there's just something about it that's a lot of fun. I don't know. I can't fully explain it. Hollywood couldn't make the guy a strong, powerful white man. I don't know. What are you referring to? It didn't matter. I mean, Karkala was a fierce man who was half North African, and if you see his bust, you see the bust of a fierce man. Whereas in Gladiator II, Karkala and Gates are both portrayed as they look like human versions of the creature in Lion King who says Akuna Matata, not the big pig, but the little skin. It looks like meerkats. They look like human versions of meerkats. That's what they look like. That guy who was a slave trader who had been a gladiator decades before and knew the emperor, yep, he was awesome. Yeah, Proximo did a really good job. Denzel was just mad they cut the scene off showing his homosexual side. Yeah, and Denzel Washington, man, that guy, he doesn't have the same vibe like he used to. There's something about him that just went dark. I think cinema is dead now. We can't have good movies anymore. Anyway, the Barbarian series is good. They started bringing the Sodom stuff in season. Really? Barbarians, is that an HBO series? The chants the Germans are doing in the pre-battle scenes are the same war chants the Zulus do in the movie Zulu. Wow, Zulu is another good war movie. I've seen a little bit of it. For a movie, was thinking, what is there to watch? Nothing gives me that feeling of kind of escaping from reality. Well, I think that Longlegs did a good job. If you're into horror films, I think Longlegs is worth the watch. I was just thinking about that with movies last night because I've got HBO Max on this 4-month discount deal, and when I was going to look for a movie, oh, okay, I already read that comment. I wish they did a Gladiator prequel showing where Max. That would be cool, but it would have to be well done. I would like to see a sequel about the life of Juba. I think that would be really, really cool. Maybe show Marcus Aurelius and Commodus's relationship from when he was a kid. It has to be epic. Without epicness, it just won't work. Timon, yeah, meerkat. Yeah, they look like human versions of a meerkat. And they're just constantly and it's just this is garbage. Anthony Quinn was a genius actor. Yeah, one of the greatest actors ever. Barabbas is on YouTube. Barabbas is an absolute masterpiece, and if you have not seen Barabbas, I recommend that everybody watch Barabbas. That movie is so damn good, guys. It's so damn good. Oh, and by the way, in Gladiator II, they have an Indian dude named Ravi. Yeah, that's his name, Ravi, and he's a drug dealer. Yep. Yeah, he's an opium addict who gives opium to other people. Yep. Such a stupid movie. I couldn't wait for the film to end. It was just one of those films where I'm just thinking, is this going to be the end? Oh, Denzel is still alive, which means it's not the end of the film. Okay. You could sleep through this film. The Last Legion is a good movie. I haven't seen it. Absolutely, Barabbas is a masterpiece. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Ben-Hur, that's your preference. That's fine. I'm not going to argue with you over it, but I think that Barabbas is better than Ben-Hur. Yeah, I think Barabbas is such a good movie. Anyway, guys, I think I'm done. I've been here for 6 hours, and it's pretty late over here, so I think I'm just going to end this stream. We had a really good stream today. It was a lot of fun. Great stream, guys. We reached a new point of growth for this channel. We had nearly 60 people at one time, so hot damn. And that's thanks to you guys. Thanks to you guys for being loyal to this channel and coming on every Friday. Because without that core audience, you can't really grow a channel. You got to have a core audience, and you guys are my core audience. So I really appreciate that, guys. And we had a lot of fun. I'll be seeing you soon with more videos. and we will see each other on Friday. And you'll be seeing my video. You'll be seeing my videos throughout the week, and I'll probably, not probably, I will be doing pre-recorded videos as well. So God bless you guys. You guys have just enjoyed another Friday live stream. And yeah, you guys just heard some theology. God bless. And thank you for that, Monkey Brain. Thank you, Night Night, Muffin Ray. See you later, Sweet Body Fit. I will be getting your package soon. I got to get to the post office. I haven't had a chance to go there yet. That was a nice stream. Absolutely. Have a good night, Andres Lopez. Buenas noches. Good night, Alexis Corral. God bless you guys, and see you guys later.